different professional and stakeholders who are working together on the path to creating further initiatives to come out of the district attorney's office to talk about those very things that we addressed. And tonight it is a town hall. We're going to start off right from the beginning, incorporating the voices of folks from our community. I'm looking for a microphone right now, so I can talk to you. Just speaking to the chest. But you have a question now.
My name is Anthony Beckford. I'm a longtime community resident here in Brooklyn. I'm also a cop watcher. I run the Brooklyn Sector for Cop Watch Patrol Unit. Marine Corps veteran, psychology student, and I'm also running for state assembly. And the reason I'm doing that is because of the targets in our communities, which is black and brown people. You know, my family also are immigrants from Jamaica, and it's a lot of things that come at us, and you know, this topic is very dear because I see it every day. I see the police abuse when it comes to our community. You know, I have 4 precincts that police our area. You know, I go to the criminal courts and I see, you know, from the ADA and the rest of the prosecutors what they do, to our young black and brown brothers and sisters in the court. And and I hear these topics about legalization. I hear the agencies, and I hear the DA's office saying that they won't criminalize. They don't even say at all. They say so much, because we have to look at the language, because when you put a percentage, that means not so much. So I'm looking at what are you going to do to actually what can we do to actually fully legalize, but not in the sense of legalizing for profit for corporations and big pharma, but legalizing in the fact of freeing those who have been locked up and are still locked up in regards to possession and sales. Legalizing in the factor of creating small businesses in our communities, so that way big pharma or those who are getting donations from them are not taking advantage of that, and still putting out policies that will still demonize and criminalize our people. And at the same time, what can we fully do to make sure that when it comes to your policies, it's not lip service that we're receiving, because lip service is cheap. We need actual action. We need 100% legalization and decriminalization. So what can we do in regards to that?
Okay. That was like a four-headed monster of a question. Right. But now let's begin with the beginning, the path to legalization then. Anyone, what would the consequences or the benefits of that be?
Well, let me just start off with the general idea behind Justice 2020 and what we're trying to accomplish at your Brooklyn DA's office. I put together this think tank of people who have a lot more knowledge and have dedicated their lives to particular topics. And drug use is one of the areas that we've looked at. And what I'm trying to accomplish in Brooklyn is pretty simple. But it's also revolutionary for district attorney's office, because it's a cultural change for the way prosecutors are asked to think about drug use issues in the community, and it's also a policy shift. And Brooklyn had been more progressive than other parts of the country and part of the states, and I'm only speaking as the Brooklyn DA. I don't speak for any other district attorneys tonight. But what I saw was the way cases came in was the initial response was, what is the punishment and what's the sanction for this illegal drug use? And what I am trying to accomplish is that when young assistant district attorneys and my office handles a case, the focus now is going to be on public health and not thinking solely about punishment. And what we're doing is we have Brooklyn Clear, and I can get into some of the details, but what Brooklyn Clear is, it deals with anyone who's arrested on a drug charge. It's not limited to opioids. It's not limited to people who've never been arrested before, don't have a criminal record, but people who come in because they've been arrested for either small amounts of possession or drug use, and taking those cases and diverting them out of the criminal justice system from the very beginning. Having young people come in who have never been arrested makes no sense to me, and having people recycle through the system who've been arrested repeatedly for drug use does not make sense to me. We send now, and it's a pilot program we started in Brooklyn. It started in 6 precincts in February. It's now extended to all of Brooklyn South. If the mayor or the city council funds us, it'll be throughout all of Brooklyn by this year. We are going to send, and we have been sending, peer counselors and drug counselors to the precinct. And instead of writing up the case and charging the case in criminal court, sending people to central booking, the police department working with us is allowing us to find some sort of treatment option for the person who's been arrested. Now, it's a harm reduction model.
Sorry. Yeah, we're definitely going to make our way into harm reduction. But just while I have you, there was the instance where the previous administration, when the former district attorney announced the plans to, in a sense, decriminalize and not prosecute, but we actually saw numbers that didn't go down and in some instances actually went up. So are you prepared now to say that you've reversed that trend or you're working to?
Well, let's clear. One thing was dealing with marijuana policy. Right. D.A. Thompson had a marijuana policy that I helped him craft in 2014. In 2011, we had over 18,000 people arrested and prosecuted in Brooklyn for marijuana. In 2014, we changed the policy. Last year, we had about 4,300 people who came through the system on a small marijuana charge. So that's one thing that we're talking about. The racial disparities did not go down, but there were tens of thousands of people from 14 to this year who were never arrested, mostly people of color. The policy was limited to possession and not smoking or burning cases. We could address that. The policy I'm talking about today is dealing with hard drug use, narcotics. We are looking to treat those cases not as a criminal offense, but really as a health issue. Right. And the other part of this process is to change the policy of having to require people to plead guilty in court in order to access services. Right. We want people to be able to get services. And so that is a tremendous change in the culture of the DA's office and the policy of the DA's office. So
Cassandra, what can we do to accelerate that change?
So I think the thing that we just have to be clear about is that we actually do just need to legalize marijuana, right? And that means that and when I say legalize marijuana, that doesn't just mean open dispensaries. Legalizing marijuana in New York has to be very specific. We were the marijuana arrest capital in this country. We arrested more people for marijuana than anyone else. And so when I'm talking about legalization of marijuana, I'm talking about the sealing and vacating of people's records. Right? I'm also talking about making sure that every single city agency revisits and revises all their policies that are impacted by marijuana. So I'm talking about people that are losing custody of their kids because of marijuana. And let's be very clear. It is Black and Latino moms that are getting their kids taken away, while white moms are on the cover of GQ talking about how marijuana helps their parenting. So let's be very clear about that. I'm talking about making sure that people don't get kicked out of public housing because they were smoking inside of it, because that also happens. I'm talking about making sure that people still have access to occupational licenses that marijuana arrests bar them from having. When we're talking about legalizing marijuana in New York, it's not a corporate giveaway. It's not for people from Denver and Nevada to come in here and make their big businesses. It's not for the Apple of marijuana, groups like MedMen, to come in, create large dispensaries and not invest in criminal justice and not fight for policies for people from New York to be able to have licenses and to make sure that people who have been harmed by the criminal justice system are able to be in the industry in the first place. Because what we've seen in places around the country is that people that have been barred from the industry are because they were people that were criminalized by marijuana. But now they have figured out how to make money off of it, how to tax it, how to create whole industries around it. And they want to say, we can't participate because you weren't paying attention to the rules before, but neither were they, right? And so when we're talking about marijuana, I think it's super important to also say that legalizing marijuana means that NYPD and district attorneys need to get out of the business of marijuana. There should be no place for people in that industry. And I will say that in general, law enforcement should not be in the business of drugs, period. This is not a criminal justice issue in any source of the way, and people that are selling marijuana in this point should be able to go in there. They don't need internships, they need loans. They need small business licenses. And we have to have a conversation about how we want to deal with people who smoke in public. Because to be very clear, everyone in here needs to know that New York has the biggest public housing development in this country. And they have passed a federal edict that says people can't smoke cigarettes in their home, or they will be subject to being kicked out. So if you can't smoke cigarettes, then you can't smoke marijuana. And if every law says you can't smoke marijuana in public, we have basically just banned poor people from partaking in something that is a $1 billion industry. That is legalizing marijuana.
Criminalizing poverty and addiction.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give Cassandra a chance to catch her breath. While I'm looking at you, doctor, and wondering where the point of entry is from a public health standpoint.
So, I think as our mayor has indicated, he is setting up a task force to look into and prepare for possible marijuana legalization in New York State. I think from a public health and physician point of view, we've known long that the health harms of marijuana really are less than some of the health harms from other substances that we've chosen to regulate and legalize, specifically alcohol and tobacco. And so I think approaching it, sort of as we say in my business, empirically, just looking at sort of racking up the health harms from all of those different substances, we might say we need really a different approach, a health-oriented approach. And to Cassandra's point, it does not mean necessarily approaching it from wide open access. We've chosen to regulate alcohol in some particular ways. We know that substances for young people with developing brains need some perhaps additional protection, safety guards around their developing brains to make sure that they can stay safe into adulthood. So it's possible when we think about that from a health point of view, we might choose regulation that in some ways is similar to some of the other regulations, some of the complexities that Cassandra just pointed out notwithstanding.
So words matter here. So I'm wondering what the difference is between legalization and decriminalization.
Well, legalization requires our state legislature to act and create the legal ability to possess and smoke marijuana, to sell it, to distribute it. I mean, there's a full, regulatory scheme and administrative scheme that has to be developed. Decriminalization is what we are really talking about now with the DA's offices. And, a couple months ago, I started not to prosecute smoking cases. I started to limit the ones I was prosecuting to see and to kind of demonstrate that there was not a public safety component to marijuana. And that's decriminalization, saying that, the DAs will choose not to prosecute in a criminal matter. For me in Brooklyn, I think it's pretty clear cut that, I've come out and said, while it's illegal, the police department should be able to issue summonses. But I support civil summonses, not criminal summonses. And at some point, when it's legalized, I'll be out of the business of regulating marijuana use.
Can I say something that's super important? People need to know that New York decriminalized marijuana in 1977.
Yep.
It's been 40 years. We removed criminal penalties for simple marijuana possession 40 years ago. And it's important to know that the reason why we got to a place where 800,000 people had been arrested for simple possession was because of a policing change.
That's right.
It is not because the law changed. We decided to decriminalize marijuana in 1977 because we knew in the 70s that it was a waste of resources. It was not an effective way for people to tell people to not use marijuana. And it was a way that was going to disrupt the relationship between community members and law enforcement. And it's important to know because in New York, in 1973, when Nelson Rockefeller, our then governor, created mandatory minimums for drug possession, white moms were really pissed because their kids were getting locked up for marijuana. I want to be really clear. White moms were really pissed that their kids were getting locked up for marijuana and then having to face mandatory minimums. And those people went and lobbied their district attorneys and said, this is not okay. Our kids should not be smoking marijuana, but they also should not be facing 12 years to life. And the district attorneys then went to the legislature in Albany and said, we can't do this. You have to fix it. And they decriminalized it. In New York in 1977, they said, if you have up to 25 grams, this is not a criminal offense. They already said that. They created the carve-out. If it's burning or if it's in plain view, then that is an arrestable misdemeanor. For everything else, it's decriminalized. Policing changed in New York in 1994. You can see the numbers. There were like, under Dinkins, there was like nothing.
Right.
Then you get to a place like Giuliani, we're at 51,000, Bloomberg, 50,000, 50,000, 46, 39. The law has been the same since 1977, so don't get okey-doked to think that this conversation is new, because basically they were never following the law in the first place. And that's why we say the drug war is designed.
That's right.
It is designed because they did it on purpose.
So we know what... So we're clear on what side of law and order you are on, District Attorney, but does that mean that you agree that you're ready? What would getting out of the marijuana business mean for you, and what do you think that means for the New York Police Department? If you could, for a moment, just imagine speaking for them.
Well, listen, I don't speak for the police department. What I do understand is that my obligation is pretty straightforward. I have an obligation to keep the people of Brooklyn safe. I also have a dual responsibility of fairness, and it is my stated purpose that I am going to help strengthen the trust in our justice system. The prosecution of marijuana cases is not keeping us safer, and it's corrosive to the relationship between community and law enforcement. You know, we've come a long way in the views of marijuana from where they were. 10 states have completely legalized marijuana. Another 20 states have medical marijuana. You know, the issue that I think the police department will be confronted with is in all of those states, public smoking continues to be illegal. Some, 1 or 2 states, it's punishable as a misdemeanor. In the other states, it's punishable as a civil offense. I do not believe that it should be a criminal offense. It should just be a civil offense. But in none of the states where legalization has taken place can anyone legally smoke on a street corner.
Mm-hmm. You know, Brian, one of the things that I would just point out here is that what your question sort of focuses on a conundrum that we're facing, which is that we have DAs like Eric Gonzalez who are trying to lead on this, and we have a New York City police force which sees it from a very different angle. When Ken Thompson, Eric's predecessor, first decided that he was going to change the policy of his office on marijuana arrests, Bill Bratton, the then police commissioner, was pretty bent out of shape. I interviewed him recently about this. As he said, Thompson jumped the gun. You know, he went ahead and did this. And yet, as we know, Thompson was responding to something that Cassandra just eloquently described, which was that he knew, because he lived in the community and saw that most of the marijuana arrests that the police were bringing to him were pretextual. By that, it's a fancy legal word for meaning it was an excuse to be able to see if there's something else going on. We see you're smoking, we think you're carrying, but we're really interested to see whether or not you've got a weapon, whether or not you've got priors. It was just an excuse to be able to get to it. I think when we look at the numbers, I mean, the one thing my business, journalism, is doing a much better job of right now, and the Times just did a terrific story to point out the discrepancy between community complaints and actual arrests. And I spoke to someone at the Manhattan DA's office, and it was just days before they announced their change in policy, and they felt that they'd been fibbed to by the police department, that the police department had always maintained there are more arrests in these communities because that's where we get the complaints. And then all of a sudden we have the data. That turns out not to be true. So part of the conundrum we're facing right now is we have DAs who are trying to push in a direction, and we have a pretty recalcitrant police department, which looks very different still than the rest of New York.
Well, I'll name the conundrum. Let's just name it. It's racism. I mean, it's racism. I mean, of course, Bill Bratton was bent out of shape. He was the architect for the broken windows theory, was instrumental in the quality of life crimes that were enforced on poor communities of color, and how all of those arrests that you talked about in Giuliani, how it happened from, you know, drinking in public to urinating in public, which we know where these crimes are enforced, right? So, I mean, listen, the police department is gonna have to, one, admit that they're racist, and two, start to unpack that, because we know that's what it is, and that's how all of these arrests happen. That's why getting to the bottom of this situation becomes, if I had to just be honest, it becomes talking in circles, right? We're just saying a lot of nice words. It's just a lot of rhetoric, but we're not getting to no solutions. And community members have long been informed about what the effects of their policing in the community does. So when we talk about 40 years, we're not talking about the effects of young people right now. We're talking about generational effects in our community from the impact of policing around drug wars. And these things is the direct reason why we can't strengthen something we don't have. You know, we don't have a trust relationship with the Justice Department because justice has never been served in our communities. So before we can develop that, we need to unpack this from the top down. And when we talk about cultural shift, it can't be that you just send a memo to the ADAs, look, we're not going to prosecute this. You need to bring these community organizations who are on the ground, who are in the trenches, doing this work every day, impacted, to the table, right? Before they tear the table down.
If they were at the table, what would the voice be? If you were invited into these rooms, what's the message?
Legalization, no fine, no criminal record, everything Cassandra said, retroactive, and then let's get to unpacking some resources, because that's what we need, right? Where's all of this money? We looked up there on the screen when we was watching this open up, $51 billion. Cool, cut us a check, and let's see if we can't find out the solutions.
So, you know, I think we may be at that moment now. I think we may be at the moment. The mayor has, you know, directed the police department to issue summonses. I think we may be at the moment where our state legislature is ready to act. And you have district attorneys who have, you know, sort of stepped up and spoken that they are no longer willing to prosecute cases. So I think we may be at this cultural moment where we can actually accomplish something in this regard.
So what do you and Cy Vance know that the other district attorneys don't, who weren't standing next to you saying no more from our office?
Well, I have Cassandra and I have other people who help, you know, talk about what drug policy should look like. And I think that's a tremendous resource that I brought. I also bring my own personal life experiences into this conversation. You know, for me, it's pretty simple. I want to make sure that we can continue to keep people safe. I think that at this moment in time, it's very difficult as I am trying to move cocaine and heroin and other things out of the criminal justice system by programs like Brooklyn Clear, then to have my assistant district attorneys prosecuting possession of marijuana cases doesn't seem right to me. It seems to be backwards. It's also about this moment in time when we have to have an honest conversation about the policing techniques, right? You know, as Tom said, it became a tool to do, you know, more investigatory kind of stops. And that's not what this law is about. I mean, we have to have a conversation about how much the public is willing to accept people smoking in public, which, while that will be illegal, what will be the police response to those kind of, you know, public nuisances where people are smoking and making other people angry with their smoke. And that, so
how about no police responses? How about we have some community responses to those kind of nuisance? Even with Project Clear, you said peer counselors and whatnot go to the precinct. Well, we could be starting doing some of that. We get those calls in to the precinct directs it to the community-based organization. We dispatch our credible messengers and our community members, and I bet you we can find solutions that does not involve summoning people or putting them behind bars.
But we actually do have to be honest about the community, and I have to say this because I definitely think if you bring community groups to the table into these rooms, you're going to have people that say all the things that Chino said, but you're going to have people that look like me and Chino that are going to say the complete opposite. right? And I think we do actually have a conversation that we were duped as well. Our communities really do believe the drug war propaganda. They really do believe that marijuana is a gateway drug. They really do believe that law enforcement is the only way to deal with drugs. And we actually do have to deprogram ourselves in the lies that we were told, in the programming that we were told. And that is going to be an investment. Because even right now, we're talking about marijuana, but when we're talking about the opioid overdose, heroin crisis, right? When we talk about that, when we started working on that for real, I was pissed. I was like, these white people dying, and now y'all want to do all this stuff for them? Like, people been dying for a very, very long time, and y'all didn't care about us, right? And for me, I didn't really want to work on it that much, right? Like, I kind of was just like, y'all let us die, and y'all kill us, and all, like, to be honest, right? But the conversation that we miss, right, is that our community is not even given the information to understand that the overdose rates are going up among the Black community. That in 2015, in the South Bronx, it went up 51% among Latino women. That in New York right now, overdose went up 80%. And then it went up 112% when it involved heroin or fentanyl. But we have been given this narrative that it is not us, right? And part of the reason why we've been giving this narrative that it's not us is because they have to reinforce the narrative that people are addicted by mistake, that Big Pharma did it to them, that people weren't dealing with the economic distress, that they weren't dealing with family issues, that they weren't dealing with the same issues that poor people and people of color have been dealing with, that they use drugs to cope with. White people are dying too, and they've been dying. It's not just that white people were dying, it was rich white people that were dying, because they didn't give a damn about poor people. And you see that in methamphetamine, you see that in crack cocaine, you see that in heroin. These conversations, there needs to be a complete deprogramming of everything we know about drugs.
Well, we're having this conversation, and we want you guys to participate in the conversation. We know some smart people there in the room, so make your way to the aisles. And in the meantime, while you're doing that and getting it together, we want to share something with you. So the opioid crisis is a public health emergency, as you just said, and we wanted to see firsthand what it actually looks like in urban spaces in our city. So we went to Washington Heights, where we met Mike, who is a former drug addict himself, and now he does outreach work in Washington Heights with Washington Heights Corner Project, where he works to prevent overdoses. So look at the screen and let's take a trip uptown.
I wasn't born an addict. I wasn't born homeless. You know what I'm saying? You get addicted to too much anything. You get addicted to chocolate. You get addicted to clothes shopping. You get addicted to gambling. You know what I'm saying? We all have addiction. We all have some type of addiction. I take this stuff, I leave it here because this is a hot spot where people come and use that. So I'd rather them use clean needles than pick up a needle off the ground and use it. And this is why I love my job, because I'd rather leave this stuff here for someone. I come back later on, it's gone. That means somebody will use it.
There's a lot of needles over here. So we're gonna come back later with the crew and do our hazardous waste pickup. But if you want this,
so we teaches them to use that cap by themselves. Don't share it. Back in the day, I'm the OG, so back in the day, we were sharing caps. And guess what? I was still coming from a family from the suburbs where I still got to go back there and, and live my life with them. So we also have to make knowledge to the community also.
We're also doing HIV testing, Hep C testing. We're out here letting them know about Hep C and HIV and letting them know by sharing utensils, sharing utensils, and stuff like that. It makes you more prone and
I like to put the orange top back on because it's you can't get poked when they put the orange top back on. So that shows that they have some type of morals. Let's cross. Can we cross now? I'll cross at any time. They call me Highway Mike. I panhandled on the highways. I panhandled on the Cross Bronx. Y'all kind of look out for each other. I'm gonna be out here today anyway. Today is a high usage day because it's the first of the month. I'm gonna be out here anyway. You want me to hang around? You want me to hang around a while or what? How you feeling? Big Unc, how you feeling? You want me to hang around a little while or what? Cause now you feeling good though. I know you are. I know you're feeling good. You just want to enjoy yourself too, but I want to make sure it don't overdose. That's it. But I know you want to enjoy yourself too as a night. Nobody was concerned back in the 70s and 80s when it was a black and Hispanic thing. But now it didn't hit the middle. It didn't hit the middle class. It didn't hit, like you just said. You know, it hit. I'm being straight up. It didn't hit. It hit white people, and now they want to. Now they're doing something about it. Opiate price crisis has been around since the 70s when we was down in Harlem. We've been dying behind us. We've been overdosing.
So I'm here with Waleem now.
Wale from Manhattan.
Okay.
And I live in the projects, NYCHA. And NYCHA, not just NYCHA, but it's all over everywhere. I was sitting in the park one day, East River, white woman walked past me smelling just like pot. So it's affecting, the smell is sickening. Mm-hmm. I live in the projects. Actually, in my building, they sell it like it's free, like it's legal. So you got this heavy pot smell all around you all day, every day. And you talking about legalizing it? Well, let me tell you something. Everything that Cassandra said is true, but why do we have to legalize it in order for young people not to be criminalized and everybody to be criminalized? Why can't it be dealt with and not be made legalized? I understand that white people benefit from everything and we don't. I got that part. But as far as legalizing it, okay, I'm sick of the freaking smell already. Not only that, okay, not only that, but this brother over here, Latino brother, talking about, okay, well, go in the hood and speak to all the community leaders because they're going to come together and do this, and this. Let me tell you something about community. City council, they all full of garbage, making 6 figures. They don't do crap for us. They just spend $317,000 on a resident leadership program, $317,000, when TPA money, participation money, is spent all the time sending us to conferences, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the city council, the mayor, none of these people come to the hood. And in my hood, it's like a tumbleweed blowing in the wind because nobody cares about it. It's like one of them old Western movies where you see the tumbleweed blowing in the wind.
In the wind, but you don't want to smell it.
Don't legalize it, but take the criminalization out of criminalizing us, because we're the ones suffering, and white people, which I have some very good white friends. Let's be clear. Yes. One of my white friends just paid a bill for me that was very exuberant.
Stop telling your business, Wale. Come on.
Let's get it clear.
So this is the duality that we were just talking about.
Yes, exactly. And I think one of the things about, so here's the thing. One, I will say we have to legalize it. And we have to legalize it because without legalizing it, we can't take away tools for the criminalization. We're not going to take away all the tools for the criminalization of our community because legalizing marijuana will not legalize black people.
We don't do scrap.
Okay, we got you.
We don't fight for ourselves, we don't protect our children, and you want to blame white people all day? No, we need to get at some of them old hood rats that are selling our young boys down the drain, and they still living, and our young boys are dying. The young boys are being slaughtered, and women, and our young women are being slaughtered, and them old niggas that been around for a while, they ain't doing squat, but they living, and our young people are dying. Now there that goes.
So what I will say to you is that you are, well, yeah, we need
some healing.
We definitely need healing, but we also need more information and we need resources because what's very clear about
what you're... We got a lot that we don't even
use.
Come on,
wait, listen for the answer, Wale.
We got too much that we don't use.
Stay with me. Come
Stop making excuses.
So one of the things that I will say is that part of the reasons why we're struggling so much is because we get all the criminalization without the resources.
That's right.
And so I think that's important. And I think when you're talking about how black people aren't doing work in here, I want every person that I work with that does drug policy reform to stand up in this room.
Where are you guys?
I've seen us,
And look at
HRC,
all these
Peer
people
Network,
standing and look
Vocal
at
New
you.
York, Washington Heights
Holla.
Corner Project,
Holla.
Drug Policy
Holla.
Alliance. We out here,
Holla.
doing all the work. We
Holla.
out here doing this every single day, and we
And
are
look at the
fighting
death
every
rate,
single day.
and look at all these people that stood up and look at what's still going on.
But what I
So-
will say is that we need more people. We need your passion. We need your understanding.
Amen.
And we also need your education. And part of the thing that legalization will do is we need places where people can consume marijuana that are not in the hallways
Right.
of public housing.
So,
and that
Doctor-
will happen with legalization.
The country is going down the drain.
I'm going to go to you right now, doctor, and see, listen.
You want to put up shooting
Okay.
galleries and
Walla,
accommodate, and
enough.
the only ones that are going to benefit are the damn drug dealers. That's going to
Okay.
benefit, and we're not. You want to
I'm over here.
galleries and accommodate these damn people that sell all this garbage.
So, doctor, I'm looking at you right now. We saw this man working in the field, doing harm reduction, putting out clean needles to minimize the impact of drugs. So we also know about the disparities that we were talking about before. What are the bars to entry for people who happen to be of color, who get put on a different path outside of treatment, and they put into a criminal model instead of an actual treatment model?
So I think, I think in some ways the gentleman we saw is really an example of what Chino said, which is one really strong part of the harm reduction network in New York City is they have been organizations that have incorporated people with lived experience who were able to stop using drugs, or some of them continuing to use drugs, but able to be productive members of an organization. And you saw how lovely that gentleman treated the person who was leaning against the tree, so respectfully, so much with dignity, and offered a hand. And I think that is really the model of having folks who are peer workers or community workers really approach people. And I just want to call out, I know this was not your question, but the health profession also, because though we are talking about taking a health-oriented public health approach, as a physician, I know that my colleagues and my profession has not always been gentle or treated people who use drugs with dignity and respect, and have been as stigmatizing and in some cases as punishing as criminal justice. And so we have, speaking about race and racism, we have our own work to do on the health side. Right. And I really want all of us to call out your healthcare providers and health professionals that you might be interacting with to say, treat me with dignity, and treat the person who has an addiction or has substance use with dignity as well. Because this is part of our job. We took an oath. This is what we're supposed to do, is do no harm and save lives. And so just by calling out, changing the direction from criminal justice to health really means us as health professionals also coming to the table in ways, and I really just want to offer respect to the DA and many other criminal justice folks in the city taking this step. We need to also. And I just want to be clear and not let us off the hook either.
You had a question?
Yes, my name is Darren Williams. I'm a lifelong resident of New York. And I just want to know, where does this concept, this idea of waging war come from? And how effective is this idea? Because we don't have we don't have a waging a war against poverty, and we don't have a waging a war against miseducation.
Well, we can start with Nixon for one thing.
war
in our
against racism,
lifetime.
right.
That's a good historical place to start, yes?
Yeah, Nixon, Oliver North, contracts in the garage. I mean, we could keep going. I mean, that raging war comes from, it's always been a war on people of color since the inception of America. That's where it comes from.
All right, I'm coming over here right now.
What's going on, y'all? Yes, to you, Cassandra. Just yes. Thank you for speaking. Yes, Cassandra. Two, I smoked today and I smell great. My hallway smells great too.
Don't poke the bear.
But my question is about the trap in the sense of what the DA and my neighborhood has done to Black and brown people in my community. Right after it was, quote, okay to jump the turnstile, you know, it was, you won't get summoned, you won't get arrested. You know, we had an unarmed black person holding a shower head down my block, murdered, you know, shot 9 times. You know, the trap now that I see is you can smoke outside. I feel like that's a trap to then again penalize black and brown people.
Right.
Nothing's really being done. It's a heavy police situation in the subways. Right after it was okay to jump the turnstile, it's going to even be worse when it's okay to smoke outside in the park that I frequent at to smoke because I don't want to make people upset in my, I'm not poking a bear, sorry. I don't want to make people upset about me smoking. So how do we turn it being legal and really address how the community looks when it comes to gentrification and the police violence of them being present in terms of legalizing these, quote, problems that we have?
Well, I think Cassandra addressed some of the issues of how we may get to that place, but it should be clear, and I hope that, you know, I've made the point that legalization as it currently exists in the other states in America do not have a place for outdoor public smoking. It's, you know, either a civil offense or a criminal offense. What we do here in New York State has to be done at the state level. You know, I am actively calling for it just to be a civil offense and not a criminal matter.
I would also say that part of it is that the conversation around drug arrests, so little of it is about drugs. Most of it is about policing. And I think we have to have a conversation in our communities about who we want to create the rules of accountability. How do we have public safety without armed people walking around, right? Like, that is actually a conversation that we can have. And what does community accountability look like? Because police officers have one job, right? They can only really do one thing. And so it's important for us to work with different community members that have different ideas about what safety looks like and build a social contract together that is not reinforced on the subjugation and capture of black and brown people. Because policing was built out of slave patrols in this country. And so, like, that history can never be erased. And part of that means that we can't really restore much to it. And so it means that we need to have a conversation about what are the possibilities that could be different about how we build accountability and how we build collective safety.
Accountability and collective, easy for you to say, accountability and collective safety. And we have a question before we even get to that point.
Yes, my name is Mel Blackman. I'm a former substance abuser myself, and I've been drug and alcohol free for 32 years. I'm also, actually that should have been 70 years clean because I'm 70. I'm also a former substance abuse counselor. I'm retired from doing that. But my question is, and I see people bounce all over, especially in the media, nobody's talking about prevention. Nobody. Prevention is the most important thing because it means everybody's child. Because nobody's even mentioning prevention. So how do we deal with prevention? Because, you know, if everything that we're talking about, and especially when it comes to the dynamic in the black community, like I said, I've been black for quite a while. You're right on point. But I'm saying, but when it comes down to this very serious problem that I've known about since the 60s, but now it's very prevalent in the news and every place else, right? When it comes to prevention, we're talking about everybody's child, but nobody's saying a word about prevention. How do we deal with that? Because, like, I'm even an author. This is not to advertise my book, but I'm an author of a drug prevention book. It's called You're Not My Friend. But it's not about the book. It's about people have to do something as far as that. Because everybody in this room, I'm going to say this and I'm going to shut up. Everybody in this room, I don't even know you because I can't even see half you. But everybody in this room, when you were a toddler, you were cautioned about putting things in electrical outlets, about sharp objects, and about hot surfaces. So why can't we start educating our kids when they're old enough to understand, you know, and comprehend what we're talking about? Why can't we talk to them about drugs so they don't pick it up in the first place?
All right. So, Doctor, I'm looking at you and Tom about this narrative that we've created around drugs and getting the toothpaste back into the tube when you can cut it off at the pass, essentially.
So I think the beginning of the video that that we all saw just as this program opened was the great example of failed prevention. It was that frying pan, showed you an egg, a whole egg. This is your brain. Cracked it open. This is your brain on drugs. And this ended up being the most widely made fun of drug prevention ad, certainly of my adolescence and adulthood. And so what we know about prevention from the science is that fact-based education about drugs is essentially ineffective, unfortunately. So simply providing the information has not been found to be effective at stopping people from picking up or trying drugs. What we know from many, many trials, many studies now is that life skills, broad-based negotiation, how to get along in the world, prevention is the right strategy. And that's building up families and children to solve problems, to promote resilience, to decrease exposure to trauma. And I think this connects us right back to policing and right back to keeping communities safe and from preventing children from being exposed to trauma by changing potentially policing practices, promoting community safety. And that is actually, even though you never necessarily mention the word drugs or substance use, is a prevention strategy. So I can just say a word or two. At the health department and at the city as large, we have undertaken a large mental health initiative called Thrive NYC under First Lady McRae. And much of that work is early childhood, is social emotional learning in schools, is supporting schools with mental health counselors. And though it is not named as substance use prevention, it is substance use prevention. Some of our work with the mayor's office around cure violence and credible messengers is really about substance use prevention, even though we're not always focused or exclusively calling out substance. So I think that's an important strategy. I'll just also mention another piece of prevention, and we talked a little bit about prescription painkillers, opioid analgesics, and this is also prevention, is shifting prescribing practices by health professionals to prescribe, as we call in our lingo, judiciously, more carefully, to use opioid prescription painkillers only when needed, because we know those are risky substances. And
they kind of do, though. I mean, if I had to be honest, I had back surgery last year, and I was in Detroit, and it was signs all in the emergency room that you're not gonna get no Oxycontin here. You're not gonna get any of those like opiates. And even when I was in New York getting prescriptions, because I had a pinched sciatic nerve. So actually, none of those was gonna work anyway, but it was hard for me to kind of find and I feel like, and I don't know because I don't have the statistics, but if I had to take just a wild guess, I feel like it might have had something to do with race. I'm not sure. Maybe?
Yeah.
And then just to touch on what you said, Doc, I feel like I agree with all of those things, but I think it doesn't necessarily get talked in prevention, but like constant prevention for folks who are former substance abuse users, healing. This trauma has to go somewhere. How do we heal from the impact trauma of not just using drugs, not just having an impact in our communities, but what that feels like in your everyday walk of life, right? Because like you said, Big Pharma, we got a pill for everything, don't we? Hey, did you wake up and see today? We got a pill for that. You know what I'm saying? Do you not want to go to work? We got a pill for that too. So we got a pill for everything except for how to get off drugs. But being able to, and I don't think that's something that just stays as the job of our community members to like put resources into what it would really take for our communities to heal from 400 years of trauma associated with criminalization in the context of the conversation about drugs.
Well, Chino, there are people working in our community right now trying to close that gap. We know that nobody really goes through substance abuse alone. There's a lot of people left in the wake in the community, and we met a family who's dealing with this, and at the center of that is some children with promise.
So I was thinking that we could start with a rose and a thorn and a bud for your day at school. So remember, a rose is something really exciting that happened throughout the day. A thorn is maybe something that happened that wasn't so great, and a bud is something that you're excited, you're looking forward to for tomorrow. Do you have a rose in mind? You want to share what it is? No. Do you want to share what the rose is about? Is it about class? Is it about a friend? Is it about gym? No? Okay, maybe we can come back to the rose. What about a thorn? Was there something that happened during the day that, so you had no thorns today? Okay, that's great. And what about the bud? Something that you're looking forward to for tomorrow?
Actually, I'm looking forward to it today.
Today? What is it?
Going out.
Going out? Okay. Do you want to talk about your rose, your exciting thing that happened today?
No.
No? Okay. So, if you ever, while we're playing Feelings Bingo, if you ever do want to talk about it, I'd love to hear it. Okay.
Did you want to go first? You can play Feelings Bingo. You can pick one of the faces. And can we talk about a time that we felt this emotion? Great. Want to go first?
I didn't find out until he was incarcerated for, I think even about 3 weeks or a month. But my daughter had the kids and other people was in and out of the house. I guess ACS made a home visit and really didn't like what they see, and they said we removing the children. And so that's when I got the call, when I take the kids or they was gonna place them. So I made a decision to take my grandbabies before they placed them in the system. When I first got the kids, she was involved in their life. I had supervised visits. We didn't have to go to the agency for her to come to visit. But as time progressed, my daughter stopped the visits, and still to this day, LeBron's is taking it the hardest.
I just want to take a second and acknowledge that beautiful family in the video who actually happen to be here with us tonight. And thank them for sharing their time and just the smallest sliver of their life. We really appreciate you guys. Where are you?
Hi. It is very true that smoking, drinking, and excessive drug usage is a health concern. It is a health crisis. And I just want to acknowledge and commend the DA, Eric Gonzalez, for acknowledging that it is a health concern and it should be dealt in that manner and not as a criminal matter. And in that regard, Eric Gonzalez and others who followed suit deserve to be commended for that. That being said, also a big thing that could go against, as the person over there said, is prevention. And the best way to prevent drug usage and from proliferating in our community is education. People should be educated from a young age how to live a healthy, wholesome, and good life that involves eating healthy, exercise, and staying clean from smoking, drinking, and drugs. And I think that if you want a prevention, people need to learn in schools from a very young age to be educated on how to live a healthy life, and that is the way to prevent it.
Thank you. Is that your question?
My question is, will you be willing to promote that as a part of the curriculum in schools, education against excessive drug usage?
Well, I don't think anybody here is for excessive drug use at all. So I'm gonna just ask you, can you talk about what a harm reduction model for a second looks like between the doctor and Cassandra, what that means right now in a place like Brooklyn to be performative with harm reduction for those who missed the boat of being clean their whole lives and eating healthy and doing that stuff. We don't throw them away. So how do we make that circle larger?
So I think one thing that we should just get out here in the open is that it's actually important the way that we talk about these things. And so the language that we use when we're talking about drug use is also super important for people to feel like they can ask for help or if they have questions. So oftentimes people create this dichotomy that some people are clean and some people are dirty. No one is dirty.
That's right.
No one is dirty, right? So like, if we're talking about like people being full human beings and full members of society, then we have to use words that actually speak to people's humanity, right? So like, it's not addict, it's not junkie, it's a person who uses drugs, right? It's a person. Like, using people-centered language is important. And I think if we're talking about, you know, Dr. Kunins just talked about how, you know, giving people like drug facts is actually not effective to do prevention work.
Right.
It goes counter to what we think. Like, we'll tell you all these different things and then you'll make the choices, but that's actually not what it is. It's about, what it goes to is the things that we know. It's about building full human beings, being human, giving people access. You know, housing, prevention is also housing. Prevention is also getting rid of the
That's
over-criminalization in our community.
right.
But what I will say is that organizations like Drug Policy Alliance, we get this question all the time. When I'm talking about prevention, I'm talking about preventing someone from dying. That's what I'm talking about. That is my main goal. My main goal is to make sure that New York doesn't have 1,400 people that have died. That is my main goal. That is what I want to prevent. I want to prevent people from going into the criminal justice system because that doesn't make them any healthier and it doesn't help them any much, right? But DPA, we've had that conversation and really having, what does it mean to have conversations with young people about drugs? I'm gonna point to my colleague right over there, Sasha, who has worked, has been a part of the iteration of that work on a curriculum called Safety First, which we have piloted in a high school here in New York City and is currently being evaluated. And the Safety First books are available at our information desk out front, which actually brings in all these conversations. How do we have honest conversations? Because the other thing that's super important in talking about prevention, for the way that this group looks, is that we got to prevent our kids from dying. Because we have the tools to deal with someone's addiction, but we don't have the tools to deal with someone's incarceration or their death based on over-criminalization.
Or in a lot of instances, their return home after they've dealt with those things and gotten involved in the criminal justice system. Dr. Cassandra and her colleague are in the schools and they've got Safety First, but who's doing it right? Where should we be looking to?
So I think I'm aware of their curriculum, and we're really excited to see an evaluation. I think that one thing that's hard about prevention is that it takes time. It takes multiple interactions with young people over time, that are what we would call developmentally appropriate. So starting, that is in ways that are appropriate in elementary school and continuing on. And again, just I would say focus around decision making and problem solving. So there are some schools, including here in New York City, who are taking this on and doing this well. We at the health department are trying to put out fact-based information that raises awareness about help that's available, including, I'm hoping some of you have seen our ads that are up called I'm Living Proof that feature both the medications methadone and buprenorphine and have real New Yorkers talking about their experience taking those medications as treatment for having an opioid addiction. And so putting out accurate information as well as positive role models that can show what prevention and treatment, I'll add. You asked though about harm reduction, and I want to pick up on that because I think Cassandra got at some of it, and I feel like the film that we saw again really got at that. The lingo is meeting people where they're at. So it's finding what people want for themselves, helping them say what their goals are, and as a harm reduction worker or a healthcare worker is, how can I help you get there? How can I assist you? And that's, to me, what harm reduction is. And it's kind of mind-boggling for those of us who have worked in treatment programs which have said sometimes, this is my goal for you. I don't really care what you want. This is my goal, and you're going to do it, right? And so we know that, and you can think about your own, any of us have behaviors we want to change, something we want to change about ourselves. And if someone comes along and says, do this, I don't care what you want, it's hard to go along with. And so harm reduction, common sense, practical, makes sense with human behavior is, how can I help you? What would you like? Let me help you get there. And that is what we saw in that film.
Gotcha.
Hi, Vertina Brown, TR's Way Scholarship Foundation. I have a two-part question. The first question is, if you guys intend on legalizing marijuana, are you going to distribute it back into the communities from when you confiscated it from drug dealings? And also, if that's going to happen, is this a means of profiting off of the black communities?
It's a deep question.
So what happens after legalization, and even broader, the retroactive police actions that happened? Are records going to be expunged if the law changed and marijuana is no longer against the law? Are people who had records now going to be free of those records and charges dismissed?
Well, it's one of the recommendations that has come out of the Justice 2020 initiative is how do we go back and take a look at the harm that the war on drugs has caused. And, you know, one of the recommendations is to go back and to seal as many of these convictions as possible, in particular in the area of marijuana. Now, the sealing statute that was recently passed is somewhat limited, but I am a proponent of going back and sealing these cases. People should not have a conviction on their record on these charges. And so we're going to take a look at it. My office has already started this work, and I think that's going to be part of a greater public service announcement to try to figure out how we can do this without having people have to hire attorneys at great expense to get their records sealed. And we have to also talk about whether or not the current sealing statute is sufficient, because it does require a lot. It requires people to have been convicted in excess of 10 years ago and not to have a certain number of convictions. So we need to go back and look at that. But one of the things that I believe you will see coming out of my office in the near future is figuring out how to do this without having people having to hire attorneys to get their records expunged and sealed.
Oh, go ahead.
And if we're really having that conversation about sealing, expungement, then every dollar that somebody had to pay in a fine or a summons under a marijuana conviction should go back to the community. And that is very easy to find, because when you don't pay that summons, that warrant gets issued, right? So if you can find me to execute a warrant, you can find me to put this money back into my pocket.
Yeah, I mean, to be very clear, we need reparations.
Yep.
And to be clear, everyone's only talking about that for marijuana, but to be very clear, we're watching that they knew that criminalizing people for addiction was wrong. We're watching that with the heroin crisis, where everyone's talking about, like, we can't arrest our way out of this problem, we have to do it different. So that means they knew. So we don't just need reparations for marijuana legalization, we need reparations from all the criminalization that has happened for all the drugs, all the things that we lost in the 50s, 60s, and 70s from the first heroin crisis, all the monies that in 1971, when we were in the height of our first heroin crisis, New York City pulled money together to create an Office of Special Narcotics. They created a specific prosecuting office to deal with drugs because they thought that investment was going to help us deal with the heroin crisis, right? It is 2018, and lo and behold, we're in another crisis. So divest the money from that office and give the money back to the communities, right? Like, how do we have conversations about that?
We have a question here.
It's a broader question.
About exactly where that money could go.
Hello, my name is Cheyenne, and I'm a teenager. And
Welcome, Cheyenne.
And my question is, like, the broadest of all. What do we do in this situation? Like, is there anything the teenagers of this generation, because, we are the future, what can we do to fix, like, in any choice we make, if we're with preventing or legalizing, because there are a lot of teenagers who do marijuana, how can we change what's going on right now?
Well, I think by you asking that question, obviously having the bravery to want to figure it out, I think finding a community-based organization that's based in your neighborhood and getting involved and spreading that message. Because let me tell you something, you are a teenager, right? So how I'm gonna talk to another teenager is gonna be completely different than how you talk to a teenager. So it's important that each one teach too, and I think that begins with you.
I don't know if he's quite a teenager, but his question is valid.
My name is Xavier, and I come from a place called Cephalo, and my building in Glenmore, there's a lot of like drug violence and gun violence, and it happens every day. Like you can hear it happening, and you know when I go out, see a lot of people, you know, doing drugs and stuff, and I was just saying like. We can fix this problem if we legalize marijuana, then some of the problems that we have would be fixed. Like people wouldn't have to smoke in the hallways.
That's right.
Because smoking is bad for children, for their lungs. So people wouldn't have to smoke in hallways. They could have a place to smoke in. So, yeah.
Even the baby knows.
Even the baby knows. It's like, I'm not making shit up. You gotta hire him.
Steal my job, get out of here. So when we are crafting these things and looking at how resources could be brought back and redistributed into the communities, where are the community voices at the table, and how do the voices get heard to say, this is what we want? We're not calling about marijuana being a problem. We're calling about the problems being a problem. Where do those resources go? All right, next question.
Hi, my name's Youngmi Lee. I'm a supervising attorney at Brooklyn Defender Services. I'm basically a public defender. So my question is about the marijuana policy. Which I appreciate, but the policy comes with two exceptions. The first is that the police cases will still be prosecuted if there's a public nuisance, and secondly, cases will still be prosecuted if the person has a criminal record. So my first question is, who decides what that public nuisance is? And if it's the NYPD, aren't we just going back to that discretionary policing that has led to the racial disparities? Exactly. And then secondly, my question has to do with people with criminal records, which is that I represent a lot of people who, just by virtue of the neighborhood they live in, they have criminal records. So what is the policy rationale behind continuing the prosecution of people with criminal records if marijuana offenses are deemed to be low level and shouldn't be prosecuted?
Especially if those criminal records have to do with marijuana.
Exactly.
So it's yeah, okay.
Those are my two questions.
Yeah.
So let me try to address the current policy in the Brooklyn DA's office. The policy we have in Brooklyn does not actually implicate people's criminal records. We decline to prosecute people who have criminal histories, have been arrested and been convicted of crimes. That's not a bar for us to decline to prosecute that case. What we've been talking about is the public nuisance, and we heard the discussion in this room today. About 1/2 of all the arrests that we get into our office come out of NYCHA. So we have about 4,300. We had about 2,100 arrests that came out of NYCHA. And we've made exemptions for, like, you know, smoking around young children, schoolyards, public transportation, places where people would actually be subjected not just to the smell, but to the smoke of marijuana, where people have concerns. And so I am trying to balance a system which, you know, currently there's you know, it's illegal to smoke marijuana. I'm trying to balance that with the rationale that I do not believe that marijuana prosecutions are keeping us safer, but also trying to understand that in New York City, to make public policy one borough at a time is a disaster.
That's right.
That we need to help lead, and that's why I spoke out about and revealed that I actually had been starting the process of declining to prosecute smoking cases. And I think, so that's where we're at. We're in Brooklyn, we're not relying on someone's criminal history to make that decision. I am mindful, however, that, you know, a young mother who's coming out of her building should not have to be subjected to smoke as she's taking her kids to preschool or kids in a park.
So did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Get over here. Come on. We're closing in on our last 10 minutes here.
How are you?
Hey.
My name is Gia Marone. I am from Brooklyn. And first of all, thank you to everyone here. I was really happy that someone finally said education, because I was sitting back here like a bobblehead. Like, yes, I am in the industry. I don't call it marijuana. I do call it cannabis. And so there really is a point to my question. So one, I do agree that education needs to be taught from elementary on up. Why? Because cannabis is medicine.
That's right.
All right? And so what I consistently hear is the consumption of smoking, which I actually agree. I personally don't like smoking, and I'm a former cigarette smoker as well as a former cannabis smoker. I do not consume in the form of smoking, but in terms of oils, in terms of topicals. So the decriminalization of marijuana, because I have to say that in this case, is necessary because there are patients that have lupus, that have sickle cell, that have high blood pressure, that have eczema, untold illnesses that unfortunately many of us have not been educated about. As Cassandra pointed out, which she knows I'm a huge fan of hers, we've not been taught, and we have been lied to. And that's why oftentimes, as this brother pointed out, there's a pill for everything. Meanwhile, there are plant-based medicines that could help us. Now, in terms of addiction, as I consistently hear over and over, people have sugar addiction, have caffeine addiction.
That's right.
So it's a matter of education, and there really is a question at the end of this, in a matter of education and teaching us the proper uses, just like everything else that comes with directions.
That's right.
The proper usage. And so my question is in terms of law enforcement, because now we're decriminalizing. I do hope that within your program, and I do know Eric as well, we both rep Brooklyn, in your program, that we are educating law enforcement, right? Because there not only needs to be education from the elementary age, which, by the way, there are colleges that are now creating programs around cannabis. I am in this industry. I am seeing colleges launching majors in this. For Black and brown people to not be in this, please, people, wake up. We are 1% in this industry that is billions. I understand the hesitancy, and I do have to wrap it up. I'm so sorry.
Please,
but please, please include education to law enforcement.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you. So to that end, speaking of education, we've got some great partners who are here tonight who are tabling outside, who have information. There's also in the studio across the way, the folks from Vocal NY have set up a simulated safe injection site. So you can go and actually check that out and see what the experience would be like. I know we're going to try to get as many questions as we can as we're closing in on our last 6 minutes. But Tom, I just wanted to go to you. This is a sea change. All right, Chino, one sec. We've seen a sea change now in the way that we are relating to cannabis and other drugs. And just from you seeing the arc here in the city, I wonder if you have any sort of prescriptive way forward with the way that you as a journalist frame things that can help to shift the conversation around the way that we language ourselves into solutions for drugs.
Well, a couple of things. I mean, one is we are at this remarkable moment. I mean, I thought I was fantasizing, but I did see a front page of the Daily News in the last week that called for the legalization of marijuana. Right. And I can tell you, having worked at the Daily News in the 80s and the 90s, that that's a dramatic change from the paper I worked for at the time. So we're about to make, I mean, the DA said he thinks that we're going to get this legalized through the state legislature. I would not be so certain of that, because we have something called the state Senate, which is still controlled by Republicans, and which I think is probably going to look at this with a lot of questions and probably do their best to be able to push it off. But in my business, in journalism, I think I've seen the shift from writing about drug users as perpetrators, as people who we needed to be fearful of, as people who were someone other, you know, like I mentioned this word, junkies, you know, which was shooting galleries, you know, like whenever there would be a bad death, a really gruesome one, we would pick up the cops' words for drug-related. And anytime you sort of coupled the word drug-related with a death, it was kind of like saying, well, it doesn't really matter. You know, like these are, you know, this is something that doesn't have to do with you. I think that we've changed that conversation a little bit. Certainly the Marshall Project, we're trying to be part of that. I'm seeing it in other publications. I mentioned that great story by the New York Times recently that pointed out the huge lie that we'd been told in terms of the police response to marijuana arrests coming from community complaints, when really it was driven by the police department's own sense of where they wanted to be able to crack down. So, you know, in terms of the way forward, we just need to be able to continue to look askance at some of the lies we've been told over the years. You know, we started out with a picture of Richard Nixon. I think I'm probably the only person up here who was probably around to be able to vote against Richard Nixon. And I remember it as a proud moment, because he was involved in not one quagmire, the drug war, but also two quagmires, which was the war in Vietnam.
That's right.
And he coupled something in our neighborhoods that was destructive. He coupled drugs with violence. We haven't talked much about that tonight, but the drive towards addiction drove violence in our communities. There's no question about that. And the question is, like, if we can decouple those two things, we'll have taken a dramatic step forward.
Chino, you're going to have the last word.
Oh, no, not the last word.
The last word.
Actually, it was a simple question. It was for Eric. Can I get an invite to the Justice for 20 table? Because I feel like I should be sitting there. I don't know.
Well, so the answer to that is absolutely. We want as many people to partake. And I think as we're wrapping up here, one of the things that we can be proud about in Brooklyn is that we are taking the first steps to change how we not only handle marijuana, but how we are dealing with people who drug use issues and drug misuse. To think that the DA's office is actively sending cases outside of the courtroom, right? Saying that the DA's role is not to supervise the drug cases, but in fact, sending them back to the community.
Okay, we are literally 5 seconds out, so I appreciate you being here. Thank you guys for being here. Most of all, thank you for your questions and the passion that we feel in the room. We really appreciate it. The conversation is going to continue. The hashtag #BeHeard. To check out any of those videos that we saw, please find us online. We thank you all for being here tonight, and we'll see you next time. Thank you, Brad.
You got the Jordans, LeBrons, Kobe's, and KD's. And you got all the numbers in their series. Or maybe you got Asics, Adidas, and Reeboks with special matching graphic socks. You may have dead stock or some beaters. Or ones just wanted by the hype eaters. So protectors, cleaners, and wipes are a must. You would scream and cry if they had a flick of dust. Early alarm times and long receipts and any type of shoes that you call heat. Matchy with the little one. Room filled up, but still not done. Custom kicks or rear joints. Any shoe made to shoot 3 points. Signatures and collaborations. And party packs for celebrations. OG colorways with plush leather and restoration so they look better. Display boxes and Ziploc bags. Damn! You still got the Jumpman tags? Trade you for this and trade you for that, and these will go dope with my new snapback. You can have the new releases or old retros, and you can go to all the launch shows. And you wish your babies go up on sale. But you know they won't, because they everyone's grails. And it doesn't matter how this life is said, because you know this is the life of a sneakerhead.
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for Off-White, cause she love my Off-White. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait.
Why do I keep low when my checks on new ish?
We're looking out on this.
Work hard for those connects, dog. So don't fuck me over. That's all I'm saying. Okay?
Yo, D, was that who I think it was out there?
Yeah, it was Chase.
What was he doing here?
He's my plug. My sneaker plug.
That dude's grimy. I still think he has something to do with getting me knocked.
Man, like I said, keep that street shit on my shop. Besides, That was a long time ago.
Yo, I did 10 years, D. A dime. Look, I'm just saying. Watch your back.
Camping has always been fascinating to me. To love something so much you'll sleep outside overnight and spin a grip just to cop it? That's love. I don't even love my mama that much. And I love my mama.
That was on my king thing. I got the.
What is this?
I got the 3 kings.
Nah, that's crazy. You want me to get some Snickers when we walk up in there? All right, cool. Say no more. Got it for you, baby. Stay beautiful.
You're
All right, cool. You like my Snickers?
Yeah, this is nice.
Guess how much I paid for these?
How much?
Nothing. Got them for free. Yeah, exactly, baby. Stay beautiful.
So, larceny. Did you get that body from working on the yard?
What? Yo, why are you always here?
Hey, yo, shorty, got my kicks?
Bitch, look alive.
Yes, sir. Buscemi's right here in every color.
Yo, it's your man, Hannibal, the God. Picking up his exclusive Buscemi's from Woodstack with your girl. What's your name, Ma? Uh-oh, sorry, Ma. It's only 10 seconds. Snap.
Bitch, what was that?
Hey, peep game. If you want to get a man's attention, you gotta learn how to speak his language. Speak it fast.
Is that so? So tell me. What's your language? All right, girl. I am gonna go get some stuff waxed. I'm gonna talk to you later, okay?
Later, girl.
Oh, come on, bitch. It ain't never that bad. Bye, bae.
So if you guys have to wear one pair of sneakers for the rest of your life, what would it be?
What sneaker?
One pair of sneakers.
My J's, my cement threes.
Your cement threes?
They gotta be the ones.
Black cements, man. Black cements.
Yeah, it's a black cement threes, but sometimes I don't like shoes. I like being barefooted.
I was a kid, right? And I was in the kitchen with my grandma. So I had found some time to ask her for a pair of kicks that I wanted. I asked, begged her for these Jordans. It was a 17. They came in a suitcase, blue, white, and black joints. Loved them. Best Jordans I've ever seen. So I asked her for she played. She said no, I couldn't get them. I cried.
You cried for some sneakers, son?
I cried.
So, how does this work?
Well, right now I'm just checking the inventory because we're supposed to get a shipment in next week.
Yo, what up, boy?
Yo, Lars, I appreciate when we in the shop, you keep it professional at all times. Feel me?
I get it. All right, no doubt.
Thanks.
Hey, yo, shorty, I'll be back.
Where you going?
Where the Lars can go.
He went outside.
I'll be back.
Your word is your bond. That's what's up. All right. So look, let's just find a time next week. We'll link up, we'll make this shit happen. All right? I'm in. All right.
Yo, look, man, I ain't mean to interrupt.
Oh, nah, it's cool, D. I mean, boss.
I ain't mean to come at you like that.
Nah, say no more, fam. It's cool. I gotta learn to respect your bossness. You know? It looks good on you, man. Look, I'm really just trying to get used to things on the outside again. You know? Things done changed.
Brooklyn's changed. But hey, it's a good thing, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I remember when they were giving out beatdowns on Ralph Ave. Now they're giving out lattes. Crazy, right? But good looking out for the job, man. Not too many people give a second chance to an ex-con, you know?
Come on, man. We go way back. Besides, I believe in giving second chances. Yo, look, you remember when we dreamed of being sneaker guards?
Oh, yeah, man.
You remember when that Run DMC joint came out?
My Adidas! Yo, we had the tracksuits, I had the glasses.
Pages, the gold chain.
The money, the honeys. Yo, whatever happened to that one honey that you hollered at outside of the tunnel? Remember? Yo, she had the fat...
My wife. You got a kid?
Yo, but she had the fat...
Wife, dog, wife.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Tell her I said hello. All right. She got a sister?
Come on, man.
I'm saying, if there's two of them, we could double date. We should do a double date, you know. I just got out, man.
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, before she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet. Pretty laces, and they even had a little pink. I started getting really hot, thirsty, need a drink. Or even splash water on my face, where's the sink? Okay, let me breathe, cause now I'm acting like I'm...
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price, cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for Off-White, cause she love my Off-White. Gotta cop that on site, then I call that shit a night, bitch, I lied.
Why do I keep flowing my checks on new-ish?
I could get used to this door-to-door service.
Don't get used to it, okay? I have some errands to run.
Thank you, baby.
Is that Lawrence from Halsey Street?
Oh, yeah. I didn't tell you I gave him a job?
A job? Are you sure you can trust him?
Yeah, he's cool. He just got out of jail, though.
Oh, so you hiring ex-cons now?
It's not like that.
Well, who's that?
Or that's Sasha. I didn't tell you about her either?
No, you didn't tell me about her either?
She's the cashier. She's a good kid.
She's cute.
Is she? I ain't even noticed.
Oh, you didn't notice, huh? That's good. You scared?
Should I be?
You might want to be. Just a little.
Girl, you need to stop. I told you, he doesn't like you. No, he doesn't. If he did, he would have said something already. Listen, I'm tired of you talking about him. You're so annoying. Can you stop? I said to stop. Whatever.
You on your phone again?
Girl, let me call you later. Boss man is here.
And clean off this counter. What is all this?
Just some designs I'm working on.
You did these?
Yes. I have dreams too, you know.
They're good. Really good.
I know.
The word is thank you. What do you mean my shipment was canceled? Well, who canceled it? You can't just give my shit away. I've been waiting on that stock for 3 weeks.
How far will one go to grab the hottest kicks when you're a legit sneak freak? The fact is, there are no limits if you're a true head. What's stack where it's all wood? Sasha speaking. May I ask who's calling? Lars, phone.
Hey, shorty, who is it?
They wouldn't say.
I need my shipment. You know what? I'm on my way there now.
How'd you find me here? Yo, for real, son? You sweating right now, and it's not a good look. Yo, I told you, I'll have your bread. I just need... Give me a little more time. Yo, you for real? Hello? Yo, hello? Yo, boy, I've been texting and calling you for hours.
I never did it.
Oh, you're a terrible liar. You stay on that phone 24/7.
Oh, you damn sure did. I must have hit it when it was in my pocket.
Yo, enough with the excuses, bro. I seen that dude that robbed me, yo. We gotta run down on him.
Yeah, for sure. Can I wait till tomorrow? Cause
Bro,
I'm first in line. You know, I gotta make sure at least get...
the OGs don't come out until the day after tomorrow. You know that.
You know how these lines we getting, fam. I'm not trying to take no chances, man.
Bro, what we gonna do is maybe gonna take a couple hours. You're gonna be standing on this line for a couple days. I need to get my shits back.
All right. Damn, man. Come on, man.
What a sound.
It's him, I'm telling you.
So, you saying the guy that robbed you is just some college kid?
Yeah, something like that.
Son, you really close to getting your street cred taken away.
Yo, shut up.
You sure this is a crib, man?
Yes, I'm sure.
You sure he home?
No, but he lives here, so eventually he gotta come in or go out.
Right, you right. You say he had a hand and stuff?
Yes. I mean, I didn't see it, but you know, I heard him cock it.
Shit, nigga, that's crazy right there. I don't know if these joints are worth getting bodied over, man, for real.
Says the man who's willing to sleep on the street for 3 days.
Dude, not the same. These are limited releases. Big difference. You gonna get your sneakers back today, though.
Need that bread, man.
Don't worry about it, man. I got you.
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, but first she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen.
We're gonna keep this thing going and give it up for Norbert Jr.
Because there's been so much propaganda and education around creating a certain thought process that we have lined ourselves with, the only way in which to disseminate them is to create things that disrupt the pattern of the algorithm that informs us to act a certain way. So rather that be just through like raw, like artistic creations, or rather it be through like inherent propaganda that educates us through the ridiculousness of the things that we can now exist underneath. I'm not of the belief that like one unified effort is going to get rid of it, because Ninja Rule says if you put all the ninjas in one room, then everybody can kill all the ninjas. Ninjas spread out and do different ninja shit. There's too many ninja tribes. That's the reason why the ninjas are still out here. Like.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them.
When I make a beat, it's a feeling thing. And I say like, I like tap out random shit. Like that's literally just me like feeling how I feel in the environment and using what devices I have to create something that is melodic and has a certain definition in terms of the way like the beat hits. I was like drawing something, I was like, wait, this is literally the same process as some shit I did like an hour and a half ago when I was making that beat. And I was just throwing a collection of chords or a collection of melodies, and then and bringing in some like emphasis to it with like a beat that's rhythmically inclined. I draw rhythmically. I draw within like a context of like a beat, so to speak, within like a constant like a constant metronome, more or less. I guess maybe there's like one in my head that I can't turn off. But yes, there's that correlation. I just feel like I'm a musician or a beat maker or a singer or a songwriter who makes visual things. A part of what Shiva does is that like, when Shiva like has a level of awareness, it opens up its third eye and destroys in order for new things to be created. It's my form of destruction, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people did that shit, you know, like G.G. Allen was doing that, like TV on the Radio was doing that, Bad Brains was doing that, Dilla was doing that, you know what I'm saying? Like, all these people were doing that shit, like making things that destroyed that then became a form, you know what I'm saying? And in a way of both observance to the forms existing, and also in a way, and also in blindness of, like, they didn't see those forms because of, it's like, oh, I'm just doing what the fuck I want to do. And I see that's the same shit I'm doing with my art, you know what I'm saying? I'm aware of the forms, but I'm blind to them when I'm making, so that, in hopes, like, new forms will be made. And I don't care if it's my form or whoever's form, you know what I'm saying? There needs to be more shit.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them. And I done tried evolving, but every day I'm walking. From my past to provoke all this talking, toss it around and pretend it ain't true. Cause I don't even think about you. So SWIM stands for, or swimmer's ear. There's like 3 M's in it, and it stands for music, math, and mechanics, like social mechanics, or like, you know, engineering or whatever. That, like, music is like my art, like medium. It's like, in music, it's like the waves. Think of like a sine wave. I was trying to make it go from being like the swim to just being like a sound wave. That's why I came up with the logo like that. The first rule of time travel is don't time travel because you fuck shit up. But because we do time travel, once we have an awareness of that, that's like the present state. And that's like, as I am coming into the realization I am a time traveler and whatnot, and how to like deal with that, it's frustrating most days, you know what I'm saying? Like, the last thing I want to do is be like, oh, why am I over here when I can be here and I should be here, but I'm still over here. Place could be in the future, that place could be in the past, you know what I'm saying? But I have access to a more fruitful place that is literally right in front of me, but I am not able to like stop time traveling enough to like be present for my own self, to allow like whatever is in front of me to like flourish. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm so stuck time traveling. I'm either in the future or I'm in the past. Maybe we ought to think twice before we hands up!
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you just dream.
We'd like to acknowledge and pay deep respect to the indigenous peoples, past, present, and future, in particular the Lenape and the Canarsie. We acknowledge and are extremely grateful to them for the land that we are gathered on this very moment. Please join me in this acknowledgement with much respect and gratitude. How do we begin to undo 400 years worth of ties, respecting the ties that bind us while dismantling the knots that would keep us in bondage? A national anthem, a foundational document, an original sin. One nation under God, indivisible, our collective birthright. Square that with the constant drumbeat for a remedy for grievances that stretches back to the 1607 arrival of America's first undocumented immigrants. On the east bank of the Powhatan River, about 2.5 miles southwest of modern-day Williamsburg, Virginia. In what was once the Sukumana country of the indigenous Powhatan people. A relationship that started with dancing and feasting and evolved less than 2 generations later into a treaty that confined the Powhatan to reservations and required the declining indigenous community to pay yearly tribute to the English for the privilege. If the dictionary definition of compensation or money or material payable by defeated country to another country or individual for losses suffered during or as a result of war is to be believed, then America's first formal experiment with reparations left its indigenous people in debt to an alien enemy combatant. We've come a long way since 1646. What about reparations now? With all due respect to that historical context, we have some contemporary thought leaders here to share their respective insights. It's a question with deep roots leading to a national conversation that's finally starting to bloom. And we're here to do our part and confront it as a community. Welcome to this BRIC Be Heard Town Hall presented in collaboration with Seeding Sovereignty. Taking a walk right now to introduce you to those folks I prefaced just a little bit earlier. You can see the town in our town hall is here. Thank you guys for joining us. So if you are watching on television or on the internets right now, or if you happen to be in the room, we appreciate it. And I'm going to do the honor of introducing the folks who are assembled for our panel here. Start with the chief.
This town hall is BS. You want to discuss reparations?
We do want to discuss reparations, and we're going to do it as a collective. So if you would like to take part of the conversation, we'll have the conversation.
It's BS.
Thank you.
It's not a campaign slogan for the Democrats to try to fool people into voting for them.
You know what? The reparations movement is happening, and if you'd like to participate, you can stay.
Reparation is not a game. Reparation is not a game. Reparation is not a game.
All right, is everybody else secure in their seats? Let's have a conversation. And I can assure you, no one in this building, no one in this zip code thinks that reparation is a game. Agreed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and my community? All right, forward. I'm going to introduce you right now to Chief Perry. Thank you for being here right now. It really is an honor to have you here, especially in the face of people who would make that we're not here, but we're glad to have you. Just to let you know, Chief Dwayne Perry is the chief of the Ramapo Lenape Nation, and he is no stranger to the front line. He's also a Vietnam veteran, and he's been engaging in a fight right now for his very community. So thank you for spending some time with us this evening, Chief. All right, now I'm looking at Noah Millman. Noah Millman is a Brooklynite. He also happens to be a screenwriter, and he is a columnist and critic at The Week. Thanks for joining us, Noah. Coleman Hughes is a columnist and contributor at Quillette, the New York Times, as well as the Wall Street Journal, and he's also written for the National Review. Thanks for joining us, Coleman. And L.Joy Williams, in addition to being a brilliant political strategist, is also the president of the Brooklyn chapter of the NAACP. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. The Reverend Mark Thompson is here. He's one of the early founding members of NCOBRA. We appreciate him being here. He's been a voice on reparations and the fight for liberation for a very long time, and we're happy that you were here this evening.
Thank you.
Finally, Professor Catherine Franke is here. She's a professor of law, gender, and sexuality studies at Columbia University, and you may be very interested to know is the author of the just-released book. Oh, it gets better. The book is titled Repair, Redeeming the Promise of Abolition, and just by way of a little letting you know what it's about, it makes the case for racial reparations today by telling the story of an experiment in South Carolina and Mississippi in the 1860s where people were actually given land as a form of reparations that was later taken away from them. So, historical context, and it's all in the book. So, we're going to start with, Professor Franke. Welcome. So I'm going to Bernie Sanders you all for just a moment. I'm saying we're talking about reparations, but what is it? I'm going to ask each of you, starting with you, Chief, to give me your working definition of reparations.
Well, my thought is perhaps the most important thing that reparations can do is present history and knowledge as it really occurred, not as a paradigm to abuse and to manipulate the society. A good example would be my people were instrumental in ensuring the success of the American experiment. However, they said, we'll let you guys stay alive in place. That's okay. That meant we were the first slaves in the state of New Jersey. So reparation, I think, have to start with the integrity of true history, of knowledge, before we can work beyond some more finite approaches.
So Noah, from where you sit, how would you define reparations today?
I'm probably the least qualified to do that on the panel, but when I think of what reparations means, it is an attempt to reconcile with the past between communities that one has suffered at the hands of the other. And whether that is in the form of monetary or whatever, it is an intracommunal agreement, effectively, that what we are doing now is settling a long-standing grievance.
L.Joy, I know you're a fan of a very large perspective on just exactly what reparations meant, but if you had to top line it and give your elevator pitch, as it were, what would you say reparations are now?
Well, I would begin where the chief begins. Is the first thing is the acknowledgement and the truth-telling of our combined history. And so that means not telling the story of the American experiment if we're simply talking about reparations here. You know, there's a larger conversation about reparations. But if we're talking about it here, then we have to tell the true story, and it can't be through the lens of the white colonizers who were here. So it has to be a holistic conversation, starting with there. We're talking, you know, you mentioned the book. We're still uncovering stories and places of, you know, what was done, what harm was done. That is part of reparations. Part of it is uncovering everything and then being able to tell the true story. Following that is then the discussion on how do we repair? How do we provide whatever resources or what have you that contribute, you know, that contributed to where the community is. But the other piece that I take from the UN's definition of reparation is there's also at the end this making sure that it's not done again. And so when we're talking about reparations overall, it's uncovering, it's truth-telling, it's, yes, the discussion on how do we repay. And for me, that doesn't necessarily always have to be in the form of a check and written out from who and who writes the check. There's a repayment, and then there's also a commitment not to repeat it again. And that comes in different forms as well. So for me, I would say that is my working definition of reparations, beginning with the truth-telling. And because people are afraid of the conversation of a check and who receives it and who writes it, we never start at one, which is truth-telling and uncovering.
So Noah, how do these Coleman perspectives jibe with your idea of reparations?
Well, I think we've seen in the past few months that the word reparations increasingly means whatever anyone wants it to mean in the moment. Last year, there was a bar in Portland that had a reparations happy hour where white people donated into a pot and black people drank for free for a few hours under the heading of reparations.
It was something like that. I happen to know that the black people got $10 in cash each. It wasn't about them getting free drinks. They left with $10 to do whatever they'd like, just as a point of fact.
Okay, so that's reparations for some people. To me, reparations is something of a misnomer because the wrongs of history are generally too deep to actually be completely compensated. No Holocaust survivor really was made whole by the check they were given, no matter how large, by the German government. So I think it's easier to say what reparations is not than what it is. What it really, I guess, an approximation would be, it's a full-hearted recognition that a wrong was committed. Something happened that should not have happened. And more than that, it's an apology that feels more sincere because you're attaching something tangible to it, because words are very cheap. That's what it should mean, I think.
Looking at you, Reverend Thompson.
Well, first of all, thank you for having this important conversation. One correction, not an original founder of NCOBRA. I just want to correct that so I don't get in trouble. And I don't think do I look that old, brother, to you? But it's all good. But again, thank you for having us. I agree with what everyone has said. Obviously, reparations, the root word is repair. And so if we're talking about oppressed people in this country, and particularly, and let me just say, I'm in solidarity with my brother, the Native American people. A lot of the conversation around reparations right now is around Africans who were enslaved. And as a descendant of African people who were enslaved, for many of us, reparations means spiritual repair, cultural repair, repair through the means of education, health, economics, society. All of those things go together. And so it is obviously much broader than individual checks, but helping to build and establish institutions so that at least African Americans can catch up with white Americans. White Americans had help in terms of the Homestead Act, which didn't include us, housing loans, FHA, that helped build the suburbs, Social Security did not include us. And someone said, we see gentrification going on right now. There were all of these helping hands given. And we as African Americans, not to exclude the indigenous people at all, none of us can ever catch up because everyone else got a head start and we didn't. So until we deal with that, that's why I think it's also important. And I know that NCOBRA feels like that, the National feels this way, and the National African Americans Reparations Commission, and the new HR 40 deals with it in this way. We can't only talk about slavery. We have to talk about slavery's vestiges, because as soon as slavery was over, we had the Jim Crow era and everything that resulted from that. And now we live in an era where we have modern day lynchings by the hands of law enforcement. We have a racist criminal justice system. So the clock just keeps ticking and the toll keeps going higher and higher. So the sooner America addresses all of these injustices, the better.
Well, I'm saying, we got to pace ourselves. We got 90 minutes to go here. We got a lot to go to. Professor Franke.
It's hard to add anything to these amazing insights that the co-panelists here have contributed. But let me say, reparations are a tool and they're an opportunity for us to recover a kind of history, as Aljoy described, but to not relegate it only to history, but make it part of our national memory. So what we need to do with reparations, say for the Native American community, may be very different from what we would do for African Americans or for others in this country. So reparations are designed to repair a fundamental cultural form of injustice. And if we think about it specifically in the context of slavery, what we did with enslaved people was we legally freed them, but we never made them free. What we did is we abolished the institution, and then we said to a group of people who were abjectly poor, who could not read and write because it was illegal, actually it was criminal, to teach enslaved people to read or write. What we said to them is, go on, live your lives now as free people. What we needed to do at that time was give them the material resources in order to be actually free and full citizens. But we also needed to use those resources to recognize retroactively the terror, the rape, the death, the family separation, the humiliation of being enslaved. So reparations then were both backward-looking in terms of recognizing the fundamental soul-killing nature of this institution, slavery, but also forward-looking in terms of creating the very possibility for people to be free. We haven't done it in the United States since then, and we need to do it now.
So listening to each of you share your perspectives, I wonder why this moment? Why, after doing a number of these town halls, we have definitely met with very passionate members of our community and been able to sit across from each other and share contrasting views, but still share and speak and be engaged. Why are people prompted to act so passionately and in some cases be so amazingly siloed as we talk about reparations in 2019?
You mean, why is it a conversation that has now gotten to the level that it has?
That, and why are people walking out of a room before hearing one word about what we're actually engaged in this evening?
Well, I'll start with the first point. I think it's because of political power. So as you amass political power in this country, political and economic power, you get to be contributors in terms of setting the agenda and setting what is at stake and what, you know, the conversation is. And so as people, as marginalized groups gain more political voice, more economic power, particularly more political power, you then have an opportunity to bring to the forefront issues that, you know, to some people may have been, you know, a small group here or there. You now are able to make it a central point in, say, a presidential election or something like that, because you've now amassed power as voters. You've now amassed power in terms of elected leadership who can bring this voice to the table. The first iteration of just a commission, we ain't even talking about giving people checks. We just talking about a commission and study, like the thing, was I was born in 1978. It was 1978, right? And having that conversation. But if growing political power allows those people, us, to be able to set the agenda. And for me, the conversation about having a full-throttled, whether it's a commission or conversation or movement about reparations, connected to that is gaining political power so that you can set that agenda. So the more you see marginalized groups gaining political power and economic power, we're able then to set the table and determine what's on the menu. And reparations just happens to be on the menu because we have greater political power now.
I think there are two sides to this. This is absolutely right. We have people of color running for president as serious candidates, and many of them, and their constituencies are pushing them to talk about this issue. We also have somebody in the White House who is an abject racist and isn't shy about it. So the evil, the ugliness of white supremacy is out in the open in a way that we haven't seen before.
Wait,
which isn't to say,
it's been racist and
no, I'm not saying
before.
No, I'm not saying we haven't had it before.
Oh, okay.
No. But I think Donald Trump is giving voice to it and giving the blessings of the presidency in a way we haven't seen before. It's out in the open. Well, I mean, right. In recent period. So I don't want to say that we've not had white supremacy in this country before. I mean, that's been the founding value of this country from the first time that Europeans arrived. But I think there's something about the way that Donald Trump has inhabited it with a kind of joy that has also motivated people to think deeply about racial repair in this country.
Well, I think also we can be very specific. Donald Trump is no longer using the Nixon Southern strategy or the Lee Atwater strategy, quite frankly, which was a little more subtle. There were certain code words. I agree with you, Joy. We've always had racism and white supremacy, no question about it. People were, doing the hagiography of H.W. Bush, but, let's face it, he did Willie Horton. I haven't forgotten that. Yeah. But again, that was somewhat subtle. Donald Trump is throwing all that out the window, so he is an openly white supremacist individual. And right, it's a white lash. I agree with the audience. I think that's one of the reasons you're seeing, in answer to your questions, reparations come to the forefront. But I think we also have to give credit where credit is due. Our brother Ta-Nehisi Coates wrote the piece. And it's good and bad in many ways. It was great that he wrote it, but I think we all would agree. He wrote it, and it was in a mainstream white publication. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, as much as the black press and black institutions and black organizations have been struggling around the issue of reparations for a century or more, it wasn't until it was published in a mainstream white publication, this might really be about something. And lastly, to Joy's point in terms of constituencies and power, even more so, I think, than presidential candidates, Catherine, Democrats control the House. So you can't talk about a new empowerment for women and Latinos and other people and African Americans in general, and not finally have to consider the John Conyers legislation, which has been out there for almost 30 years or more, and now it's been renewed, and you can't really hide from it. Why? It's a very logical question for somebody to ask, well, Democrats, are you finally going to pass H.R. 40? And right now, there's serious discussion about doing that. So I think those are all the contributing reasons.
I think it may be somewhat Pollyannish, but I think also an element that's being missed is that as the population in general, we sort of have an intellectual parity that didn't really exist even 10 years ago. So that allows for sort of an intellectual outreach to a more expansive thought, particularly like a real code word is reparations. That's war. So now you're able to expand on the different meanings and what does that really look like. And that would not have happened if the society itself hadn't matured forward a bit. I'm not saying there's not all of these problems, and I can give a whole soliloquy, can't speak, on the fact that Jim Crow is happening now.
Right.
Manipulation of zoning is happening now. I'm in a fight for our lives over our own property from people who feel it's entitled to manipulate the politics, to manipulate the security forces, to manipulate the communities. That's happening now. But on the other hand, it also gives some hope that our allies have all of us here. We have a like thought towards humanity. And I think if we sort of keep that light in front of us, we'll be able to walk forward and we shall overcome.
I don't know if we want to still talk about the sort of the political situation, but I'm curious just from a chronological perspective. I don't disagree with any of this, but my sense from the outside was that this national conversation really started in an active way in the second Obama administration when we had a black president. And I wonder to what extent a lot of this reflects disappointment with what that administration ultimately represented in terms of progress on some of these issues. That Black Lives Matter was still needed after we had a black president.
Yeah.
Well, I want to go back 1 second to 2007 when the president addressed the NAACP and warned about reparations, saying this may not be the fight right now because it would give other folks license to say we're done with the black question, where we should be galvanizing ourselves to fight for specific injustices in the courts and in society. And if we just put all of our steam into reparations, we don't have to, they will say that reparations is done. We don't have to pay attention to everything that's happening.
Yeah, there is, I mean, we are now having the benefit of time away from an Obama presidency to really evaluate as a whole sort of how that presidency had an impact on our lives and on the country overall, right? The more time and distance that you have, even I would say even from the Trump presidency, the more you have distance from that election, from that presidency, you're able to see it in a different light. And so as we get further along, we start to have these conversations immediately afterwards about what was he able to do for the people that helped him get there in terms of voters, but then also from the community from which he came. And so the conversation of reparations is not new in society overall. And when I talk about that connection of political power, right, and here was this hope that people had, well, now we have a black man in, office. Clearly, he's going to do something to address or repair, the harm, right? And then there's a lot that you can say that the administration did that did, etch away, but how no one person is going to be able to repair the centuries and sort of decades of racism, Jim Crow, enslavement, and all of that packed up. That's a ditch that you got to really, get down and dig in. And so I think over time we'll continue to have the conversation about the failure of an opportunity, but there's also within our own community the dialogue and the disagreement about whether or not we need to pursue reparations. And just to add, what I was going to add is there's HR 40, but Charles Barron has a bill here in the state of New York for it to set up a New York commission, right? Because there's also, living in a states' rights society, there's also the individual states and what they did to contribute to the harm of communities of color and marginalized groups as well that we have to look at, right? So it's not just a federal conversation, it's a state conversation, it's also a corporate conversation, particularly from some of those corporations that still have existed, mainly banks and insurance companies and things of that nature, that we have to have this holistic conversation about. So yes, I don't personally don't put all of the blame on one particular person because they were in a position of power. Am I disappointed that he didn't go far enough? Absolutely. But is he the sole person to blame?
For not blame.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm talking about that in general. He's not the sole person to blame for the entire institution.
I would also say that sometimes there are just changes in the culture and ebbs and flows. So when Ta-Nehisi Coates 5 years ago now wrote the case for reparations, he specifically said that he suggested, despite liking Obama, that Obama not pursue reparations. 2014 felt different culturally than 2019 did. And we should also remember, right around 2001, there was a wave very similar to this one, where there was debates about reparations, and it was a hot debate in 2001, and then a couple years later, it just kind of fizzled. And I think it's something, there's some kind of difficult to explain, difficult to pin down the causation, just kind of ebb and flow with this conversation that is probably likely to continue. I don't expect this moment to continue for 5 years, maybe a year, maybe 2, I'm not sure. But it's probably going to ebb and flow again based on history.
I think a missing element with all of this is we need to have or somehow come to a decisive understanding, a focus of where we're going with it. Otherwise, it's going to become an intellectual exercise. And you're right, it's going to ebb and flow, and before you know it, nobody's even going to know what you're talking about. So I think that maybe perhaps not this forum at this moment, but we do need to convene and sit down and say, what are we talking about?
Well, it sounds like a good moment.
And I think, yeah, and I think a good example is the doctrine of discovery. I mean, I know people know more about it than the Pope. What's it doing? It's just been watered down into an intellectual discourse. So.
And I think connected to that is who are the actors that need to participate in the reparations process. I think that's one of the things is that we call and demand for reparations, but it doesn't mean that if you're relying on American government to control and chart out a process for reparations, we will be waiting for 400 more damn years for that to happen, right? I think the overall process, in starting first, we're talking about telling the truth and uncovering the dirt. That process is happening. Right? And that doesn't have to come from the government actors to do that. That can come from professors researching. That can come from elected officials, uncovering documents. That can come from Ta-Nehisi Coates writing in detail, about the case. That can come from The Color of Law, which, a book that details the housing discrimination and the laws and the Supreme Court cases that were ignored outright in order to create that. So part of it is the uncovering and the digging, and that doesn't all have to happen by the government as the actor, and I don't think it actually should. I think the uncovering, the truth-telling has to come from the outside, continuing to bang at the door to tell the truth on that. And that process is happening now. And so even though it may not be, the terminology may not be reparations, sort of uncovering that, New York Life Insurance charged black folks more, and then they had some that's part of the reparations and uncovering conversation. Talking about the banks and insurance companies, or talking about Wall Street and property that was taken, or even just finding out where you came from and your genealogy, because that was hidden and that was, you were separated from that. That's all part of the conversation.
It sounds to me, and forgive me if I'm wrong about this, that we have a little bit of disagreement anyway about what the word should mean. That you have a very expansive conception of what reparations is, and particularly that it is effectively an open-ended process, because there's always going to be more to learn.
Yes.
And so I guess what it sounds to me like what you're saying is that reparations is a way of thinking about social justice generally that focuses on what the sources are within society that caused the situation that we see today. What are the harms that were historic that have continued down into the present, either in terms of continuing to happen or in continuing to have ripple effects from things that happened in the past, the things that were done in the past. And I'm curious if that's what you're saying really, why you think from a political perspective that's the right way to frame things in terms of getting what you want to accomplish.
Well, because I think it's so connected and embedded in our society. And to your point of, we have a reparations conversation. We've decided this is the reparations commission. This is what we're going to do. We're going to open books and we're going to give checks and we're going to do that, and now it's done. Well, that still doesn't address a criminal justice system that still has, right? Yeah. That still doesn't address housing policy that's still on the books to this day, right? That still doesn't address all of those connections. It's similar to how I tell young people, just saying sometimes saying things are just racist without talking about how specifically is racist is like throwing the bomb in the room, right? Because it's like just racist and then everybody's off guard. To say specifically, oh no, there was an actual law that said black people couldn't live here and that's what the racism was, right? Like gives context and saying this was deliberate, it was planned, it was written out, thoughtful, and continues to this day. And that's the uncovering that the dismantling that needs to happen. So reparations is not an event. Even if we have a conference or a commission or a study, like there's still so much interconnected in our society that we have to unpeel and disconnect.
Well, to be clear on that,
I'm sorry, just for 1 second. Sure. I just want to let you guys know we've been here for a half hour already. So if you have some questions that you would like to get in on the conversation, you can make your way to either of these aisles, and I'll be hopping by. You can see that guy back there, and we'll bring the voices in. So thank you. Thanks.
Well, what I was going to say is, first of all, in terms of addressing the moment, much of the progress that has been made in the reparations movement over the past number of years has happened outside of the context of mainstream media coverage. So even if this moment right now that's very popular may seem to ebb, and things do ebb and flow, we have continued reintroduction of H.R. 40 and a new H.R. 40 because of a movement that made it happen. That wasn't on television, so everybody in the room should know being a part of the reparations movement may not mean you get your name in lights or that it's constantly covered. That's number one. Number two, to address the conversation between Noah and Joy, those who've been working in the movement, for example, in COBRA, the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, and they're also part of a larger coalition, the National African American Reparations Commission, have helped to rework and redraft H.R. 40 in such a way that some of the academics and thought leaders, and obviously some politicians, would be a part of a commission to determine what forms reparations should take. Mind you, the original H.R. 40 was going to study whether or not there should be reparations. So this is different now. There's consensus that there ought to be, and now it's a question of what form it should take. And the 10-point program that some of those thought leaders in COBRA and the National African American Reparations Commission have put together is online, IBW21.org, and also in COBRAonline.org. And it charts out even some of the things you just named, how specifically we address issues of land, economics, access to capital, which is larger than just an individual check. Because we get individual checks now every 2 weeks. But again, we don't have the capital that others have had to build successful businesses. What do we do to change the criminal justice system? So it may not be a group gets together, says this is reparations, and then it's resolved in 6 months. Right. This may be something ongoing. They also make the case for there to be institutions for the ongoing study of oppression and what has happened to African Americans. Institutions that go in and revamp the education system. I remember when we used to debate about more African-centered education. That's not a popular term anymore. But we know that a lot of our educational systems still educate people from a very white-centric point of view. How do we overhaul that? How do we change what's in the textbooks? How do we support our HBCUs, which still need support, particularly our medical schools, like in Meharry and Howard, where people need to be educated to deal with the health disparities that are ongoing in the African American community. So, all of those things, in that 10-point program, if you want to go online and look, are laid out very, very specifically. But that's just one stab at it. This commission will consider everybody's thoughts in the process. That would be the plan anyway. And I also agree with Joy. Everybody in this room and everybody watching around the country lives in a state of cities. City councils and state legislatures aren't waiting on H.R. 40 in Congress. They're doing their own things to address reparations in their communities. So what some of you can do is do that at home as well.
So I'm hearing a lot about the theme of justice and restoration, and it just puts me in the mind. Earlier I was looking at the 4 pillars of restorative justice. So the 4. Inclusion of all parties, number 1. Encountering the other side. making amends for the harm, and finally, reintegration into communities. So taking those 4 pillars of restorative justice into account, how would restorative justice be different or dovetail with reparative justice, Professor Franke?
Well, this is my chance to be the law professor in the room, although there may be others that could jump in if they'd like to. Reparations is actually a more narrow concept than restorative justice. Reparations addresses, in the law, at least the way we think about it, and I think some of us have a more political conception of it, but at least in the law, as repairing a specific injury or a specific harm, even if it's massive, like white supremacy or slavery in this country, right? Reparative justice is about repairing an entire society. And that can be a much larger project. And I think sometimes the question of reparation gets collapsed into what I think we would all also agree that we are in favor of, which is creating a non-racist society. Mm-hmm. And so some of the measures that we would take to excise structural racism from every corner of our society may be more than what we would actually say would be entailed in reparations for slavery. So one way to narrow the question and maybe just distract attention from the happy hour version of reparations that Coleman was talking about is to keep bringing us back to the history. That the contemporary criminal justice system and its deep racist roots began the day that slavery was abolished. Right? The imprisonment of black men, mostly black men, but not only, but mostly black men in the 1860s was a response to their cry to be free. Right? We didn't imprison black men when they were enslaved because why would you imprison something that's working for you?
Right.
Right? We allowed discipline on whatever manner to take place on plantations by the slave owner, him or herself. But once we abolished slavery, we created public prisons for us to collectively punish people as an act of racism in so many contexts. And we would trace the criminal justice reform, I think, backwards and recover that memory and reclaim it as part of our present, of understanding those roots as coming from that original evil from the founding, really, and before the founding of this country.
Yes.
But there's one last thing. I don't want to leave out Chief Perry and the issues of Native Americans, which it's so often the issues of reparations become overwhelmed by the very compelling issue of how to deal with the ongoing problem of not having repaired slavery or the enslavement of black people in this country. But the kinds of reparations that we might talk about for Native people have so much more to do with restoring sovereignty, right? And an identity as a separate national group or tribe or collectivity. And those sorts of collective injuries and the genocide of the acts of discovery, it was a sort of a lovely term that covers up that genocide and killing from the very beginning, those kinds of remedies look very different, I think, than what we would look for in the context of how we have treated and mistreated African Americans. So I want to make sure that you continue to be part of this conversation.
Everybody, how do we need to look at how do we provide a comfort level now that will allow us to set our people free? A good example, right now we're looking at systemic denial of education generationally.
Right.
So now we have people for unknown generations that have been encouraged to get out of school at 15 or 16. The only good living wage job you can get is, say, driving a snowplow for the town. But if you wanted to be a lawyer or a doctor or an editor or a professor, it's not there because you were denied the education. So in effect, what you have is indentured servitude going on now. And for those people trapped in that sort of cycle, in that morass, what do we do to bring a comfort level, to bring enough strength to say, hey, it's okay to speak up. When Johnny drives a snowplow, I'm Johnny's cousin. Where are the people, what does the allies look like that step forward to resolve those forms of modern day slavery? And if it's happening for my folks, I'm sure it's happening for a lot of other people.
I fear that we're kind of talking around the main issue, though, because there are many people, including people on the right wing, like the Koch brothers, who support criminal justice reform. The First Step Act, obviously they support it because it's costly, right? So for a totally different reason. But the First Step Act just passed bipartisan, reducing mandatory minimum sentences, right? So when people hear reparations, which is this very controversial topic, I don't think they're thinking, oh, they mean criminal justice reform, they mean repairing society. What they're thinking, and what the public meaning, I think, right now in America is programs or benefits or a check or a deeper program that is allocated to descendants of slaves and not to other people. And I think that's the crucial variable that makes it, for most people who hear that term, controversial. It's not that it's just criminal justice reform,
What do you mean
right?
by most
Well,
people? When you say most people?
Well, reparations in America at large, it's a very contentious topic. People yell at each other on cable news over it. When they hear that word, I don't think they're thinking. We've been talking about criminal justice reforms, a lot of structural issues that exist in this country. But I don't think that's what people are thinking when they hear the word reparations, and I don't think that's what they're opposing when they oppose it either. So I fear we're talking around the most controversial part.
Well, clearly we aren't. I think what happens is a lot of these talking heads are people on television who don't know anything about reparations and haven't been involved in it. The people around this table, so to speak, obviously have a more holistic view, and the movement does as well. And if people who are legitimately involved in the movement were allowed to have more open conversations and allowed to be on some of these panels that don't include people who really know about reparations, I think the public would be much more informed about it. As far as the Koch brothers and what Jared Kushner and everybody does, they don't deserve credit for that. The criminal justice reform movement has been going on since, as you said, since we were first criminalized as a people after slavery. So they're just riding on whatever popularity that exists right there, but they're riding on the backs of those mostly people of color who started that movement over a century ago.
Well, the other thing I would add to that conversation, because whether it's reparations or any other kind of work on behalf of marginalized people in this country, is that there has to be some kind of PR thing that has to happen to make people sort of be more accepting of your humanity and your dignity and the rights that you deserve being in this country. And I always call BS on that. I don't need to make you feel better about what I'm rightfully entitled to. Right. And so there's a different kind of organizing model of negotiating, sort of organizing from a position of power. I'm not going to ask for anything that you are giving me out of charity. I'm going and fighting for something that I am deserving and that I'm owed. That's a different level of organization. I'm not asking to borrow $10. I'm asking for the money and for the land and for the support and the resources that marginalized people in this community. That's a totally different thing. So I'm not interested in trying to massage, even as a strategist, I'm not interested in trying to massage people's ego or package it differently in order to get what a human deserves in terms of rights and responsibility.
Well, I think that's exactly right. I mean, I mean, sort of the whole conception, as I understand it, I hope I'm following this all, is of reparations is that it starts with the conception of a debt, right? So it's not charity. Yeah. It's never. I mean, even when you go back.
You're not doing me a
I
favor.
mean, the word can change.
We did y'all a favor.
Absolutely.
Okay, I want to draw your attention to a slide that we actually compiled. Mark, you were just a second ago asking about what people. So we have some general ideas about the public perception of reparations. So overall, the opposition to reparations, when we're looking at a large group, is 68%. If we break that out, millennials are opposed to reparations by about 49%. Whites, as a general, are opposed by 81%, and we're looking at the public perception about reparations and those opposed to it. So at the bottom of that scale is 35% of people who identified as black say that they are in opposition to reparations. So looking at that, we see that young folks are getting on board, black folks continue to be overwhelmingly on board, but white America not so much feeling reparations at the moment. Lorraine.
So That actually is sort of the basis of my question. As someone who does believe in the theory of reparations for African descendant and Native people, recognizing that we got voting rights, we got a form of reparations immediately following slavery, it was quickly taken back because of violent white supremacy. We had a form of voting rights again, civil rights again, Fair Housing Act again in the 1960s, which has been almost essentially eroded via the courts and through the resurgence of violent white supremacy and the respect for and the institutionalization of violent white supremacy 2019. Given that, and given Derek Bell's theory of interest convergence that says white people are only willing to support black interests so long as and up until the point that it helps white people, and as soon as it no longer benefits white people, they will pull back. What sense does it make under this reality to continue to push and invest black energy into fighting for reparations, which would have to come from folks who believe what we just saw on the screen, as opposed to recognizing, yes, it is owed to us, and just like any other assault or major trauma victim, it would be wonderful if the oppressor would acknowledge it, repair it, and allow us the space to move on. But if they never do, we still have to correct, heal, and move on regardless. And so my question is, cost-benefit analysis, do we continue to put another 100 of years into trying to get back what they took back in the 1860s, while we're losing ground and what we lost in integration because what we thought was going to give us in progress, we now no longer have our own businesses, our own economy, our own ability to employ our own people. We have lost so much trying to integrate into this space that has been so explicitly hostile to us. Is this more than a theory and a discussion, or is there actually something concrete that I will be able to say that my great-grandchildren will be able to experience the benefit of what we're arguing for now? And I do believe in it. I'm just saying, is this a space that we should be investing energy after the past 200 years?
Absolutely.
Yes.
A cost-benefit analysis.
I would say yes, until we burn it down and create something new. Then within the space and the institution that we're in, yes, you continue to seek grievance.
And also, I would add to that, how many centuries were we enslaved, sister?
Enslaved
Before
before
Emancipation Proclamation, how many centuries?
About 200 as a country, but then there's the 1619 up until the country is formed.
There were some people in those centuries. Some people were born and died who were enslaved.
Yes.
I'm sure there were some who said, we never gonna get out of this. Yeah. When Dr. King was alive, there were some who said, we're never gonna change this. The price of freedom, as Frederick Douglass said, is eternal vigilance. What you leave to your descendants, your grandchildren and their grandchildren, is just that, eternal vigilance, to continue the fight. Other cultures do it. The indigenous people are here. They haven't stopped. So it's ridiculous. Those who are victims of the Holocaust don't stop. So it doesn't make sense for us. And see, that's why we still need to continue to fight for reparations. First of all, we never had it. The right to vote, no, we never had it. The right to vote, desegregation, the right to intermarry, those were not reparational. They weren't even considered that. As a matter of fact, the proof that they weren't is because they always threatened to be taken away. To be very specific, the field order, Marshall's field order, was reparations. 40 acres and a mule. We never got it. That was reparations. That was never given us. So we've not had it yet, and we can't give up the fight. One of the arguments that is being made in terms of what would be a form of reparations is education, is access to culture, is being re-educated about who we are. Dr. John Henry Clark used to say the greatest thing stolen from us was our ancestral memory. Not knowing when people lost everything in the flood in New Orleans, the thing they complained about, not the furniture and the cars, but the photographs. We don't know who our ancestors were, where we came from. So what reparatory justice would do, that could also be included. Who are we? Who can I connect with? Who would I have been if my ancestors were not captured and brought over here? That is something that will always be worth fighting for this generation, the next one, and on and on.
And some of that action, to my earlier point, you cannot give over to a government entity to do. because they're not going to have the same care and the same concern. Just as the sister who just asked the question says this all the time, or like you giving over education of your child to a system that is racist and doesn't, and doesn't believe that you are, equal in as a citizen or as a human. So why would you give over your children's education to someone who is racist? The same thing. We can't give reparations in its totality over to an institution to control. We have to control it for ourselves and say what it is. And part of that's why I talk about what this current institution currently understands and moves with is political and economic power. And so the more that we advance in political and economic power, then we can control and set the table of what happens.
So I have a question, and this is also prompted by something in your writings, Noah, looking at reparations and seeing the strain that we're talking about now about empowering people and educating children in a culturally specific way that is in line with developing them as whole people. Are we calling reparations a sort of separatism by another name? Is it possible to repair and have one nation when people have been so aggrieved and obviously in need of correction? What does that do to our fabric as a country if something needs to be addressed in that way that is completely foreign from what has been in place to this point? Can we stay a united state if people are repaired to the way where they get their dignity and still be integrated into a country?
Brian, the reparations that actually were delivered to formerly enslaved people in the Sea Islands and in Davis Bend, Mississippi, were in the form of 40 acres. They were in the form of a mule, but they were also in the form of community safety and exclusion. So Sherman's field order said, you're going to get this land, and we're going to keep white people away. And so part of what I think we also have to be talking about is healing. And healing, I think in this context, can probably take place best with communities on their own. You don't need me there to help the African American community to heal. I can tell the stories, but I think for some period of time, Black folks need to be with themselves to figure out what this new world should look like. And that to me was just one of the fundamental crimes of what happened at the end of the Civil War is people were given land, lots of land, right? In these various contexts, Lincoln is assassinated, Johnson becomes president, and the first thing he does as president is grant amnesty to the former slave owners and give them their land back. And it was violently taken.
In reparations for slaves that they lost.
Exactly. Well, no, not exactly, because that's the one thing that they didn't get. But that was certainly the ethos of the time.
Okay.
But the idea then is that repair could only happen with the Black community themselves to build a free life. So
you can clarify something about something that I wrote, which is I don't think I was saying that reparations are a separatist movement. I think what I was saying was that the concept of reparations is inherently intercommunal, right? One, and as such presumes that a separation already exists, presumes that there are distinct entities.
Nation state to a nation state.
Could be traditionally, yes, from a nation state to a nation state. It doesn't have to be, but presumes a divide that already exists. It's a way to repair the divide, but because it presumes that a divide already exists, you have to organize politics around that existing divide. And I think that's the political question at the heart of what you were saying was, is that the most, just from a purely pragmatic perspective, whether emphasizing the divide that does exist and organizing around it is the best way to get the most practical results. I don't know the answer to that, but I think that's underlying the question is whether that's right or wrong, and I don't know.
I think perhaps a working strategy, I was going to mention before you so eloquently sort of outlined it, is that I think we're a bit too egocentric with this reparations, in that, I know, don't let your heads blow up yet now, just wait a minute. It's just that There is a very powerful tool that's been used throughout history to keep people of color down. It's being used right now to keep people of color down. Now, what is that tool? It's this tool that Lyndon Johnson, let me paraphrase him. He said, as long as you can make the dumbest white man think he's smarter than the smartest black man, you will control him forever. That's the tool that is keeping us fighting about reparations. Ain't no white man in no nice house coming down here. They got a knucklehead coming down here looking for you. So what I would suggest is maybe in the terms of reparations, maybe one of the things that could happen is maybe a little better outreach in terms of general education. I'm not at all trying to suggest we put these people on par. These are people that specialize in hanging people. You know, and if you think about it, I don't want to be mean to any white folks, but this is a fact. I've been on this earth quite a while. I have never met any people of color that sat down and said, hey, it's Tuesday, let's go hang some white boys. That's a white thing, and it's a dumb white thing. I'm just suggesting maybe you can hang it out a little bit.
I agree with, there's so many things to fix. There's so many systems to fix in America today. And that really seems like a separate issue to me than the pure issue of reparations. When I hear the talk of burning the system down, replacing it with something new, what I think of is not some kind of utopia where we've abolished racism. What I think of is Zimbabwe in 2000, where black militias marched onto white farms, said, rightly, you took this from us, we're gonna take it back. Right? They literally did that at gunpoint. And what happened? It completely destroyed the economy of the country. Zimbabwe used to be called the breadbasket of Africa. After that, it couldn't.
Are you saying that's what's going on with the reparations movement? You're comparing the reparations movement?
What I'm saying is you don't burn the system down. You don't burn the system.
I want you to continue the example,
So
that if you're going to use the example,
I was continuing the example.
No, but I want you to explain why the
I was
economy.
about to.
Explain why the economy's bad.
Okay, so, well, you march onto somebody's farm, you take their farm, they've been there for decades, they know which fertilizers work with the soil, which don't, right? Every patch of land is very different. You don't know how to do it as well as they did because it was their patch of land. Investors pull out because crops are failing. Now you're no longer the breadbasket of Africa. You know what I'm saying?
That's the reason why the economy.
But I still don't understand how that analogy relates to reparations.
Okay, just to keep us on track. I happen to know we have a question here, but I can tell you that since about 2009, white farmers have been compensated about $69.4 million for the loss of the land that they had taken from people before they got expatriated from it. And much of the impetus for that compensation of those farmers was to not draw the ire of the Western world and get reinvestment in Zimbabwe. So we have a
And
question.
what about the fact that calories went down 45% for the average Zimbabwean in that period?
But what does this have to do? What does Zimbabwe have to do with what we're talking about right now?
Well, they've tried to do reparations,
example.
land-based reparations
It's
in
an
Zimbabwe,
example.
but you can't blame the reparations movement for the collapse of the Zimbabwean economy. You just can't.
Why? It's a direct consequence.
You've got random facts.
No.
They don't connect.
What? No, they're not.
Talking about
This
a
is
holistic system that was opposed to black people taking control of their own land.
You guys should Google Zimbabwe in the
have
2000s.
a corporate and a banking society that then decides that you taking back what it originally belonged to you means that I'm not going to invest anymore. That is the collapse of the economy. The collapse of the economy happens because white institution and white supremacy says you can't take something just because I had it, even though you originally owned it. So that's what that is. It's not just because they didn't know which seed to go in the ground. Are you kidding me?
So you know something that all of the mainstream historians and economists and journalists in Zimbabwe don't know. You know something they don't know.
No, but
I would say expand, and I did study that case, and I would say expand who you are reading about that.
Yeah, I think that the struggle for reparations is a legitimate struggle in and of itself. At the same time, there's the struggle around police brutality, environmental racism, structural and institutional racism. And to me, the key question I'd like to get a response is, how do you integrate? Now, as if Obama said, put reparations on the shelf and deal with the issues. The real question is, how do you link the two? How does the struggle for reparations play itself out in the course of struggling for land rights, for instance, for black farmers as well as Native Americans, the fight against police murder, the fight against the kind of racism that we see throughout the society? I'd like to hear if there are any thoughts about how that gets integrated, because to me that's the basic question.
Well, that's the part of what we know is that there is so little land in black hands. And because of that, black people have very little control over their own communities, whether it's how they're policed, what sort of stuff gets dumped in their water, right? And so one of the things I recommend in the book is that we increase the estate tax. And we tax what is the largest intergenerational transfer of wealth we have ever seen, ever, right? And most of that wealth lies, and you've got another slide somewhere that I saw go by earlier, most of that wealth lies in white families.
Right.
Why have white families accumulated wealth in scores more times than black families? Because of land ownership. Right. Here it is, the median household income.
So, of course, Ta-Nehisi Coates brought this issue to the forefront, and he, in modern times, he brought it to the forefront, couching it in the story and the truth of housing discrimination, and particularly the redlining. And we happen to know that household income is most often, household wealth.
Yes.
Most accumulated through land and property. And this is just one of the breakdowns of the wealth gap in terms of race. In the median income, household income in 2016, we're looking at Native Americans just over $39,700. Black people below them, just below at $39,400. And white Americans' household median income from that same year. The numbers
you
are
should
there.
actually have wealth numbers up there because the disparity would be much larger.
It would
Yeah.
be.
Oh, the disparity is
I mean, the
much
disparity
larger.
income is smaller than it is.
Yeah.
And I think also when you're talking about going deeper, right? Because the conversation, people think wealth gap just means, oh, he has $5 more than I do, or, you know, more in his savings than I do.
Tell us the difference between income and wealth.
Rather than talking about the overall wealth, but there's also the strategic, somebody sitting at a desk and contributing to this conversation on even the land that black and marginalized communities do own, valuing it lower than others, which actually has an impact on our communities overall, because where do education dollars come from, right? So if that is when I talk about just saying racism alone,
right,
or just saying and not talking about the strategic ways in which this decision has to be made. A decision has to be made in terms of valuing land over another, and sort of talking about robbing people, or even the conversation on gentrification, which is a whole nother town hall, but talking about devaluing land that marginalized communities even own, which also strips of wealth.
No.
I think some of the discussion about economics ties into something that we've been talking about how open-ended the question of reparations is. Because from a business perspective, the business isn't based on justice. And it isn't. So if you're interested in wealth generation, if you're interested in sort of what conditions allow businesses to grow, allow people to accumulate wealth, it's understand in an honorable way, let's say, if not a just way, not cheating people. It's having rules of the road and an understanding that the accumulation is possible and knowing what will happen. A one-time decision, a closure that transfers wealth from one group to another is very different from an open-ended process that says this is potentially going to go on. We're going to discover more things. We're going to keep this process going. And I think I guess I take the opposite view of you about what people are afraid of, to the extent that people are afraid of reparations. I think people are less afraid of a sense that, there's going to be a check written one time to somebody who's not me. I think there would actually probably be more support if there were a sense that this was an end of the discussion. And that's, actually not the end of the discussion, as you're saying. It is an ongoing.
It's similar to the Voting Rights Act, right? Think about how the parameters of the Voting Rights Act was, that it wasn't just simply about one event to fix. It was creating a check and a monitor in a way that allowed to monitor this process going forward, right? That you had to present a plan, you know, of changing voting laws or changing polling sites or, you know, drawing districts and things of that nature, because we recognized at that time that this was an ongoing, like, you know, voter suppression was an ongoing thing that was going to happen, right? And so we created a system, if you will, to keep institutions in, that being the states, in check, because we knew this was a tool that would consistently be used.
But I guess,
and so that's what I'm sort of arguing in terms of the reparations conversation, is that people in power in general are always going to drum up new different ways to keep their power, keep their wealth, and keep their money, right? And so it's an ongoing conversation. That's just part of the human condition, right? It's just the more power you amass and the more money you amass, you want to keep it. And so you're going to do everything possible in order to do that. And so that's why I'm saying this conversation overall, there has to be this ongoing conversation and not just a one-time thing, oh, we sorry, here's something, and now we're done.
Yeah, I'm a little bit...
I'm sorry, 1 second. Just on that theme, we actually recently had a chance to meet a woman from a community that has experienced reparations in the American context. It was a one-time thing that is in danger of being lost only to scholarship. So I invite you to take a look at this story.
On the morning of December 7th, 1941, my mother got a phone call from my sister's best friend's father, who was an editor at the Daily News. He said, "Tell your husband to come home right away." And my mother said to him, "Are you crazy? It's not even noon." And Mr. Wagner said, "No, really, you tell him that Japan just bombed Pearl Harbor."
Citizens are urged to remain calm and avoid all unnecessary confusion because of hysteria.
The day after Pearl Harbor, the one family said, "We are loyal Chinese Americans. We're not like the Japs in apartment 52. And so then we used to go to school together and play together. They no longer, played with us. Some of the Japanese Americans were sent to Ellis Island. There were Japanese Americans like my parents and others who were here on the East Coast, many of whom were not put in a concentration camp. But there were effects financially and emotionally that were a kind of damage that was different from being put in a camp. Our neighbors were sending their daughters to a summer camp, sleepaway camp. And so they asked my parents if my sister and I would like to go. And on visiting day, one of the things that happened was everybody came to visit and take their children away somewhere on Visitor's Day. And so my parents didn't come, and my sister and I ran into the woods and we cried and we said, "Our parents don't love us the way real American parents do." Many years later, my mother was a widow by that time. And so she used to eat dinner with us every single night. And I said to her, you will have to fix your own dinner tonight because we're going to visit our children in camp. We think it's important to visit children in camp. And so my mother burst into tears, which is the first time I'd seen my mother cry, and she said, "We would have come to visit you, but the FBI wouldn't let me leave Manhattan." And I said, "What are you talking about? The FBI, leave Manhattan?" And then she explained something that we had not known the entire time of the war, was that the FBI had my mother under house arrest because she was born in Japan. Because my father had been in the ROTC in college and because he was born in Hawaii, and it became a marriage where my mother was made safe by the fact that my father was not going to get put under house arrest, but she was. how do you pay back somebody when something happens? How do you say, I'm sorry? And so the Japanese Americans who were put in concentration camps in the West Coast, they lost their homes, they lost their farms. I think we expect reparations to be tit for tat and you're repaying somebody. I think there's too many implications for what damage has been done to simply be able to pay back reparations. What we have to look at is how we define racism and classism and privilege and the idea that some people are entitled to one kind of life and other people don't have the right to have that kind of life.
That was Suki Terada Ports, born 12/12/1934. She's a force. So a part of that act was that $20,000 you saw to each of the 100,000 surviving folks who were interned in those camps, largely on the West Coast. But there was also an educational component to make sure that the story lived on. And another leg of that agreement was that people who had resisted the orders and were essentially outlaws were forgiven.
Right.
So that's the context of the act that the United States tried to make right for what happened to folks of Japanese heritage during World War II. We have a question here.
You mentioned that, it would take more conversation, more study to figure out exactly where we can allocate reparations from. But Israel didn't have to do that. So why do we have to do that? And when you mention Conyers' 1984 initiation of the reparations study, that's ridiculous. All these years and you're still talking, and now Sheila Jackson Lee picks it up? No more conversation. There's a reason why you have over 20 candidates on the Democratic Party. Is because they lost their black base, and we are finished. We are done, and we will get ours by hook or crook, as Malcolm said, by any means necessary. I don't want to hear about what Ta-Nehisi Coates is talking about during former President Barack Obama's presidency. We are clear in that. Those two presidencies were a presidency for the LGBTQ, had nothing to do with African people, although we put him in office 98%, twice. So then I say to you Africans who are in the room, are you still going to take lip service, or are we going to rightfully take what is ours? You cannot mellow out racism. White supremacy invests over $1 trillion into itself yearly. There is no way we can diddy-dally with that at all. You are who you are. Be what you are. But we are coming into our own. And the new voices of independent black media and others are fed up. So either you're on the same page with us, or we're going to run you over. I don't want to hear about institutions that will help us to educate ourselves a little bit better, to work within a white supremacist system. That no longer works. I know my heritage. I have certificates from 2 uncles who fought for our freedom during the American Civil War. My uncles did that. Lincoln didn't give us nothing. Those black men and women fought for our freedom. 2 of my great-great-grandparents owned speakeasies right here in Brooklyn before the Irish came and rioted and took it from them. I'm clear on who my people are. I am clear on my heritage, and I want what's mine by hook or crook.
So, Reverend, I know that you have talked about what that would look like in a form of reparations that also includes, as we just heard about, an independent media that is not centered on stories of othering people of color. What else would be encompassing this idea of reparations? By hook or by crook?
You asking?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know, and again, if you go to the website, IBW21.org, and you go to the Reparations Resource Center, one of the things it talks about is support for black media. And because that's a part of the process. A lot of, you know, part of our struggle again here as Africans in America has to do with knowing who we are and our own self-esteem. That's why we don't say anymore that we come from slaves. We come from enslaved people. And frankly, before that, I mean, that's what we're talking about America. We actually come from the first civilization that was ever here on the earth. The first, you know, teachers, doctors, lawyers, the first civilized, and the first people to interpret humankind's relationship with God. Those people in antiquity are my ancestors. My ancestors came over here in the 1200s and 1300s before Columbus to hook up with his ancestors and establish trade between Africa and North America, the red people and the black people. But a lot of us don't know that. Right. And no matter what, you know, our sister knows her heritage and her lineage, but the average kid growing up, going to public school in one of these 5 boroughs does not know what I just said because it's not taught in our schools. We talk about STEM and math and science. What if we began to have taught in our schools that we were the first scientists? A black kid can look in the mirror and not be intimidated by math and science anymore if that black kid knows that she or he is a descendant of Imhotep. So those are the types of things that any reparations program must also include, educating ourselves. We can't become so self-congratulatory militant. I got it, somebody else got to get it on their own. No, we have to develop institutions using reparations to do it, and whatever else we can come up with until we get reparations, to educate our young people that through education and through our own media, like this right here. This isn't on a major television Big 5 network, but this is an institution that ought to be supported so that people can get this information.
I'm closing in on 9 minutes, so we really want to get some more voices in.
I think one of the sicknesses in our society is this whole zero-sum mentality. And just to give you an example would be education, you know, affirmative action, or people getting into higher education. I mean, I think it's a good thing, whether it's healthcare or education or training, for any person to develop their talents. I think that's a good thing. I remember my friend Woody, who's a professor at Virginia Tech, I asked him why was there so much opposition, more opposition now than before in terms of, say, affirmative action. He said in the 60s it was a period of expanding enrollment, and now we're in a period of more contracting enrollment. I just had a question for Professor Catherine Frank, looking at the statistics there and the opposition of 81% of white people. I mean, if you're a white person, you'll be the representative white person, I suppose. So what, from that perspective, that zero-sum perspective, if it's not zero-sum, what benefit is there for white people for reparations?
It's an excellent question. Thank you for it. I think the project of reparations is really about setting us all free.
Yeah. Everyone.
It's everyone. Right? And it's absolutely for African Americans about being freed from the badge, the stain of inferiority that is the residue or the afterlife of slavery, that justifies all manner of criminal justice, violence, police violence, lack of education, all the stuff we've been talking about. But white people need to be free too of this history, of the burden of that sin. Not that we need to be forgiven, because I don't think reparations is the same thing as forgiveness. But I think we need to have a conversation amongst ourselves as white people about our responsibility for this racial order that has continued since the founding of this country. I did an event last night about the book and about reparations, and we talked a long time about white people's responsibility to be free from that history, and how these are conversations it's good for us to have as a mixed group of people, but we need to be having those conversations as white people to see this as our project too, not just a project of African Americans that gets forced on white people, but that we sign up for it as well. And it's true, your earlier questioner about that cited Derek Bell's idea of the interest convergence dilemma. He was a professor of mine and a wise man. I don't want to be as cynical as he is to resort to this kind of zero-sum idea that we all have stakes and skin in this game, and white people need to see what ours is.
Yeah.
One of the other questioners brought up the Israeli example, which I think is interesting as a point of comparison, just because at the time, very early in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany, it was Germany that was eager to settle reparations with the Jewish people, with the state of Israel, because that was their ticket back to being part of the family of nations.
Yeah.
Right? They just lost an enormous war, which they started, and so they were in a position of needing that ticket back. It was controversial in Israel because it would have meant saying this chapter is closed. It didn't mean that everything was done in terms of fighting anti-Semitism. That continued to be a process in Germany. It didn't mean that everything was done in terms of even individual claims, that they're still going on now for things like stolen art and other property and things. But from a collective perspective of the German state versus the Jewish people, that was settled, and that was a very controversial matter. Malcolm Begin was against it. So I think it does, notwithstanding the dramatic changes that have happened in the power dynamics within America, it does tell you one difference in the power dynamic, that it is that it's shaped the other way, that you have an 81% white opposition to the idea, even independent of what it actually is actualized as, independent of whether it's
also worth noting that almost all of the successful examples of reparations, whether it was the very touching video we just saw, or whether it was the reparations paid to the victims of the Tuskegee experiments, when black men were injected with syphilis, have been to the specific individuals who were harmed, not to their grandchildren. Right? My ancestors were on Thomas Jefferson's plantation. We can prove it. We have the documentation. The question from a public policy perspective is, in a condition of limited resources, where we are trying to fix the broken public education system, where we have healthcare costs that are so far gone compared to our peer countries,
which disproportionately affect black people.
Let me just finish my point. My point is that we can either allocate limited resources based on who needs it the most, or you can give it to someone like me because my grandparents were on Monticello. The second thing doesn't make sense, and doesn't make sense to most Americans, and it shouldn't make sense.
Well, I think that's absurd. Let me just address that. I think that's utterly absurd. And let me we out of time? Let me say it quickly. Let me just say this very quickly. It's...
Neither one of you can say it quick enough, because I know what we have to go into. But we are literally on our last 60 seconds. This conversation, she's giving me a come on. It was 90 minutes. We can part 2 in the hallway, but before we do finish our broadcast hour and a half, I do want to thank each of you for being here and adding your voices, and thank you for your tremendous questions and your presence. It always goes by so quickly. And thank you to Seeding Sovereignty for collaborating with us on this project. Thank you for being our town in the town hall, and we'll see you next time. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
I've been thinking about you, what I want to do, the things that cross my mind that I never ever say. Roll it up, relax, sit back. Every night I'm waiting, just anticipating. I'm not gonna wait up any longer. I'm ready for sex, love, and pain. Don't throw my love away. I'm not gonna wait up any longer. Alone again, missing you. I'll be alone for you tonight. Baby, I don't know where to begin. This feeling you're drifting out of sight. It's been too long without love. It's been too long without trust. It's been too long, but I'm still in love. Every night I'm waiting, just anticipating. I'm not gonna wait up any longer. I've been here for the 6-7 plane. Don't throw my love away. I'm not gonna wait up any longer. For your love, for your love, for your love, for love, for your love, for your love. In my bed, feeling you, and it must be all that alcohol in me that's come between these sheets. Is the memories keep it going, pretending you're here with me tonight. It's love. It's been too long without love. Hear me, darling. Without trust, I'm still in love. Boy, you know that every night I'm waiting, just anticipating. I'm not gonna wait up any longer. I'm ready for the 6-7. Don't throw my love away. I'm not gonna wait up any longer for your love, for your love, for your love. And it's been too long since seeing your face coming through my door. Never was I feeling so blind. Could you see I can't feel you anymore? I'll be yours tonight if you tell me that you're still mine. Every night I'm waiting, just anticipating. I'm not gonna wait up any longer. I'm ready for the 6-7. Don't throw my love away. I'm not gonna wait up any longer for your love, your love, your
Young faces, smiling for the prom or graduation. Portraits of lives cut short by violence. But more often than you'd think, we never learn how, why, who.
There are literally thousands of unsolved cold cases in Brooklyn alone.
13 years ago, 19-year-old Rashawn Brazel became one of them. His mother mourns the loss of a kind and caring son.
He was a very giving person. People don't know that he used to take food out of my refrigerator and feed the family across the street.
But sometimes, years later, detective work and forensics can provide the answer, even some solace. In other cases, a conviction comes quickly, but is the right man in prison? Carl King took it upon himself to prove his best friend was innocent.
I did not have any formal training in investigation, no courses I took in legal studies.
He put in decades of determination, but proving the law wrong is tough at any time, and even harder for poor and minority defendants.
They don't have the money to try their case properly.
In time effort, and anguish, the cost is shared, far beyond that person sitting in that cell.
It impacts friends, it impacts community. In other words, I'm serving time with him.
Join us this week on The Long Wait for Justice.
When it comes to criminal justice, if everything you need to know you learn from Law and Order, you may think the world is populated by prosecutors, police, judges, defenders, perps, and victims, where a bad thing happens and 43 minutes and a few commercial breaks later, the world is righted when the bad guy gets shipped to the clink. If only it were that simple. Advocates and activists are constantly calibrating the scales of justice to make the system equitable. Sometimes those advocates are everyday people, or even a best friend, working against the system for fairness and impartiality. At other times, that very same system churns at a constant pace until a loved one, long grieved, is granted justice years after their life was taken. Cold cases and hot emotions in the halls of justice and the streets of our city. A city where our mayor has an entire office devoted to working with citizens, law enforcement, the courts, and across city agencies with the mission of ensuring the public safety system works well so that every New Yorker is safe and treated fairly. An aspiration, a rallying cry, a caution. And for the next half hour, we go in on criminal justice.
You know, he said, Ma, if I ever leave, I want to be remembered for great things.
On Valentine's Day morning, 2005, after a quick phone call with his mom, Desire, Rashawn Brazel left their Bed-Stuy apartment. 4 days later, 2 transit workers inside a tunnel of the A train at Nostrand Avenue came upon a bloody trash bag filled with dismembered body parts that were later identified as Rashawn's. He was 19 years old. For 13 years, the case went unresolved. The brutality of the case made local headlines and national news, with a feature on America's Most Wanted highlighting the search for Rashawn's murderer. What you may have missed in the coverage was the essence of a life ended too soon.
He had a good heart. He was a very giving person. People don't know that he used to take food out of my refrigerator and feed the family across the street. People don't know that he actually gave away shoes because, you know, the kid across the street didn't have any to wear. I didn't know that after he was gone, that the woman downstairs on the first floor in the building said that Sean came to her school and helped her whole class out with a school project. I didn't know my child had touched as many people as he did. It's just sad that, you know, the world won't get to see who he would have been.
This case retired a man and then passed it along. Did you ever think, I'm just not gonna know?
No.
No.
I made a promise to myself and I prayed on it. And believe me, when I lost Sean, I stopped praying. It took me a long time to come back to prayer.
While Desire wrestled with her faith and all leads in the murder exhausted, the NYPD's cold case unit began what would become a 12-year journey to bring justice for Rashawn and his family.
I have to admit that if it wasn't for the officers that came into our lives, I don't think I would have never got this. The main officer on the case, Detective Amato, when I say beyond, he went beyond. His word to me was, I will not stop until this case is solved. I even walked away from my apartment and went to Georgia. I left. And, you know, I woke up one morning in Georgia and said, I gotta go back. Detective Amato was calling me every day. And then we had a phone call one day. He said, you know you gotta come back to New York, right? You know, we have work that's still to be done. I'll never forget when he called me and told me he was retiring. My heart dropped. He said, no, I have someone. Trust me, they're gonna be as good as I was. And I'm not going anywhere with family. And lo and behold, who we gave it to, Jason and Evelyn from the cold case unit. When I say that whole unit welcomed me and my family like they'd been on the case forever, and they went right in.
The New York Police Department's Cold Case Squad was once the largest in the country, with some 50 detectives in the ranks. Today, Detective Palomara is one of 21 on the Cold Case Homicide Squad. I'm looking over your shoulder at a newspaper clipping that has, I think you said, 3 of those 4 people on this poster cases that were actively yours. So even if you think you're leaving it at work, the world is watching.
Yes.
What does that mean?
A little bit of pressure, but when you work for people like Ms. Brazell, the pressure goes away. It's more of becomes an obligation, a privilege. It's been a pleasure to work for her and her family. It makes it a lot easier.
Well, just looking at the numbers, the odds are stacked against you.
Mm-hmm.
There's piles of things that we don't know. What kind of person does it take to keep coming in every day and plugging away when you know that every day there's another file just put on top?
Because when you actually get a case to the end and you speak to a mom, such as Ms. Brazell, and she cries to you and says thank you, you can hit every wall you want to hit. You can't replace that. So that's my motivation.
And then you get up the next day and start all over again on something else.
All over again. And I have his picture up as all my victims, and that's just motivation.
More than a decade after Rashawn's death, Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez endeavored to bring new technology to old-fashioned detective work by creating a forensic science unit, the only such office in New York State with an in-house forensic analyst. It's headed by Rachel Singer.
There are literally thousands of unsolved cold cases in Brooklyn alone. And, you know, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of families who lost loved ones to some sort of violence and who never found out what happened to them.
That date back how far?
Oh, I was going back into the early 80s.
Oh, wow.
10, 20 years ago, the forensic biology laboratory didn't look at certain items right away. They didn't look at fingernails. They didn't look at other items, trace evidence that might have been taken from the body. They went right to a post-mortem sexual assault kit and potentially any obvious wounds to the body. Now that we can go back and just walk through things very methodically, we're able to find items such as fingernail scrapings or fingernail clippings that were never tested before, not because of anyone's fault or neglect, but because it just wasn't the protocol back then. And because there are new ways of doing that type of testing that have made the testing both faster and better, we are getting very, very good results in a number of cases.
In November of 2016, the Cold Case Unit re-examined the evidence in the unsolved murder of 17-year-old Sharabia Thomas. DNA recovered from under her fingernails matched that of 38-year-old Kwahuru Govan, who was serving a 3-year sentence for armed robbery in a Florida jail. Detective Palomaro and his partner brought Govan back to New York, where he was charged with Sharabia's 2004 murder and Rashawn's killing the following year. Govan lived across the street from Desire. He even attended Rashawn's funeral.
I prayed for the first time that if God let me and my family just get the answers we want, I'll hold on to my faith. I'll never lose it again. And when I got that phone call, I was downtown Brooklyn. And I've never shared with nobody. I was coming out of the Gap and I dropped to my knees because I knew they had something to tell me. They called me, they asked me where I was. I said, I'm downtown. They came and got me and they said, we have someone. Now, was it a shock when they told me who they had? Yes, very much so. This family lived right across the street from me. I know this family for a very long time. Am I still shocked? Yes. Do I know how or what connected him? No. I'm going to find out like everybody else when that trial starts. People need to realize that while you're sitting at home and you're watching this, there's a family somewhere devastated. They're hurt. They need someone to listen, to understand what they're going through, to help them. I am quite sure that my son's case is not the only case right now that haven't been solved, and it's been years. I think this shows our community that it can happen. You just got to keep pushing, got to make sure you're being heard. Never let it go.
The Sixth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution guarantees the assistance of counsel for the accused in all criminal prosecutions, regardless of their ability to pay. For the 80% of criminal defendants in our state that cannot afford to hire a private attorney, a public defender may be the only thing standing between them and a jail cell. Sometimes it's just not enough, and you get by with some help from your friends.
I think by taking someone's liberty away wrongfully, that's like a horrible situation. That was in my heart where I felt like there's something I have to do. My name is Carl King, came out of Port of Spain, Trinidad, Caribbean. Came to New York in 1975 at the age of 13 years old. Lived in Prospect Heights first. Now I'm living in Crown Heights for the past 41 years. I did not have any formal training in investigation. No courses I took in legal studies. It's just the passion after being denied by retaining attorneys, paying attorneys for coming with the investigation. Colin Warner case, that was like 37 years ago. Colin Warner was my childhood friend from Trinidad. Came to New York a few years after me in 1979. And someone pointed him out and said that they saw him commit a crime as far as killing Mary Hamilton. First of all, supporting him. I'm working, in every way that I can to see, he get out. And retaining attorneys at first, when he was first incarcerated, trying to see if they can do the appeal where they would have the experience as appeal attorney to get him out. But throughout the years, we realized that these attorneys was just taking our money and not really doing the appeal in a way where they could perfect it. We realized that the way to go about this is to reinvestigate the case and see what happened from day one. Go through every piece of the materials to see the inconsistency, identify witnesses who was there in the scene, never called a trial, track them down, see what they had to say. I became a process server so that I can move around the court system and get familiar with court files, which it did help me a lot. Because in the end, I met a lawyer who was able to assist me with Colin's case. If Colin was a different color or had his parents had money, would the result been different the way how the case was handled? I think sure, definitely. When you don't have proper representation, for instance, these cases, it could be dealt with from the early stages. The police gonna do their investigation in order to cause an arrest. And with the information they get, if you are arrested and you have a private investigator to actually go out on the field and spend some time, he might uncover a lot of stuff that was not actually up front with the detective or the police who brought, the charges. So yeah, definitely race comes into place and class as far as what kind of money you have. Currently, I'm working on a case for the last 14 years. This young man was accused of murdering. He was sentenced to 25 to life. The family had reached out based on Colin Warner case, and I and a couple of folks decided to look at the paperwork and get Anwar Abdul a fair hearing again. I looked at it and I thought a lot of things really was not done in a proper way. This is one of the documents where he was placed on a lineup 2 days after the crime. And actually, there were 5 people on the lineup, which they were all in solid colored tops excepting for the defendant. He actually was in a light colored top. And still, the witness could not point him out. But 15 months after, during trial, his memory became very much sharp. He told one of the court reporters that he wanted to talk to the district attorney, that the guy who is sitting in the courtroom, he's sure that that's the guy that he saw the day of the crime.
The problem with cases like this is usually money. Well, say I'm going to need an expert who can reconstruct this scene. You got to pay. Say I'm going to need an expert who will tell me about the tracks on these shoes. A shoe expert, a shoe print expert. You got to pay money. Say I'm going to need someone to do run a DNA on these material, these evidence. Again, you're going to need money for the DNA expert. Okay? See, that is one of the big problems that poor and minority defendants face. They don't have the money to try their case properly, and the government doesn't provide them that support.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum, dear Painting is something I do with a smile. If I can't smile, I grin. And if I can't grin, I put the painting away until I can. With this painting, I smile all the way. I pray you have a happy birthday. With love, your son, Anwar. That one was from Sing Sing. When a person is accused and sentenced, something like that, especially if they're young, it impacts not only the family, it impacts friends, it impacts community. In other words, I'm serving time with him.
These cases of wrongful imprisonment, it's hard and sometimes tiresome, but I would say, for my friend Colin case, I learned that once you believe in something and you believe that it's right and you pursue it persistent, you can make great changes. And any little change that you can make, it counts.
Thanks for going in with us on criminal justice. And while justice may be blind, our eyes are open and our cameras are always rolling. To catch past episodes of Going In or anything else we do at BRIC TV, find us on the web at youtube.com/BRIC TV. Bye now. Every week, we go in. Emotional, in-depth, and unfiltered stories that explore the complexity of how we live. It's news worth knowing in the time it takes to tell it. So find us for new perspectives on the place you call home.
I didn't understand what it was to be a Muslim without struggle, without someone who was the antithesis to me.
Autobiography is not to be trusted unless it can reveal something disgraceful.
When it happens to you, you realize nobody's immune from some of this stuff.
See, all of this rain represents my sorrow. I had a tough day, want a better tomorrow.
God forbid something happens like this again, we need to be ready.
Searching with thirst for my last swallow words, an attempt to rewrite the intentions I've made. You see, the plans in my mind dissolve so quickly in life. Over again, try too hard to hold faces. Make my word like a bond that never breaks. Vision like a gong reverberates like an echo of my beating heart. I want it done if I could only start. Possibly the vision is really real. I could feel it growing inside of me. I want to know, will it disappear in a room of smoke? Possibly the vision is really real. I could see it growing inside of me. I want to know, will it disappear?
Criminology and technology. More and more, they're inseparable.
So what we're looking at here is a demo instance.
But using tech to prevent crimes before they actually happen? Yep. It's called predictive policing. It's a trend that has others worried that bias might still be built into the software.
It matters how you've trained that computer. The computer is only going to do what you tell it to do with the data that you give it.
You're not gonna help me? You're just gonna sit there reading?
Meet Flatbush Girl, a web sensation among the Orthodox Jewish community, where the internet is often considered a threat to tradition.
Flatbush Girl is the character that I play to unify a very fragmented community.
Adina Miles not only created the character, but as head of her own media company, she's dragging her corner of the world into the digital age.
One of my favorite kinds of businesses to come into and introduce to social media are the men who don't have access to smartphones.
So this food is actually made from dead fungi and sugar.
How to have fun with fungi. At Brooklyn's Gen Space, the world's first community biology lab, citizen scientists are signing up to learn bioengineering.
Technology, and then go into the lab, which is all right behind you, and try biotechnology for the first time.
You could say interest is mushroom.
Blue oyster mushrooms. And actually, they're incredibly tasty.
When's the last time you ate a mushroom?
Last night.
So, sign up for the next 30 minutes as we go in on the question, tech too far? Thanks, Brian. I love you too. I love you guys. I'm just sitting here taking a bath, both of you, and how much I love you. This is a real text message sent to me by my father, the same man who named me B-R-I-A-N. Yeah, my dad is a mush. He's also not a very good proofreader. But he is doing his level best to stay in the game, because few things age you more than letting technology pass you by. And while my dad works to master the talk-to-text function, an entire community of entrepreneurs is innovating advances in everything from robotics to nanotechnology here at New Lab in the Brooklyn Navy Yard, a last-century hub of wartime readiness reborn as a temple to tech. But as the American marketplace becomes more about intellectual property than the 5 o'clock whistle, the concern goes much further than an old guy who can't work his cell phone.
Sorry, Dad. For better or for ill, there seems to be no corner of our lives that remain untouched by technology. Algorithms are stacking your Netflix queue and informing law enforcement practices across the country. Robots are making the clothes on our back, and an entire community, self-segregated and steeped in tradition, is facing what it means to answer the call of the Wi-Fi. So for the next half hour, I invite you to get a little closer to your Black Mirror as we go in on Tech in Brooklyn. In 2016, Beauty.ai launched the planet's first international beauty contest, judged solely by machines, running complex algorithms determining which faces most closely embody human beauty. 6,000 entries from 100 countries, a bunch of white women winning. The computers calculated beauty based on the data they were given. Data that did not include many people of color as a beauty baseline. An objective competition undone by unintentional bias. A beauty pageant is low stakes when compared to law enforcement, which has been trying to get the calculations right for a practice called predictive policing. At Hunch Lab, in the city of brotherly love, they believe they have algorithmic law enforcement down to a science.
So what we're looking at here is a demo instance using Philadelphia data. The software identifies locations that are good for you to go to based upon our risk analysis and policy about what's important to prevent that day. It's things like where are bars and bus stops and highway on-ramps and what day of the week is it and how many incidents happened in the last week, in the last month, things like that. So the different colors represent different types of crimes. So we're actually right here in our office, which is in one of these boxes, which is a blue box that represents theft from vehicles.
Okay.
So the officer can see that, you know, the theft from vehicles is about a third of the risk. The yellow here is robbery, the dark blue is motor vehicle theft, etc. So if I was an officer, I'd go to this location and then I'm prompted to select a tactic. So the software can be configured with different types of tactics that could reflect the nature of, you know, police community interactions, issues, you know, things like that. So in this case, it's saying visit businesses or high visibility car patrol.
So these are the two choices. It's like choose your own adventure for law officers.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like the wave of the future, but what's the most valid criticism that you've ever heard of the work that you guys do here?
The decisions about what is going to be addressed and how it's going to be addressed by the police is immensely important for public debate to discuss. And that can't happen if no one knows that it's going on, right? So that transparency aspect, I think, is the most important aspect of that, and it's often lacking in this process.
Transparency was not a hallmark of a predictive policing program in New Orleans, where Palantir Technologies, an analytics firm co-founded by billionaire venture capitalist Peter Thiel, tested their software for 6 years, from 2012 through 18, without the knowledge of the city's residents or the bulk of the city council. 20 of the nation's 50 largest police departments employ predictive policing: LA, New Orleans, Chicago, and New York. A revelation that prompted the Brennan Center for Justice to undertake a 4-year court battle with the city's police department for information on just how the NYPD is using predictive policing.
If you flood an area with police officers, you're much more likely to find crime. If you take drug use, for example, we know that Americans of different races use drugs at about the same rate, but arrests for minor drug use are much higher in Black and Latino communities here. So there's a disparity already between enforcement. If you then put that data into a computer and ask it to draw patterns and predict where police are more likely to make an arrest for a drug crime, lo and behold, it's in those same neighborhoods that have been over-policed already. So it brings it right back to the bias and discrimination and bad data question, and that is critical here. We're worried about a police officer who might be racist, or a policy that's biased against minority populations or immigrant populations. And we look to a computer to remove that element of subjective bias. But again, it matters how you've trained that computer. The computer is only going to do what you tell it to do with the data that you give it.
I think that there's some clear decision-making processes in criminal justice that risk assessment tools are not being designed to solve in a fair, unbiased way, right? But there's also like human processes that also are broken, right? So if you are a judge and you are making a decision about some sort of summary judgment or something, right? Yeah. You can often see how many times a person has interacted with the police. And you might use that even subconsciously to change your decision-making process, right? Why should that person see that at all? In our system, we debate, how much information should we give to an officer? Will that information be interpreted correctly? Some competitors really believe that officers should have as much information as the system knows, right? When we looked at the map, some of those boxes are probably more risky than others. Yeah. You as an officer don't know which one is higher risk, which one is lower risk, right? And we're probabilistically selecting locations. So sometimes we're going to send an officer to a lower risk location, but they don't know it, right? So if they don't know which one's high risk and which one's medium risk, yeah, they can't use that information to change their behavior.
Right. To go around
and be like, oh, something's definitely going to hit. I'm going to stop everyone and use this as justification. They can't.
In addition to, is this going to keep us safe? Is this going to exacerbate tensions that already exist in this city? Is it going to make it worse for communities that are already over-policed? Is it going to further erode trust between the police and the communities they serve, making it harder for them to solve crimes in the future?
So would New York City, as we know it, be a less safe environment than it is now if we were to rely more on these predictive policing modules?
So the predictive policing software, one of the big criticisms of it is that it's not always accurate either. And so you end up over-policing some communities, under-policing other communities, and diverting resources because the computer tells you to do that, rather than, say, community concern about a particular problem in the neighborhood that could receive more police attention. So it's a trade-off in terms of resources, and there are serious questions about the accuracy, about the reliability, about the bias inherent in these systems, and I think if police make their decisions based on that, then it is going to make us less safe. We're not opposed to technology, but we would like to know how this technology works and what its risks are, because right now that's not clear to anybody, but it is impacting the civil rights and civil liberties of millions of New Yorkers.
This digital portal, created by the folks at Shared Studios, collapses time and space, bringing Brooklyn face to face with Herat, Afghanistan. While many families wrestle with what's the right age to give kids their first phone, one of Brooklyn's most insular communities is grappling with whether or not technology should play any role in their lives. For one young woman in Flatbush, a smartphone may be a tool of resistance.
I grew up with no TV, no radio. I did not know what radio was. I grew up with never seeing a movie. I'm Frida Weisel. I grew up in the Sapmar community, and I'm now a tour guide in Hasidic Williamsburg. I personally don't think that the secular community is doing a good job of telling the community story, and in part because this community doesn't want to tell their story. We have such a different way of looking at things that it's really hard to get into the minds of members of this community. There's always a sense of, if there's technology, how can we make sure that we remove anything that's dangerous from it? This is a cell phone shop in New York City, and what they are selling, what they're advertising is a flip phone. The first and most reputable firm in the kosher phone industry. Email communication with absolutely no browsing capabilities.
I think that our community is still divided by those who are proponents for having access to a smartphone, having access to unify with other people of different backgrounds to come up with new ideas and new perspectives, and then the others who are just anti to the point where like a phone is literally the symbol of super saturated evil. There aren't that many Orthodox Jewish females who are in the spotlight, reaching for their camera and showing their face. Guys, why should I take the steps? That's way too boring. Let's show them how we roll, right? Right here we go. Farewell. I think that divide is slowly melting because it's becoming impractical to live without a phone.
It's gotten into a lot of the community. It's caused a divide. There's like the haves and the have-nots, and you don't even know who they are. Within the same family, there are people making the decision to use smartphones, and there are people making the decision not to use smartphones.
Flatbush Girl is a character that I play to entertain an audience, create social commentary, to unify a very fragmented community. Managing Flatbush Media is maintaining clients, managing their social media presence for their business, ensuring that their end of the month sales are increasing. That occurs by me managing a group of people, my team, who make that happen. Did you understand that when we use an influencer, someone who's popular on Instagram, we post it in both places? One of my favorite kinds of businesses to come into and introduce to social media are the men, the owners who don't have access to smartphones, who don't use the internet, who don't use email. It's such a foreign place for them. I always have in mind, and we always have in mind, like your voice. It's a sage, it's someone who's wise, someone who has a lot of information to give to the customer. But for the males that I do interact with who do have WhatsApp, who do have Instagram, who do have email, it's kind of a difficult task to maintain my sense of power. I need to kind of bring this alpha dog nature, and it takes a lot of fight out of me. Okay, this is the issue. You do the photography lishma because you want to help Mr. Freund. Don't mistake your inability to ask them for more money with being passive aggressive towards me for me benefiting off of that inability.
No, I hear you. It comes out to, like, understand that it's $10 a photo.
I really appreciate it. I really do.
All right.
Thank you, AJ. Okay. We'll be in touch. Okay, bye-bye. In the summertime, I placed a thank you ad to one of the senators for being so active in the community and trying to clean up the community and clean up graffiti. That paper rejected the ad because my face was in it. They'll show females, but they'll blot out the face. They'll pixelate the face. Looking back on the way in which I was schooled in the female school system, it's how can the females service the males? How can the females perpetuate bigger growth amongst families and amongst the community to further the klal? It's a Hebrew word for the whole.
All Orthodox Jews know who she is. Adina can't even really walk down the street like, Flatbush Girl. Adina and I are of the opinion that if you just allow yourself to be an individual and a person, and people see you as an individual, as a person, they could choose to accept you or not.
You're not gonna help me? You're just gonna sit there reading? Get up and help me. Down.
I really don't feel comfortable, please.
Get over here. Quickly, I'm gonna get 1,000 likes on this.
So embarrassed.
Hurry up. Remain, sit on deck.
Mayor de Blasio, I just have a question for you.
Yes?
Would you ever consider converting to Judaism and then changing your name to Mayor so you could be Mayor?
Mayor!
I saw that coming.
That's very funny. That's a great idea.
Most Most of my haters are female. They see someone going against what we were raised to do. It's almost like we were all in like the slumber of, yeah, that's just the way it is. They're just, girls are not in magazines. Like, that's just it. Some of the messages that I get have even bordered into threats of physical harm, threats of physically harming my children.
And we're just trying to be people. We're not trying to be Orthodox Jews first. Sometimes we do things very Orthodox Jewy, right? Because we can't lose that identity, and we're very proud of that identity.
And it's a classic picture of the story of Purim, in which Mordechai watched as the people in, I guess, Shushan were bowing as if they were worshiping idols. And this is not supposed to have a smartphone in the middle, but someone cropped a smartphone into it. And the message is very clear that if you engage with your smartphone, then it's like idol worship. Often the argument has been the Nushim Tzidkunias, the women, the pious women, are closer to the children, to the next generation. It's more important to keep them pure.
What's it called?
I don't know.
A symbol. A symbol. Say symbol.
I always have this joke that we like to be like 10 years behind on things, like 10 years behind on fashion, 10 years behind on technology, even like the thought process, because everything gets filtered. And it has worked very well for the community. But the question is, how will they embrace it? Will they embrace it? How will they learn to deal with it? Because they haven't learned yet.
You are you. This is your one shot at life. You can't be on your deathbed and say, oh, I was there for my family, I was there for my kids, I was there for my parents, I was there for the community. Were you there for yourself? That's kind of what I want to achieve with my audience.
Lifelong learners interested in science have a home in Sunset Park, and it's called Gin Space. This may look like a typical street in Sunset Park, but it's really a portal to my sophomore year in high school, when my favorite subject was laboratory science. And like much of that year, I'm late to class.
So GenSpace is the world's first community biology lab. A community biology lab is a place where really anyone from any background can come, learn about biotechnology, and then go into the lab, which is all right behind you, and try biotechnology for the first time.
Okay, portals into the past are science fiction, but this space is very real and very well stocked. A former warehouse reborn as a playground for your inner nerd.
So GenSpace was the first one of these community biology labs. There are now 125 different groups around the world that are following in our footsteps.
You've done a lot to dispel this notion that technology in Brooklyn is just some kid who dropped out of college to really make his app fly.
No.
This is not that community. This looks like every person who stands next to me in the post office.
Yeah, and that's right. So, you know, one of the things that we want to do in a space like this is make it openly accessible to all different communities.
Will Schindel is the lab manager at Gin Space, and the day after orientation, he gave me a private tour.
In a lot of ways, biotechnology is similar to computing in that it's fairly cheap to actually do, and we found the biggest barrier to entry is just access to the technology. So places like this basically make that possible. I think CRISPR is probably the sexiest thing that we're all excited about these days.
Definitively, what is CRISPR and how is it going to change my life?
CRISPR is a tool that we use to edit genomes, and the way that we do it is basically, it's a little enzyme that you can basically reprogram, and from there we rapidly figured out how to actually deploy it inside of live cells. It can scan the chromosome find the sequence that it's been targeted to search out and cut right there. Once that cut has been made, you can then provide new DNA for the cell to use to repair its own DNA with.
So I can like trade in my snoring for 20/20 vision?
One day.
One day may be sooner than you'd expect. Biotechnology is advancing so far, so fast, that we're approaching a before and after moment of evolutionary proportion. Imagine explaining the internet to Confucius, one of history's most brilliant minds. But how do you break down a Google search to someone who's never even seen a light bulb? Artificial superintelligence and runaway technology, forcing a giant leap forward where old models fall to new reality and unimaginable changes to human civilization, referred to as the singularity.
When many people hear about CRISPR, their first thought is that it'll lead to either the singularity or the apocalypse. And that's one of the myths that we're trying to dispel here, is that it's a tool just like any other tool, and it will certainly advance technology, but it's not going to single-handedly change anything by itself.
Ruthie Knockmany is the prototypical citizen scientist, software engineer by day and biomaterial designer by night.
So about a year ago, I had this idea that I wanted to make wearable art that would organically change over time. And as I was thinking about this, I discovered the biotextiles class at GenSpace. So I took that, it was really cool. I learned about how people are making mushroom leather and like wearable algae and like using soybean bacteria to make clothes that open and close based on your body temperature. So I was like, this is amazing. And then from there I took the CRISPR class and learned about kind of contemporary forms of genetic engineering. And what I loved was I read a lot about CRISPR, but learning how to do it hands-on was so exciting.
Craig Trester is a mycologist working on a project from mushrooms to help heal the planet.
We know what species this is. This is blue oyster mushrooms.
Are they delicious?
Actually, they're incredibly tasty.
When's the last time you ate a mushroom?
Last night. We could use CRISPR to engineer the bacteria to fluoresce a certain color, which we could use in tracking of how effective the mycelium is consuming the bacteria, and potentially work with other people that are actually doing in-field remediation.
What makes Brooklyn so great is that there's so much going on, and people are really into interdisciplinarity, cross-disciplinary research and activities. So we have designers and artists who are coming to this space and looking at biotechnology as their next palette. The next big breakthroughs, the next great applications in biotechnology are going to come through these kinds of collaborations.
With outlets like GenSpace providing the tools for citizen scientists to get their hands dirty in the service of biohacking, the future is now.
Thanks for going in on technology with us. If you missed anything or want to check out past episodes of Going In, you can find us on one of these things at youtube.com/BRIC TV. Bye now. Every week, we go in. Emotional, in-depth, and unfiltered stories that explore the complexity of how we live. It's news worth knowing in the time it takes to tell it. So find us for new perspectives on the place you call home.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul.
how would the 217,000 people who are subscribed to your Instagram account right now describe it for anyone else in the world who doesn't know?
I think they would say she creates webcomics. They often discuss dating and different behaviors that we deal with in our romantic relationships.
How has this current epidemic that we're facing as a nation and pandemic as a world, how's that been reflected in the way that folks are interacting with you via your format?
So when all of this first started to go down and social distancing became a thing, I received a lot of screenshots of people kind of navigating dating during this time. A lot of people just weren't taking it as seriously as maybe it should have been taken. I received a lot of screenshots basically of people trying to hook up and meet up while social distancing was going on and the stay-at-home mandate was happening. And I started posting the screenshots and tagging dating apps like, hey, you guys should do something. This isn't cool. People are trying to meet up, because at that point, dating apps didn't have like any mechanisms in place to promote dating from a distance. So I started a petition to get them to take action. Had a few thousand signatures, and I actually had a phone call with Hinge where they kind of told me that it's super important to them. So I don't know if this had anything to do with my effort at all, but within about a week, like all of the apps started to kind of spread the message of social distancing and take it a lot more seriously, which was awesome.
We saw the governor saying, I'm shutting down gyms, theaters, and bars, but these online connections, social dating apps are big business, but they're also really self-regulated. So it took you to step up to say, hey, where's your message about social distancing?
Exactly. I think my stance was kind of like, all right, if every restaurant has to shut down, if every non-essential business has to shut down and not interacting with people, is this serious? I felt like dating apps, their very purpose is to kind of provide a medium where two people can meet. And I felt like they definitely had a responsibility to spread this message.
I'm going to ask you if there is an illustration on your account right now at Violet Claire that would sum things up that we could share with our audience who's watching. If you had to pick one or two of your cells, which would you send out into the world as symptomatic of where we are right now?
The first one that comes to mind is the comic that I have that reads, "Don't forget to wash your hands and block your ex." I'm hearing a lot of stories now about toxic people from our past coming back because we're all like bored, we're all lonely. Just because, we're at home and we have nothing else to do, we still should not entertain that. Like keep the germs and the toxicity, all of that, keep it away. So that's the first one. The second one is, I made it a few weeks back. It's a red flag. It's a giant red flag. And on it, it says, if they're trying to hook up during social distancing, that's a giant red flag. Which it is, because anyone who's trying to meet up now just has no regard for the health or safety of themselves or others.
We were looking at some numbers from about March 2nd through March 12th. While all those other businesses were shutting down, people were hooking it up online, essentially, with even Bumble reporting something like a 22% increase in activity there. Like, do you think people actually were like meeting or just leaning into this, I'm at home, the sort of, are you up kind of texts?
I think that because of what's going on right now, we're all just really craving connection. I think that the apps definitely have a role and a place, and I don't think that they should be eliminated during this, but I do think that, now is a good time to find some leads, video chat with a few people, set up some options for when this is over. It's a totally great time to start making connections virtually. And, and then once this all is over, you can see where those go.
Hello, my name is Bianca, and this is my COVID-19 story. It all started in March. I was still working at my former job. I've been working for this company for a total of 3.5 years. But when COVID-19 happened, as a production company, most of our work required producing photo shoots or video shoots and being outside in the field, like actually working with talent and other people. So obviously with the new rules to stay at home and take prevention against COVID-19, producing was not something that we were able to continue doing. My role at this point was producer. That same Saturday, after the first week working from home, my boss called me. The purpose of the call was to let me go. So when my roommate got laid off, she basically told me the same thing happened in her company, like every other company in New York, and she did not really feel safe or comfortable paying the rent that we were paying here. So basically she gave me her 30-day notice, and that gave me 30 days to start planning what my future was gonna look like, because even though I had good savings and even though I had a good unemployment benefit, it just was not smart to stay in this apartment with 2 bedrooms and me having to pay for it on my own. I quickly started thinking, like, should I just move? Or should I maybe go to Dominican Republic? Because that's where I grew up and I actually have a home there where I wouldn't have to pay rent. Or to go into a furnished apartment and sell everything that was in this one. That way I get some money and also I will pay less in rent. Out of all those options, the one that I preferred was just renting a 1-bedroom for myself. I really liked a specific one in Sunnyside, Queens. I applied for it and I literally had to say, like, hey, I just lost my job due to coronavirus, but I'm getting unemployment and this is what I am making weekly. That same night, they got back to me and they said yes. So I was like, great, so then let's go sign the lease, right? We go into the management office, me and my parents, to sign this 1-year lease. And then when I get there, there's literally no lease. And apparently the company decided to review my application again. And they decided that they were unsure whether or not I should have this apartment. So they basically like changed their mind last minute. So it was really heartbreaking because it really would have been the easiest route. So plan B was going to the Dominican Republic. You know, I bought my flight and buying the flight gave me no problem. So I was like, I guess it's fine. I guess I can fly to the Dominican Republic. Great. So I bought it and I started my online store. And that was really fascinating to see how fast everything got sold. Because you would think that because of the pandemic, people are being hesitant to like go to other people's homes, and also that people wouldn't want to buy anything that is used. But to my surprise, that wasn't the case really. If anything, I feel like the coronavirus helped me sell all of my things really fast because all of the stores are closed. 70 or 80% of the people that came to buy stuff from here were moving into a new place. So I was like, wow, times are crazy. Everyone's just moving. So in a sense, that made me feel less alone. And so I finished selling the rest of my things by the end of May. And here I am in my empty apartment and it feels great. It's moving day and I'm eating ice cream. Before moving here, I was subletting in various places, but this was like my first apartment that I was able to like make my own home, and having to like wrap everything up and sell everything that I had invested in was difficult. And I feel like in that one phone call, my whole life was just crumbled and like tossed. And life was just like, you're gonna let go of everything now. And you're gonna have to be okay with that. And you're gonna start over. And it's gonna be okay. You'll figure it out. I promise. When I started contacting my friends in the Dominican Republic, all of them were telling me they're gonna make you quarantine in a specific location. So I was like, okay, what can I do to stay in New York City, at least until the Dominican Republic lifts the isolation rule? Because I was able to find basically everything that I needed, which was a furnished place, since I had already sold my furniture, that was affordable. And also, it was a short lease, so I would be able to still go to VR. That was my only option at this point, because getting a brand new apartment didn't work, going to the Dominican Republic didn't work. This had to work. Even though I've gone through so much since losing my job to having to leave the country in a few months, I've been able to be okay and like settle somewhere for the time being where I can feel relaxed and at peace. And I acknowledge that I am privileged to have that. This is such a hard time to be alive because there's so much emotional strain on everyone's life right now. If it's not because you've lost someone, it's because maybe you're battling the virus yourself, or maybe it's just because you feel really sad for the world in general. And that's a lot to take in, and you don't necessarily need to be productive during such a difficult time, but we're all in this together and we're all going through the same things, and just know that you're not alone, and that whatever you can do to stay happy during this time, do it. Prioritize your needs right now. That's what I would suggest to everyone.
I grew up, sort of the child of a cab driver, right? We were quite poor. We were Medicaid growing up, and the first time I went to a dentist, I was 25 years old.
Dr. Chowdhury, you started a tweet that now has become something of a rallying cry. I placed a New York City neighborhood map of percent testing positive for COVID-19 next to a map of economic risk by @ANHDNYC, the health implications of the global pandemic on our neediest communities cannot be ignored. So what prompted you to put those maps on top of each other?
Being a native New Yorker, I've sort of lived all over the city. You can see the areas that are red are the ones where the largest percentage of tests are coming back positive. Those are clearly the areas of the city that are lowest income and immigrant populations. And so that really prompted me to look for other maps where I can really see, if my inclination or my thought that these neighborhoods that are low income and have high immigrant populations are truly the ones that are most affected. You can see, a picture's worth 1,000 words. The areas of the highest economic risk are also the areas that have the highest percentage of patients testing positive.
I think what we're seeing with the way COVID-19 is playing out, particularly in New York City, is unfortunately a story we've seen before, that many epidemics hit those who have already health disparities the hardest. Individuals from these poorer neighborhoods often really lack access to primary health care. They lack insurance. And all of these factors, unfortunately, come together as a perfect storm, if you will, and make them very vulnerable to this kind of respiratory virus infection.
When there is limited access to a ventilator, it's sort of up to the physician to help determine, who gets the ventilator. That is a very difficult decision to make. And some of the guidelines state, one of the factors you have to take into account, underlying comorbidities, right? So things like having chronic health conditions like diabetes or heart disease puts you a little bit lower on the list of people who get a ventilator. Challenge with that, though, is generally speaking, it is lower income and Black and Latino populations that have these underlying comorbidities. And so guidelines like who gets a ventilator have a disproportionate impact on our poorer communities, certainly. This isn't something that was a mystery, right? This inequality is something, at least in healthcare, that we as physicians, we know that there is health inequity.
The public health students definitely get quite a lot of education and discussion about the role of health inequities and health disparities in understanding exactly how different illnesses and different epidemics play out.
All one has to do is stand on a train platform, and you'll see that the trains are filled with Black and brown and low-income people going into communities to service those who are able to telecommute. You can't drive the bus as a telecommuter. You cannot be a 311, 911 operator, which is predominantly a Black and brown woman, as a telecommuter.
75% of frontline workers are Black and brown in immigrant communities. We're talking nurses, nurses' aides, nurses' assistants, people who stock shelves, the cashiers, MTA workers, our sanitation workers. All the folks who are listed as front line are Black, brown, immigrant communities. We've seen in the ANHD report that these same areas have high episodes of people who are rent burdened, people who are food insecure. We know that many of these areas have health disparities. They came in with structural deficiencies, and this disease has exacerbated and shown the disparities that occur. So while the virus itself doesn't discriminate, our policies and our response seems to have been discriminatory and have a disparate impact. And that's something that there has to be accountability for.
They may, for financial reasons, have to go into work. They may have to be around crowds. And so it's a situation in which they're having to pick between exposing themselves and their family members to risk of infection versus putting food on the table. And I don't think that's an easy decision to make, frankly.
This has happened before. And we need to just keep working harder and harder at learning our lessons from each experience, because it's going to happen again.
We can save lives with policy change. And I think it all starts with education, whether it's educating our policymakers that, there is this subset of the population that is affected disproportionately. And then the flip side of that is certainly, I think, educating those in low income households that there are resources available, right? These are the healthy diet and exercise saves lives, so on and so forth. So many things that I think the average American takes for granted. These are things that I think we can bring to our communities. And ultimately, at least during this crisis, I don't think politics should be a reason that someone loses their life.
Safe Horizon is the nation's leading victim assistance organization. We invited Kim Cavern, their Senior Director of Crime Victim Assistance Programs, on to be heard about strategies for staying safe, while staying home.
It's been clearly shown that intimate partner violence is something that thrives on silence and isolation. And you even talk about the threat that some abusers are using of the fear and using it to further separate folks.
Yep. I mean, we know that when you are sort of self-quarantined or self-isolating in a home with an abuser, that's a situation that's bound to increase levels of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse. We've heard horrific cases in cases like Pennsylvania and Italy this week. So we want survivors to know that services are still accessible, that we are still here, that you can still reach out to us. We know that your safety planning might look a little bit different given current situations, but we're here to help with that.
We know that you are part of the largest network across the country for helping people who are going through domestic violence right now. I wonder how your practice has changed since the onset of this epidemic.
So like most of the country, most of us are working remotely. Safe Horizon has a staff of about 1,000 that provide services to victims of all types of crime and abuse across New York City. About 800 of us are working from home. We do have about a fifth of our staff who are still essential employees going into the office, so working at sites like our domestic violence shelters and our street work overnight program for at-risk homeless youth. But most of us are working remotely in the courts, with the police department, providing counseling and therapy to services of domestic violence and other types of crime.
What's open and running now versus what is closed?
All of our services are still up and running. So although the courts in New York City are working remotely, you can still access the courts for emergency petitions. So police are still responding to violent incidents. If you call 911, police will still respond. Our advocates that work in partnership with the NYPD are still getting victim information and doing outreach to victims who file police reports. Our staff who work in the family and criminal courts across the city are still able to help victims. So if you need an order of protection, our Safe Horizon staff in the courts can help you with that and help you file remotely, and you can video conference in to meet with the judge.
That being said, I was on your website and you have some very concrete steps and tactics that people who may be feeling a little uneasy in their homes right now can actually employ.
One is that we have a safe chat feature on our website. So you may not be in a situation where you're able to make a phone call safely to a service provider like Safe Horizon. So you can go on our website from your computer, from your phone, and chat with an advocate in real time. If you need to safely escape our website, it won't show up in your search history. We're encouraging folks to think creatively about how they can stay socially connected to people who are safe in their lives. So if you have a neighbor or a colleague who knows what's happening in your relationship, are there ways through social media that you might be able to connect with that person, and to really recognize that just because you're isolated in your home and not able to physically access people, that there might still be ways for you to remotely access those supports.
I'm just going to ask you right now about a workable safety plan for anyone who may be on the verge of experiencing a violent episode.
Safety plans are going to look different for everyone, and we're really going to try to cater a safety plan that's specific to you. But some general tips are, if you have children in the home, is there a safe word that you can use in case your children need to run outside or need to call 911 or are feeling unsafe? Can you use social media, Instagram, Facebook, to connect with people, a neighbor, another safe person, if you need someone else to call 911 or do something for you? We've heard of people doing things like putting a plant in the window as a way of alerting a neighbor that they need help. We always advise staying away from rooms like the kitchen or the bathroom where there are a lot of hard surfaces or knives. So if you need to run away, staying away from those areas, staying downstairs, not running upstairs, things like that.
So Kim, you are the first, I want to say, non-doctor that we've spoken to, because we got the call, we realized how important this is to Brooklynites living under these isolation orders right now. How else are people getting the message that this is an important issue, that needs to be addressed along with health and safety and staying away from a virus?
Well, we and the police department, the NYPD, the court systems, other service providers, we are really trying to spread this message far and wide that we are here and that we're working remotely, recognizing that stay-at-home orders are keeping survivors, they're keeping children away from support systems. Often school is a safe place for children who are experiencing violence in the home, and now not having access to that impacts people. So we want people to recognize that shelter is still available if that's something that you need. There are space in domestic violence shelters across the city. Our 24-hour hotlines are still open and running and available. Like I said, our advocates that work with the police department are still getting information and making outreach calls to you. So we just want everyone to know it's what we appreciate folks like you so much for getting the word out there, that help is available and you don't have to suffer alone.
I don't stop hearing sirens all day long. It's getting to me now. It's getting to all of us now.
I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to help out.
I can work as many hours, so our professionals that take care of us 24/7, 365 can go home, get the comfort that they need from their families.
Now we have seen that the world can come together. We have seen that all sectors can address a crisis like what's happening right now.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
The world is watching in quiet despair as the destruction in Ukraine goes on unchecked. The United States has tried diplomacy. The world has tried sanctions. Nothing seems to be working. But there is a simple, blindingly obvious solution. A way to punish Putin, to slow the war, and to fund the reconstruction of Ukraine when this war comes to an end.
As Russia's invasion of Ukraine enters its third month and the U.S. and Europe provide increasing military support, we'll look at how to end the war in Ukraine, a solution beyond sanctions, with University of Wisconsin professor Alfred McCoy. Then the U.S. Supreme Court considers a case on the reinstatement of the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy, which forced tens of thousands of non-Mexican asylum seekers to wait in Mexico while their cases played out in U.S. courts, often in extremely dangerous conditions.
What are we supposed to do? Just drive truckloads of people into Mexico and leave them without negotiating with Mexico?
The ruling could have an enormous impact on asylum seekers who seek refuge in the United States. But first, today is a big day on Capitol Hill as Puerto Rican elected officials from both the island and mainland U.S. gathered to support the Puerto Rico Self-Determination Act. This comes after the Supreme Court just ruled the government can continue to deny benefits to seniors and people with disabilities who live in Puerto Rico. Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says the court's decision gives off, quote, 2022 imperialist neo-colony vibes. We'll get the latest with Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Russia's cut off natural gas supplies to Poland and Bulgaria as tension over the war in Ukraine continues to escalate. The Russian company Gazprom said it suspended gas delivery because both countries refused to begin paying in rubles. The president of the European Commission accused Russia of using gas as a, quote, instrument of blackmail. Both Poland and Bulgaria rely heavily on Russian gas. Meanwhile, a series of explosions occurred inside Russia this morning in 3 provinces bordering Ukraine. At least one of the blasts occurred in an ammunition depot. This comes as Germany's announced it'll begin sending dozens of armored anti-aircraft vehicles to Ukraine in a marked policy shift. On Tuesday, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin met with military leaders from 40 nations at the U.S. Air Base in Ramstein, Germany. Austin vowed allied nations would do more to help arm Ukraine.
But we don't have any time to waste. The briefings today laid out clearly why the coming weeks will be so crucial for Ukraine. So we've got to move at the speed of war. And I know that all the leaders leave today more resolved than ever to support Ukraine in its fight against Russian aggression and atrocities.
More details are emerging about how the United States is providing real-time intelligence, even specific coordinates, to Ukraine to help them attack Russian forces. NBC News is reporting Ukraine shot down a Russian transport plane carrying hundreds of troops in the early days of the war, based on information provided by the United States. The U.S. intelligence has also helped Ukraine move its air defenses to avoid Russian strikes. In addition, NBC is reporting the CIA is, quote, devoting significant resources by gathering intelligence to help protect Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. On Tuesday, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said the West's arming of Ukraine is jeopardizing negotiations to end the fighting. He accused NATO of waging a proxy war in Ukraine, saying it could lead to World War III.
Of course, these weapons will be a legitimate target for Russia's military acting within the context of the special operation. And the storage facilities, including those in western Ukraine, have been targeted more than once by Russian forces. How can it be otherwise? If NATO essentially engages in war with Russia through a proxy and is arming that proxy, war means war.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov also warned about the risk of a nuclear war.
Really, the risks are really considerable, and I would not want to elevate those risks artificially. Many would like that. The danger is serious, real, and we must not underestimate it.
The U.S. denounced Lavrov's comments about nuclear war as the height of irresponsibility. On Tuesday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres met with Lavrov and Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow. During their meeting, Putin agreed in principle to allow the UN and the International Committee of the Red Cross to help evacuate civilians from the besieged steel plant in Mariupol. Guterres is meeting with Zelensky in Kyiv Thursday. We'll speak to Professor Alfred McCoy about the war in Ukraine. His latest piece is How to End the War in Ukraine, a Solution Beyond Sanctions. The head of the International Atomic Energy Agency visited the Chernobyl nuclear power station in Ukraine Monday on the 36th anniversary of the plant's meltdown. Rafael Grossi vowed help for Ukraine to repair damage caused when Russian forces seized the facility in February. He praised workers at the plant for helping to prevent what could have been another nuclear disaster.
In this case, what we had was a nuclear safety situation that was not normal, that could have developed into an accident. I think the first credit must go to the operators, to these people here, because they carried on their work in spite of all the difficulties, in spite of the stress, in spite of the fact that they could not be working normally. They continued working as if nothing had happened, so they kept the situation stable, so to speak.
Russia and the United States have participated in a prisoner swap. Russia has released Marine veteran Trevor Reed in exchange for a Russian pilot who was jailed in Connecticut on drug charges. Reed had been jailed in Russia since 2019. Russia is continuing to hold WNBA player Brittany Griner, who was arrested in February after authorities say they found vape cartridges containing cannabis oil in her luggage at an airport near Moscow. Vice President Kamala Harris has tested positive for COVID-19. According to her office, she's not showing any symptoms due to a recent travel schedule. She has not been in recent close contact with President Biden. This comes as new research from the CDC suggests more than 60% of adults and 75% of children in the United States have been infected with COVID at some point during the pandemic. That's a far higher total than the official number of confirmed cases. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization is warning cuts to COVID testing are making it harder for public health officials to track the pandemic. WHO Chief Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus spoke Tuesday in Geneva.
As many countries reduce testing, WHO is receiving less and less information about transmission and sequencing. This makes us increasingly blind to patterns of transmission and evolution. But this virus won't go away just because countries stop looking for it. It's still spreading, it's still changing, and it's still killing.
The New York Times has published new audio of House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy privately saying members of his own party were putting people in jeopardy by using dangerous rhetoric following the deadly January 6th insurrection. This recording is from January 10th, 2021.
Got something sent now about Newsmax, something Matt Gaetz said, where he's calling people's names out, saying an anti-Trump in this type of atmosphere. And some of the other places, this is serious stuff people are doing that has to stop.
And Louis' comments, too, a lot of members have said some real concerning things. It's potentially illegal what he's doing.
He's putting people in jeopardy, and he doesn't need to be doing this. We saw what people would do in the Capitol, and these people came prepared with rope, with everything.
That was Kevin McCarthy, as well as Republican Congressmember Steve Scalise on a call with other Republican lawmakers January 10th, 2021. McCarthy would later defend the same lawmakers he privately criticized. Tensions continuing to escalate over the Solomon Islands after the Pacific Island nation signed a security deal with China. On Tuesday, a high-ranking U.S. diplomat refused to rule out the U.S. taking military action against the Solomon Islands if China established a military presence on the islands. During a news briefing, the State Department official, Daniel Crittenbrink, said the U.S. respects the Solomon Islands' sovereignty but warned against China's presence in the region, saying the United States would, quote, very naturally respond to those concerns, unquote. By some counts, the U.S. operates over 800 military bases around the world. China opened its first overseas base just 4 years ago in the African nation of Djibouti. In Burma, Aung San Suu Kyi has been sentenced to another 5 years in prison after a closed military court found her guilty on corruption charges. Suu Kyi was overthrown alongside Burma's civilian leadership in a deadly military coup in February of 2021. At least one migrant is dead, at least 24 others missing after their boat capsized about 135 miles from Spain's Canary Islands. The Spanish Coast Guard has rescued 36 people so far. This comes just days after at least 20 migrants died after a group of boats sank off the coast of Tunisia. Israel's carried out deadly airstrikes in Syria, targeting several locations near Damascus. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights is reporting 9 people have died, including 5 Syrian soldiers. Israeli forces have killed an 18-year-old Palestinian after Israel conducted an armed raid near Jenin in the occupied West Bank. 3 other Palestinians, including a 16-year-old, were shot. On Tuesday, hundreds of Palestinians gathered in Jericho for the funeral of a 20-year-old Palestinian man who was shot in the head by Israeli troops during a raid on a refugee camp. In news from Colombia, the nation's human rights ombudsman has revealed at least 52 Colombian human rights activists and local leaders were killed in the first 3 months of the year, marking a significant increase over last year. The victims included 28 land defenders and 9 indigenous activists. Meanwhile, 10 retired members of Colombia's military have publicly admitted to assassinating more than 100 civilians about 15 years ago, then covering up their deaths by falsely portraying their victims to be militants killed in combat, so-called false positives. The soldiers admitted to their role in the deaths and disappearances during a tribunal organized by Colombia's Transitional Justice Tribunal, the special jurisdiction for peace. This is Nestor Gutierrez, a former Colombian army official.
We made a theater to show supposed combats because of the pressure from the high command. I killed relatives of the people who are here, taking them with lies and deceit, shooting them, murdering them cruelly, cowardly, and planting guns and saying that they died in combat, that they were guerrilla.
Tuesday's testimony came just days after Colombia's Special Jurisdiction for Peace revealed nearly 6,000 people were killed or disappeared by paramilitaries over a 20-year period as part of a military-backed campaign against the left-wing Patriotic Union Party. President Biden's privately told members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus he's considering taking executive action to cancel an unspecified amount of federal student debt in the coming months. On Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki confirmed Biden is considering taking executive action.
And we have talked about how we are looking at, and he is looking at, other executive authority options he has to bring relief to people who have student loans. So that's what he conveyed during the meeting yesterday.
President Biden's pardoned 3 people and commuted the sentence of 75 nonviolent drug offenders. One of the pardons went to 86-year-old Abraham Bolden Sr., who was the first black Secret Service agent to serve on a presidential detail. Bolden was jailed on federal bribery charges in the 1960s, but has long claimed he was framed after speaking out against racism within the Secret Service. And Harvard University's pledged to spend a $100 million fund to redress the school's deep ties to slavery. On Tuesday, the school issued a 130-page report that revealed at least 41 prominent people connected to the school owned enslaved people. This includes 4 former presidents of Harvard. The report states, quote, enslaved men and women served Harvard presidents and professors and fed and cared for Harvard students. Moreover, throughout this period and well into the 19th century, the university and its donors benefited from extensive financial ties to slavery. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Well, Juan, we begin our show with news you've been closely following. Today is a big day on Capitol Hill for the Puerto Rico Self-Determination Act, with Puerto Rican elected officials from both the island and the United States mainland gathering in Washington, D.C. to press for its passage. The bill's co-sponsored by Democratic New York Congress members Nydia Velázquez, the first Puerto Rican woman to serve in the U.S. House, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, whose mother was born in Puerto Rico. This comes after the Supreme Court ruled on Thursday the federal government can continue to deny benefits to seniors and people with disabilities who live in Puerto Rico. In an 8-to-1 ruling, the justices sided with the Biden administration, which says Puerto Ricans are not entitled to claim full Supplemental Security Income Benefits, or SSI, unless they move to the mainland. AOC tweeted in response to the ruling, quote, 2022 imperialist neo-colony vibes when my cousins can be drafted into war by a government they don't even have a right to vote for and denies them benefits, yet that same government can exploit their land into a tax haven for crypto billionaires and tax evaders. Puerto Rico is not for sale. She tweeted. The lone dissenter in the court's 8-to-1 ruling was Justice Sonia Sotomayor, whose parents were born in Puerto Rico. In her dissenting opinion, she wrote, quote, there's no rational basis for Congress to treat needy citizens living anywhere in the United States so differently from others. So, Juan Gonzalez, this is a story that you have extensively followed. What is important to understand here in this Supreme Court decision?
Well, Amy, once again, Judge Sotomayor, who was not only born in Puerto Rico, but people forget she did her research in college, both at Princeton and at Yale, in the relationship between Puerto Rico and the United States. So this is a topic she has studied for many years. Once again, she finds herself as a dissenting voice in the Supreme Court. But to me, I think the far more significant development in this case, and one that most of the media coverage in the last few days has overlooked, was that there was a separate concurring opinion issued by one of the court's most conservative justices, Neil Gorsuch. His 10-page opinion, and I urge people to read it, is one of the clearest and most eloquent statements exposing U.S. colonialism that's ever been issued by a Supreme Court justice, at least in my lifetime. And it could be the signal of beginning of a long overdue change in the court on this issue. But to understand the importance of what Gorsuch says in his opinion, and I want to quote some of it in a minute or so, but we need to understand the bigger picture. We now have had 4 Supreme Court decisions in less than 6 years, all of them having to do with Puerto Rico's relationship to the United States. Back in 2016, we had the Sanchez Valle case, which was an issue of whether Puerto Rico had separate sovereignty to be able to try people. The court said no. Then we had a few weeks later the Franklin tax-free trust case on whether Puerto Rico could declare its own bankruptcy because it had no bankruptcy protection under U.S. law. The court said no. Then in 2020, we had the Aurelius case, which was a challenge to the legitimacy of the appointments of the oversight board that Congress had established over Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico was arguing this was a federal imposition. I mean, some of the litigants were arguing this was a federally imposed illegal appointments board. The United States was arguing, no, this was Puerto Rico officers that were appointed by the United States. The court once again sided against Puerto Rico. And now we have the Vallejo Madero case, where a man who'd been receiving SSI benefits for years in this country and paying taxes in this country moves to Puerto Rico. And then years later, the government finds out that he still was collecting SSI then and says he's not eligible for those benefits and that he had to pay back $28,000. That was the basis of this latest case. All of these cases take for granted the power of Congress to do whatever it wants when it comes to Puerto Rico, and governed by the territorial clause of the Constitution, as the court interpreted more than 100 years ago in a series of cases known as the insular cases. And this is the heart of the question here, the insular cases. There were cases like Downs versus Bidwell, DeLima versus Bidwell, Dorr versus United States, Gonzalez versus Williams, Balzac versus Puerto Rico, all in the early decades of the 20th century. Let's be clear. The insular cases have been for a century the legal underpinnings of American colonialism. They provide legal justification for the United States to hold other nationalities and territory under its control. So what does Gorsuch, who is one of the most conservative justices, say about this? And his opinion is astonishing in that it calls to completely overthrow the insular cases. Let me quote to you some of what he says. He starts out in his opinion saying, a century ago, in the insular cases, this court held that the federal government could rule Puerto Rico and other territories largely without regard to the Constitution. It is past time to acknowledge the gravity of this era and admit what we know to be true. The insular cases have no foundation in the Constitution and rest instead on racial stereotypes. They deserve no place in our law. Now, justices don't talk this clearly very often. He goes on to say that in the Downs case, the two main justices there, Brown and White, their opinions at bottom both rested on a view about the nation's right to acquire and exploit, quote, an unknown island peopled with an uncivilized race for commercial and strategic reasons, a right that could not be practically exercised if the result would be to endow full constitutional protection on those absolutely unfit to receive them. And it was Justice White who developed this idea of incorporated and unincorporated territories, that some territories were never meant to be part of the United States, and this included Puerto Rico and the Philippines and some of the other islands that were acquired back in the Spanish-American War. So Gorsuch goes on to say, in his opinion, the flaws in the insular cases are as fundamental as they are shameful. Nothing in the Constitution speaks of incorporated and unincorporated territories. Nothing in it extends to the latter, only certainly supposedly fundamental constitutional guarantees. And he goes on to say that the insular cases are a product of a period of ugly racial stereotypes and the theories of social Darwinists, but they have no home in our Constitution or its original understanding. Now, understand that Gorsuch, as an originalist, looks at the Constitution and says all of this justification for colonialism did not exist in the original Constitution. It was made up afterwards, and it needs to be overthrown. He goes on to say, quote, under this court's cases, we are asked to believe that the right to a trial by jury remains insufficiently fundamental to apply to some 3 million U.S. citizens in, quote, unincorporated Puerto Rico. At the same time, the full panoply of constitutional rights apparently applies on the Palmyra Atoll, an uninhabited patch of land in the Pacific Ocean, because it represents our nation's only remaining incorporated territory. It is an implausible and embarrassing state of affairs. And he says that the only reason he voted in the majority in this case was that no one asked him to overthrow the insular cases, not even the litigants on the other side. But then he ends his opinion by saying, but the time has come to recognize that the insular cases rest on a rotten foundation. And I hope the day comes soon when the court squarely overrules them. We should follow Justice Harlan and settle this question right. Our fellow Americans in Puerto Rico deserve no less. Now, Justice Sotomayor, in her opinion, her dissent also backs Gorsuch. So we now have two justices who have clearly said the insular cases, the foundation of American colonialism, need to be overthrown. And I think that is a major, major step in the court. And hopefully some of the other originalists, because one of the problems with Puerto Rico is that many of the liberal justices, Justice Breyer, Justice Ginsburg, when she was alive, Justice Kagan, have been terrible on this issue. They have not really dared to challenge the insular cases. So it may necessitate an unholy alliance of originalist conservative justices and more progressive justices to begin to finally end the legal basis for American colonialism. But I think this is definitely a step forward, and Justice Gorsuch's opinion needs to be studied more carefully.
And Juan, how does that relate to what's happening today on Capitol Hill? The lobbying day for the Puerto Rican Self-Determination Act.
Well, the big issue is that there are more and more elected officials and Puerto Rican communities in both the island and the United States that are calling for the passage of this Self-Determination Act. There's going to be a rally at 5 p.m. This evening in Lafayette Square, and there's intense lobbying going on to try to get the bill introduced by Nydia Velasquez to pass the House and the Senate, because Bob Menendez in the Senate is also co-sponsoring it, to basically allow Puerto Rico to convene a constitutional convention to decide its relationship, what it should be its relationship to Puerto Rico. And so that would be definitely a step forward, getting Congress to say, okay, we're not going to continue to dictate what our relationship with Puerto Rico is, because understand, the imposition of the control board in 2016 ended any claim that the United States had given to the world for the last 60 years, 70 years that Puerto Rico had self-government. Puerto Rico is now ruled by a U.S.-appointed control board to all effectively. So it's back to the classic colonial stage. So the issue of how is that going to end? What's going to happen when the control board is lifted finally? What will be the relationship between Puerto Rico and the United States still needs to be resolved. And this is the Puerto Rico Self-Determination Act is definitely a step in that direction.
Well, thanks so much for drawing attention to all of these developments. Juan Gonzalez, Democracy Now! Co-host, award-winning journalist, investigative reporter, and journalism professor at Rutgers University. When we come back, Juan and I will continue to look at the Supreme Court. It's hearing Tuesday of a case that could have an enormous impact on asylum seekers seeking refuge in the United States. Stay with us.
Facile pour nous. Chaque jour c'est un combat, c'est en pression pour survivre. Y'a ça qui veut faire couler en paradis. Nous décider ignorer la caille, nous payer. Toujours sentir tant qu'on physique dehors. Belle mais pas remplacer maman. Depuis tête moins prends et c'est où moi ouais chérie. Oh
I Miss You by Shirley Sky and her band. They performed an immigrant justice rally outside the U.S. Supreme Court Tuesday morning before justices heard oral arguments on a case involving the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy. Sky said it's about the things we have to leave when we have to leave home. This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez as we look now at another U.S. Supreme Court case, one that could have an enormous impact on asylum seekers who come to the United States in search of refuge. On Tuesday, Supreme Court justices heard oral arguments in a Biden administration appeal to a lower court ruling that reinstated the contested Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy, formerly known as the so-called Migrant Protection Protocols, or MPP. Between January 2019 and January 2021, some 70,000 non-Mexican asylum seekers were forced to wait in Mexico, often in extremely dangerous conditions, while their cases resolved in U.S. courts, a process that can take months or even years. President Biden suspended the policy shortly after taking office, but a federal court in Texas last year ordered the administration to restart the program after legal challenges from Texas and Missouri. During Tuesday's Supreme Court hearing, Texas Solicitor General Judd Stone tried to argue the Biden administration must re-implement Remain in Mexico, saying the U.S. government's either required to jail every asylum seeker at the southern border or return them to Mexico, since it does not have the capacity to detain everyone.
MPP, as implemented, reduced the number of violations. It did not fully satisfy the executive mandate, but so far as it went, it complied with the executive's obligations to return rather than detain the aliens enrolled in MPP.
When questioned, Stone admitted even former President Trump failed to fully detain everyone at the U.S.-Mexico border, even with Remain in Mexico in place. Meanwhile, the Biden administration's lawyer, Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar, argued Remain in Mexico was halted because its humanitarian and foreign policy costs outweighed any public benefit of sending tens of thousands of people to Mexico to await their asylum hearings. Justice Brett Kavanaugh questioned her on what the administration meant by public benefit.
There's no real explanation of how the public is benefited by more people coming into the United States who are not lawfully admitted into the United States, rather than trying, if feasible, for some of those people to remain in Mexico.
During the oral arguments, Texas Solicitor General Judd Stone claimed the Remain in Mexico policy would not require the U.S. to negotiate with Mexico to accept asylum seekers. Justice Elena Kagan interrupted him.
You mean it doesn't require negotiation with a foreign power? What are we supposed to do? Just drive truckloads of people into Mexico and leave them without negotiating with Mexico?
In fact, the United States does need the Mexican government's consent to send asylum seekers there under MPP. Ahead of the hearing yesterday morning, dozens of immigrant justice advocates, lawyers and supporters held a rally outside the U.S. Supreme Court. Several survivors of the Remain in Mexico program shared their experiences. This is Ray Rodriguez.
I was forced to remain in Mexico for almost a year, about 10 months to be exact. So being a student in Mexico, it was not easy. Matamoros is a very dangerous region. During my time there, I witnessed a lot of suffering. People were kidnapped and suffered from violence from cartels. We became clear targets for everybody. You're also vulnerable to extortion and blackmail, not only from the cartels, but also from the police. Seeking asylum is a human right. No human should be forced to remain in danger in Mexico while waiting for the asylum claims. MPP must end now.
Well, for more, we're joined in Washington, D.C. by Aaron Reichlin-Melnick. He's Senior Policy Counsel at the American Immigration Council at yesterday's rally outside the Supreme Court and tweeting the Supreme Court oral arguments yesterday. Aaron, can you lay out what's at the center of the Supreme Court hearing and when we can expect a ruling?
Yesterday's Supreme Court hearing was largely about whether or not the Biden administration has the authority to end the Remain in Mexico program at all. This is very different than in the DACA case 2 years ago, where the Trump administration unsuccessfully tried to end that program. In that case, everyone agreed that the Trump administration could end the program if it went through the right protocols for doing so. But here, Texas has gone even further. They actually got a court order saying not only did the Biden administration go about the wrong way in ending the program, they actually can't end it and legally would have to keep it in place permanently for the rest of U.S. history until Congress either gives enough funding to the agency to do something it's never been able to do, which is detain every person crossing the border, or if Congress got rid of the entire statutory authority for the program in the first place. This is a pretty outrageous idea that a new president coming into office is not allowed to dismantle his predecessor's programs that he disagrees with. And that is largely what was at stake yesterday. And importantly, the case that was heard yesterday was not about whether Remain in Mexico was legal or even whether or not the program was a good idea. It's solely about whether or not a new president has the authority to ever end his predecessor's programs. And if the Supreme Court says yes, what that means is that the case is likely going to go back to a lower court for months more legal wrangling. We can expect a decision in June because this case is being argued very late in the term, and it will probably be one of the last cases we get out of the Supreme Court before they go on recess this summer.
And Aaron, I know it's hard to tell from the justices questioning how they're standing, but what was your sense of how the justices were aligning on this case?
We found that I think the justices were torn. For the questioning for Solicitor General Prelogar, there was a lot of concern from the justices about what it means for the government to admit that it can't do what Congress asked it to do. Since 1903, Congress has told the government that they are required to detain certain individuals. But for that last century, there hasn't been enough money that Congress has given for that to be possible. So the government has, for over a century, released some individuals because there isn't enough detention capacity. Several of the conservative justices seemed very concerned by this, suggesting that they were worried about what it would mean to endorse a program that did lead to potentially fewer people being locked in detention centers. On the other hand, the conservative justices were also very concerned about what it would mean to basically say that every single presidential administration since 1996 has been violating a law without anybody noticing, as Texas was essentially arguing. And even Justice Thomas, one of the court's most conservative members, suggested that Texas's idea that it was illegal to end the MPP program was ridiculous because it would mean even the Trump administration had violated the law. Justice Roberts questioned Texas on this, saying, how does it make any sense if what you're asking us to do is have a single judge in Texas simply order the government to stop violating the law only slightly less, rather than ordering them to not violate the law at all, which suggests that he doesn't think that Texas is right, that ending MPP is illegal.
I want to go to the testimony from Gloria, an LGBTQ+ asylum seeker from Honduras, placed in the Remain in Mexico program. They've been forced to wait in the border city of Matamoros for 2.5 years.
I slept by the river, under some tents. I saw how narcos or murderers, people of that sort, they were just called La Maña. They would go and find women to rape them, children. I saw people dying. When you don't pay a kidnapper, or you don't pay a so-called rent, what happens is they pour acid on you. So if I'm escaping from a country where I will be killed, and then they sent me to another country where I will also be killed for any reason, they are not helping us.
We felt it was critical to play this because so often in these cases, stripped of the humanity, to hear the voices of the people who are affected by the policy. As we wrap up, Aaron, can you describe how MPP works? I mean, you have people waiting in Mexico and facing violence, et cetera, and then when there's a U.S. court hearing, they must come over the border again?
That's right. And in fact, under the first version of MPP, there were some people who were forced to wait years just to get a court hearing. And we know that when people are in northern Mexico, they are at extreme risk of violence. And there are some people who literally had to run a gauntlet of kidnappers just to get to the border for a court hearing. We know that there are many people, potentially hundreds, who were ordered deported for missing a court hearing because they were in the hands of kidnappers and being ransomed at the time of their court hearing. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court didn't get into any of the humanity of this program, and it was very discouraging to hear multiple conservative justices suggesting that they thought the program was good because it was reducing the number of people allowed to seek asylum inside the United States. But we know that the Remain in Mexico program was a sham. Less than 1% of people put into the program who were forced to have their cases heard at the border ever won their case, compared to 15 to 20% of people inside the United States. Only 7% of people ever managed to get a lawyer because it's basically impossible to get a lawyer when you're stuck in a refugee camp in northern Mexico, constantly being harassed by the cartels and worried that if you turn around the wrong corner at night or even during the day, somebody's going to pick you up, kidnap you, and extort you and your family for ransom. And even the Biden administration's renewed Remain in Mexico program, while it does have slightly better exemptions for certain vulnerable individuals, still puts people into that basic problem that they are in northern Mexico, away from the lawyers, away from legal assistance, and away from any real ability to have their case heard while they're safe. No person should be forced to go through the most important interview and experience of their life while they are constantly looking over their shoulder and worrying that they're going to be picked up by a cartel, tortured, and killed.
Aaron Reichlin-Melnick, we'll certainly continue to cover this. And as you said, the decision is expected in June. Senior Policy Counsel at the American Immigration Council. Next up, how to end the war in Ukraine, a solution beyond sanctions. Stay with us.
It's early morning. No one is awake. I'm back at my cliff, still throwing things out. I listen to the sounds they make on their way down. I follow with my eyes till they crash. I imagine what my body would sound like, slamming be closed or open. I go through all this before you wake up, so I can feel happier to be safe.
Hyper Ballad by Bjork. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As Russia's invasion of Ukraine enters its third month, we look at how it could end. In a sign of escalating tension, the Russian company Gazprom has cut off natural gas supplies to Poland and Bulgaria, saying both countries refuse to begin paying in rubles. The president of the European Commission accused Russia of using gas as an instrument of blackmail. This comes as Germany announced Tuesday it'll begin exporting dozens of armored anti-aircraft vehicles to Ukraine in a marked shift. And U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin vowed allied nations will also do more to help arm Ukraine. Meanwhile, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres met Tuesday with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow, who agreed in principle to allow the UN and the International Committee of the Red Cross to help evacuate civilians from a besieged steel plant in Mariupol. Guterres is meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky in Kyiv today. For more, we're joined by Alfred McCoy, history professor at University of Wisconsin-Madison, author of numerous books, including To Govern the Globe, World Orders, and Catastrophic Change. His new piece for Tom Dispatch is headlined, How to End the War in Ukraine, A Solution Beyond Sanctions. Professor McCoy, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't you start off by laying out your solution?
Sure. Very simple. As soon as the Russian invasion of Ukraine began in February, two international courts, the International Court of Justice, which is the UN's highest body, and the European Court of Human Rights, gave orders to Russia to desist immediately from their damage to Ukraine. And the European Court of Human Rights was very express in its statements about stopping the damage to civilian infrastructure. The European Court of Human Rights enforces the European Treaty on Human Rights, and in that treaty, or in that Declaration of Human Rights, there are specific provisions for the protection of property as one of the prime aims of the European Convention on Human Rights. Right, so there were clear court orders, and Russia simply ignored them, simply defied them, and that, of course, is the underlying problem of the whole rubric, the whole artifice, the whole attempt at ending conflict by international law, enforcement. There simply has been no way of enforcing judgments on superpowers like Russia. So, but there is a very simple solution, blindingly obvious and simple. Russia has pipelines, massive pipelines involving countless billions of dollars running through Ukraine and underneath the ocean, Nord Stream 1, that provides about 40% of the natural gas for Europe. This generates about $800 million a day of revenues for the Russian state gas monopoly, Gazprom. So since Gazprom is a Russian state agency, it's an instrument of the Russian state. And so what the European Court of Human Rights could do is simply assess damages. Say that, okay, you have defied our order. We told you to immediately desist from damaging Ukraine's infrastructure. Just like a court in the United States can garnish wages for a deadbeat dad, the European Court of Human Rights could, in effect, regard Vladimir Putin as the globe's ultimate deadbeat dad and simply order that all European nations importing gas from Russia, when they pay their regular payments to Gazprom, deduct, say, 20%. All right, to start, from those payments and put them into a reparations fund for the reconstruction of Ukraine. In the first month of the war, it's estimated that there was $68 billion of direct damage to Ukraine's civil infrastructure, and a total of about $600 billion to date, and it's rising very fast as the war continues. And so in about a decade or so with these deductions, this garnishment, if you will, of these payments to Gazprom could actually fund the reconstruction of Ukraine. Now, the question is, what would Russia do? You know, if they got ordered to deduct 20%. of their receipts from gas. You know, my feeling is that Vladimir Putin would probably froth and fulminate and threaten to cut off the gas. But faced with the loss of all of those revenues, which are absolutely critical for sustaining Russia's economy and funding the war in Ukraine, that Putin would ultimately be forced to go along. And we saw that actually recently. What you mentioned about Russia cutting off the gas to Bulgaria and Poland because they're not paying in rubles. Russia tried the same thing with Germany. They announced that they threatened to cut off Germany's gas deliveries if Germany didn't pay in rubles. And Germany simply said no. And Putin called the Chancellor of Germany, Scholz, and he capitulated. So in other words, that when it comes to the major shipments of Russian gas to Europe, Russia would blink, but they would ultimately have to pay up because faced with the loss of all revenues versus the loss of 20% of revenues, they wouldn't have much choice. And moreover, you know, this could be done in a way, let's say, scaled payments. If you desist in the war and begin negotiations, genuine negotiations, there's a ceasefire negotiations, then it's 20%. And if it's another week, if you delay by a week, it goes up to 25% and adds, 5% a week to make it a substantial bite. And I think this would have an immediate impact. In fact, if you think about it, it's potentially a four-way win. First, it punishes Putin for a foreign policy, that essentially, since back to 2015 in Syria, Russia's foreign policy can be summarized as simply flattening and destroying one city after another, Aleppo, and now Mariupol, and the number of cities that Russia is destroying in Ukraine is rising almost by the day, okay? So it would punish Putin for his foreign policy of flattening cities without any concern for civilian infrastructure, without any proportionality between the objects sought and the damage done, which is by definition, a war crime, okay? Second, it would fund the very substantial cost of Ukraine's reconstruction, which by the time this is over is going to be at least $1 trillion. And that, by anybody's accounting, whether it's in the United States for the Build Back Better Act or for anything else, is an enormous cost, right? It then, of course, avoids the massive damage to Europe's economy that would come from an immediate suspension, an embargo on gas shipments to Europe. If Europe, in other words, to cut off the gas completely, it would send Europe's economy into recession, and particularly Germany's economy into recession. And finally, it would avoid the environmental damage that might occur should Germany be forced to fire up its abandoned coal-fired electricity plants. So in effect, it's a four-way win. And I think it's in effect, it's a blindingly simple solution. And beyond this conflict, and I think we have to think beyond it.
Yeah, Professor McCoy, I'd like to ask you, though. I mean, theoretically, this sounds great, but it assumes two things. One, it assumes there's a ceasing of hostilities between the two parties, and also it assumes that the United States would want to get involved with the International Court of Justice. What's the potential blowback to the United States of recognizing the International Court of Justice's authority to make these kinds of decisions in terms of wars that the United States has been involved in the past?
Yeah, the advantage of this is that it avoids the United States and our very problematic role with the International Court of Justice. Okay, the original case that appeared before the European Court of Human Rights was Ukraine v. Russia, and so under the European Convention of Human Rights, any group of Ukrainian citizens, any Ukrainian organization such as a city, Mariupol, Kharkiv, Lviv, any Ukrainian city or the Ukrainian government, which actually filed that case, they can file a case. They can go to the European Court of Human Rights and make a motion for the imposition of a fine on Russia and for damages because of Russia's defiance of the court's order to immediately cease its damage to the civilian infrastructure of Ukraine. And the European Court of Human Rights can then ask the Council of Ministers of the Council of Europe, which is a kind of a voluntary organization. It's not the European Union. But nonetheless, the Council of Ministers basically is the foreign ministers and some of the prime ministers of Europe who meet in this collective body, and they could order them or suggest that they enforce this fine upon Russia. And if Europe acted collectively, and Europe gets about 40% of its natural gas from Russia, that would have such powerful diplomatic strength and such a powerful potential economic impact on Russia that Russia would not have, I think, much choice but to comply. So, in fact, it kind of circumvents the very real problem that you've identified, which is the problematic relationship the United States has with the International Court of Justice.
But what if Europe stops buying Russian oil completely? Will that affect the Russian economy sufficiently to hamper its war in Ukraine, especially given the fact that there are so many large countries in the global south that continue to trade with Russia, whether it's China or India or South Africa or others? Won't this really just redirect where energy flows go in the future?
You're right about the oil, and Europe is already discussing cutting off its imports of Russian oil. Right? And oil is fungible; it's maneuverable. Right now, much of that oil from Russia comes to Europe via oil pipelines, and that oil can be readily loaded on tankers and shipped anywhere in the world. The beauty of taking 20% of the natural gas payments is that Russia has invested countless billions of dollars in laying down absolutely massive gas pipelines, many of which that run through Ukraine. They run into the Baltic Sea, and they are not maneuverable. You can't move them, all right? These natural gas deliveries are not made in LPG form on ocean-going freighters, all right? They come through the gas pipelines, and those pipelines can't be picked up and moved. So Russia is stuck. It's laid down this massive multi-billion, probably multi-trillion-dollar infrastructure between Russia and Europe to provide 40% of Europe's natural gas supplies. And so Russia is stuck. Initially, everybody thought that, Europe is stuck. I think Putin was calculating that Europe is dependent upon me for their natural gas supplies. Therefore, they cannot do what they're doing, shipping arms and imposing sanctions on Russia. Okay. In fact, it's if you will, that balance of power, it can be potentially reversed by this kind of a sanction, this kind of imposition of reparations, so that Europe can take advantage of that massive gas pipeline infrastructure to punish Putin for its invasion of Ukraine and simultaneously fund the reconstruction of Ukraine.
Professor McCoy, I wanted to bring in what Vladimir Putin said just a few weeks ago, that Russian energy exports should be rerouted to Africa and Latin America. This is what he said.
We need to speed up the execution of infrastructure projects such as railways, pipelines, ports, and so on, which would allow within the next few years to redirect deliveries of oil and gas from the west to the promising markets in the south and east. It is also important to see the prospects, together with the oil and gas companies, outline the plans for expanding export infrastructure to the countries of Africa, Latin America, and the Asian Pacific.
So that's Russian President Vladimir Putin. Professor McCoy, if you can talk what role China can play specifically and what you think the West is doing wrong and right.
What the United States did wrong right at the outset. The Biden administration's initial tactic, its initial response, as it became clear last year that Russia was moving towards an invasion of Ukraine. They began by November. As we know, there were intelligence reports that Russia was massing troops on the Ukrainian border. There were expectations of an invasion, okay? So the initial U.S. response was a diplomatic one, to drive a wedge between China and Russia, feeling that that would isolate Putin diplomatically and make it very difficult for him to invade. The United States made, I think, a serious miscalculation about the depth of the bond, the diplomatic bond between Xi Jinping, the president of China, and Putin of Russia. The depth of the bond is enormous. At the start of the Winter Olympics, Putin came to Beijing. They released a 5,300-word statement, a declaration of a de facto alliance, saying that there were no limits, there were no secrets, that this was a complete commitment, a complete diplomatic commitment. So that failed right at the outset, okay? In December, Washington had at least half a dozen contacts with China, trying to break the alliance, trying to get China to put pressure on Russia. And throughout the invasion, no matter how badly it's gone, no matter how much damage has been done to Ukraine, and Ukraine is actually, Ukraine's #1 trading partner is China, and China had substantial investments in Ukraine. China has remained quiet about the war and has been generally supportive of Russia. So that didn't work. The next thing that the international community, led by Washington, tried was massive sanctions against Russia. The Biden administration announced a comprehensive program to collapse the Russian economy by 15%, to cut it off from the global supply chain, and to plunge it into a serious recession. And that may yet happen, but it's going to take a long time for an economy as large as Russia's, as self-contained as Russia's, to be impacted by these sanctions. So over the immediate term, that isn't working, all right? Now, you read me, you played Putin's statement about seeking new markets for Russia's energy exports. Rail lines, they talked about, he talked about shipping gas and oil abroad, okay? And Europe is also talking about cutting off oil shipments, all right? So as I said, oil is fungible, it's maneuverable. Russia can, in fact, just simply stop shipping oil to Europe via pipelines and put it on ships and send it to global markets anywhere in this wide world. But that's not true with gas. Russia does not have...
We have less than a minute, Professor McCoy.
Russia doesn't have LPG. It takes about 4 years to build a terminal to convert gas into liquid for shipment on ocean-going freighters, all right? So that would take a minimum of 4 years, and it takes many $billions for each terminal. And the volume of gas that Russia is exporting to Europe is so massive that it has nowhere else to go. So basically, Putin is bluffing, okay? I think he's trying to block the threat of an embargo or something like I'm proposing, this very simple solution of fining Russia 20% of all its natural gas exports to Europe in order to fund the reconstruction of Ukraine, punish Putin, and hopefully bring a quicker end to this war.
Well, we want to thank you for your analysis. Alfred McCoy, professor of history at University of Wisconsin-Madison. Most recent book, To Govern the World, the Globe, World Orders and Catastrophic Change. We'll link to your piece in Tom Dispatch, How to End the War in Ukraine, A Solution Beyond Sanctions. Democracy Now! Has an immediate opening for a news writer-producer. Visit democracynow.org/jobs to find out more. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Stay safe.
A New Jersey trooper is facing charges after trying to ask out the woman he had pulled over. Well, a traffic stop where the trooper is the one who gets shot down. This is The Breakdown with Mehdi Baraksian. That's it. Easy, right? Welcome to The Breakdown. I'm Betty Barakchian. And for those of you, oh my God, already. It's over, guys. And for those of you who don't know how to say my name, here's the phonetic pronunciation.
Barack Hussein Obama.
Okay, you didn't get that? That's okay. Here's the spelling. Or you can just call me by what my waxing lady calls me, a challenge. With the midterm elections right around the corner, we've already seen historic milestones. The first openly transgender elected official, the first Sikh mayor, the first oil billionaire getting fired on the toilet. In 2018, there are over 500 women running for office, and among them, a historic 31 Native American women, with 4 running for Congress. And get this, yeah, give it up. Yeah, get this, there has never been a Native American congresswoman. We've had more Native American women on The Bachelor than we've had in Congress. You know, when liberals hear a Native American woman is running for Congress, they imagine someone who wants to protect the earth, look after indigenous people, and sing beautiful songs about the color of the wind. But is it racist to think that Native Americans would be pro-environment? Yes, it is racist. This is Sharon Klosh-Chichilich, and for those who didn't hear me,
Sharon Klitschikiliage.
Sharon C. is the co-chairwoman of Trump's Native American Coalition, with a heavy emphasis on the coal. She is running in New Mexico's House on a platform she calls Fighting the Environmentalists. So yes, she wants to keep the color of the wind a deep, deep, chewy gray. And of course her name is Sharon. Sharons are the kind of people who wear Talbots and have 80s poof and only attend parties to get the scoop on all your cousins so she can blackmail them later. P.S. She's divorced. And yes, it was her fault. Look, her identity as a Sharon aside, we want Native Americans to run for office whether we like them or not. Just like white people, there are awful Native Americans too. That's right. But you know what? More power to them. For minorities to achieve real equality in this country, they should have the right to be as awful as white people, right? So why not let Sharon ruin the environment? It was their land in the first place. Look, I promise we know what we're talking about. All of my writers have one Native American friend.
Elizabeth Warren.
Okay, maybe not that one. You know, here at The Breakdown, we really want to be a place where marginalized voices are given a spotlight, which is why I got so upset reading about something worse than discrimination. Reverse discrimination? White men were recently surveyed because, of course, we need to get their opinion on everything. Those with STEM jobs said their race put them at a disadvantage. Yeah, you always hear about how Prestons need to change their name to Muhammad Abdul Rahman so they can get an interview. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with what STEM jobs encompass, it includes tech, math, chemistry, biology, you know, classes where if you're copying someone's homework, I doubt it's Chadley the lacrosse players. More likely, you're copying from the homework of someone who looks like this, or this, or this. Now, these are just some of the Asian executives in Silicon Valley that you have never heard of. Because just like in school, white guys are still copying off their homework and putting a white face on minority labor. Yeah, Zuck. You think Steve Jobs ever assembled an iPhone? I'm pretty sure by the time he did, his job description was write inspirational quotes, make kids work in factories. White guys think their race and gender make it hard for them to get hired. Makes sense. You know, every day you read about how their top talent can't hold down a job. Oh. For a lot of us, white anger is not a news story. White guys complain always about being voiceless. They invented 24-hour news coverage to always remind us how voiceless they are. But white dudes, for those of you who feel this way, I've been there. Getting rejected for a job sucks. And I can't tell you how many auditions I've lost for the role of terrorist number 2. Finally, I'd like to talk about something close to every comedian's heart, The Simpsons. Yep. You're going to change your mind in a second. A show that has lasted for 6 presidents and hopefully at least one more impeachment. Specifically, though, I want to talk about Apu. You all know Apu. Quickie Mart, thick Indian accent, voiced by this guy. What could go wrong with a white guy speaking for brown people, right? Now, before you blow up my Twitter, I love The Simpsons. But just like anything you love, it's okay to criticize it. Unless it's Israel. Moving on. Put it away. After a lot of criticism, The Simpsons finally addressed their depiction of the character Apu. Except, did they? Marge and Lisa read an old children's book filled with racist caricatures, resulting in Lisa saying, something that started decades ago and was applauded and inoffensive is now politically incorrect. What can you do? Or at least I assumed that she did, because I don't know if anyone's watched The Simpsons since 2003. Burn. The Simpsons writers were responding to a documentary titled The Problem with Apu, created by Brooklyn comedian Hari Kondabolu, to which he responded, in order to make it clear they weren't going to change Apu in any way, The Simpsons changed Lisa. That's some serious spite. Here's the point the Simpsons writers don't get. Maybe don't have a room full of white guys making Indian jokes. What if you found out that all the sketches on Key and Peele were written by the Duplass brothers? Listen, look. We like the Duplass brothers too, all right? Jeff, who lived at home, was charming. Look, we get it. You've been on TV for 30 years, and things were different in 1989. Here are some things that were okay back then that aren't okay now. Jinko jeans. Chinese tattoos. Whole milk. And what about Roseanne? Yeah, I guess some things stay the same. Listen, we're not trying to be the PC police and take away The Simpsons from you. All we're asking for is a little acknowledgement and more diversity in the writer's room. It matters. And you can't tell me that this is the only guy who can do an Indian accent. Here's a hint. Maybe find someone who's Indian. So, in the words of Bumblebee Man on The Simpsons, ay, no es bueno. We have a great show for you. Tonight on the show are 2 incredibly talented comics, Iman El Husseini, who you've seen at the Just for Laughs Festival, and Jess Solomon, recently named, that's right, named a stand-up NBC finalist. We also caught up with host Ahmed Ali Akbar of the popular podcast See Something, Say Something on BuzzFeed News. Before we get into all that, let's check in with our resident halal cart correspondent on the street, Athir Yaqub.
Hi, I'm Athir with The Breakdown. I'm here in Brooklyn in front of the Barclays Center. We're here to ask halal carters the most pressing question that's on everyone's mind. What do they eat? What are your best sellers for your food?
Most buy chicken for rice.
What do you eat here?
I like fish.
You like fish? I've never seen fish in a halal cart. You guys sell fish? What are your favorite American foods?
You know, Applebee.
Applebee's, yeah, that's very American.
Chicken wings, I like it.
Oh, yeah.
And mashed potato, I like it.
We'll check back in with Athir a little later. In the meantime, I'm excited to introduce our first performer. You know her from Just for Laughs and her comedy album Unveiled. Please join me in welcoming Iman El Husseini. Sorry.
So great
Sorry.
Thank you so much for
Thank you.
us.
I was worried about your mic.
Oh my God, so great to be here. Well, it's great to be here in this room, not America in general. Let's be honest. Not a great time. I moved here from Canada a couple of years ago. Horrible timing. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm Canadian. I'm also Muslim and apparently a fucking idiot. Thank you so much. I am here legally, in case you were wondering. I got a green card for doing this. Right? I got approved into this country on the basis of being an alien of extraordinary ability. Yes, we can, Obama. Yes, we can. Obviously, this happened during the previous administration, not the current administration. People are now very concerned for me. A Muslim woman in Trump's America. They want to know how I'm coping. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but being Muslim has always sucked. You know what I'm saying? It's never been easy. Like even in Canada, 5 years ago, I got invited to do my biggest show ever. And I could tell the producers had a lot of questions to ask me, but they felt guilty singling me out. So they called a meeting with all the comics involved. It was so obvious who they were talking to, right? Because it's like, hey guys, we're so excited to have you here. This is going to be so great. Is everybody a legal citizen here? Yes, everybody? Anybody have trouble at the airport? Okay, final question. What's the exact ratio of chickpeas to tahini when you make hummus at home? What is it? I am glad the Arabs make good food, right? Honestly, because we'd have nothing going on for us. Let's be honest. Aside from unwanted facial hair and anger. What a disaster. This is why I sincerely believe the most powerful word in the Arab language today is hummus. Right? You say hummus in front of white people, it puts you at ease. You guys love that stuff. You put it on everything. Hummus is white people's new mayonnaise. I don't know if you know this. Thank Allah for hummus. But it's great. It's good to be in New York City. It smells like piss everywhere. Hey, it's just, I feel like people come from all over the world just to piss in the streets. It's lovely. I love New York. 4 out of 3 people are Jewish. I don't know how the math works here. It's amazing. I feel very exotic as a Palestinian, right? They find out I'm Palestinian. They always have the same question for me. Like, Iman, you got to tell us the truth. How do the Palestinians really feel about the Jews? Like, I don't know. I guess the same way the Jews feel about the Palestinians. And they're like, oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. And that's just my in-laws. So I married a Jewish woman. Okay, so... people are often surprised to discover that I'm Muslim because I don't necessarily fit the profile, right? I'm not a hijabi or niqabi. I'm more of a cleavagey Muslim. That's my category. And apparently I sound like a Brooklyn Jew when I speak English. This is because I learned how to speak English watching Joy Behar in The View. This is what happened. You have to be really confident to live in New York, right? So my motto when I moved here was to be confident like a guy. Right? I work with a lot of guys doing comedy, a lot of them very confident, some of them delusional, not all of them, especially when it comes to picking up women. Okay, they hook up with a lady, she rejects them, automatically a lesbian. It doesn't matter what the guy looks like, she has to be the problem. I wish I had a tenth of that confidence. I'm the complete opposite. Good-looking guy comes over to talk to me, like this guy is a homosexual. This guy is coming to ask me where I got my purse. I know it. H&M homo. H&M. I just feel like in general, women were way too hard on ourselves, right? Like we can't even take a compliment properly. I had a guy compliment my hair like, Iman, I really love your hair. I'm like, he's talking about my mustache. I know. He sees my hairy legs through the jeans. I do have Arab parents that have hated me for a long time because I wasn't married at birth. This is the thing. But now I am married. I married a woman, a Jewish woman, like I mentioned earlier. Our families, yeah, complete silence. Thank you. That's exactly. I was really upset with my father for not being on board. Out of all of the parents, my father upset me the most because all of my life he told me and my sister to stay away from boys. Right? Like, stay away from boys. Don't talk to boys. Men are pigs. Like, Dad, look who I brought home. He's like, well, have you tried black guys? And it's like, what? Of course I have. Of course. Anyway, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. What a great show. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. That was great. This weekend, I had the pleasure of chatting with Ahmed Ali Akbar, host of the aptly named podcast, See Something, Say Something, on BuzzFeed News. We met up at Hoodwinked Escape, an acclaimed escape room in Harlem. Take a look. Hey guys, I'm here with our first ever special guest on The Breakdown, Ahmed Ali Akbar. He is the host of the See Something, Say Something podcast on BuzzFeed. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. 2 brown guys with 2 brown shows meeting. Isn't that exciting?
I love that. It's a first.
It's literally a first for me. Yeah, actually, I think you're right.
So in a few minutes, we're going to be going into one of the rooms. We're going to try to break out. We're going to put 2 brown guys in a locked room, and we're going to try to get out.
I'm gonna
It's like
fail.
Gitmo all over again. I had to make that joke at some point.
Look out for your first hit.
Look out. Look out. Out the window. Key. I got a key.
You seem like you've done these before. This is only my second time doing it. I'm just like, oh, we're in a room. What do I do?
I'm gonna make a bold statement that's gonna involve a lot of stereotyping.
Okay.
You have great hair for a Middle Eastern guy.
Technically, I'm not Middle Eastern, though.
No, you're not?
I'm Desi.
Oh,
Pakistani.
yes.
I don't consider Desi.
Tell me about that. So you don't consider it, but do others consider it to be Middle East? Because I have Pakistani friends who consider themselves Middle Eastern.
That's, no, I don't.
No?
I think they're wrong. I think it's only the United States government who considers Pakistan.
Where does the line end?
Well, when the Bush administration had to deal with 9/11.
They had to deal with it.
Yeah, well, they were like, I guess we have to think about this part of the world.
Yeah.
And decide how we're going to ruin it for the next 15, 18 years.
Minimum.
Yeah.
Minimum. That's a short-term lease. They're re-signing.
They actually invented a new term, the Greater Middle East, and Pakistan was in that.
What's the reason for calling it that? To include Pakistan because of?
I think it was just not Pakistan. It was a lot of like Muslim-y countries. They're like, oh, we want to just put them all in the same bucket.
If you have more than 90% Muslim people in a country, we want to call it the Middle East, just to make it easy, because we don't want to racially profile and not include all the Muslims we want to racially profile.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, I feel like Iran is probably, for me, the border, what I consider the border of the Middle East, and even like Iranian culture is so different from the rest of like everything else. And then you have like Afghanistan, and then you have Pakistan, which is closer to Indian culture.
Yeah.
So
that is true. Afghanistan is a little bit of Indian culture and Iranian culture, because I know a lot of Iranian identifying Afghanis.
Yeah, same. I do too. But to your point about my hair, it's 100% Indian.
That's amazing.
Which people sell. So I guess
great hair.
I actually do fit the stereotype.
Do you?
Yeah.
Why? Oh, so
Indians have a stereotype. The people buy Indian hair, I guess. I don't know anything about that.
I need you to double down right now.
On what?
5. It's 5. 5, right?
You're a genius.
Camera people, if you know what to do,
Yes,
it's okay to tell us.
You love playing video games.
I like meet up with people and play in like video game tournaments like once a week.
Really?
Yeah.
Video game tournaments once a week, but not arcade video game tournaments.
No, and that's like they're fighting games. So they're like the spiritual descendant of arcade games.
The spiritual. Okay.
I mean, the arcades don't exist. You can't go there anymore. But
not really, unless you go to like a barcade place. Like that's like the resurgence of what arcade games are today.
And that's like sort of like a precious reimagining of what the arcades were.
I have a question for you. How do you feel about how people of color are portrayed in video games? Because I mean, I read the article and it sounds like you abstained from playing those games.
Yeah, so I definitely don't like so when I'm playing a video game, I definitely don't want it to mimic real life too much. You know?
You want a certain level of surrealism to it, or?
Yeah, well, I want a certain level of surrealism.
Yeah.
I don't want to like be reenacting wars in the Middle East in my spare time.
But isn't that the goal for every single video game, to get as real as possible? Isn't the latest and greatest game the one that's closest to reality?
I think that's true for American developers.
Oh, okay.
Japanese developers are very much into the surreal version. It's like anime, you know what I mean? Like anime is also like a way of like talking about the world in this very surreal and distant way that actually does reflect reality, but it's not like so real that you could go in there and like, yeah, I think actually killing these brown guys is like a lot of fun, which is what might happen when you play Call of Duty.
Oh, this is the jewel we had to find.
Oh yeah, we're rich now. Great. Putting a UV light on a piece of paper like an idiot.
What are the games you like playing? What's the competitive stuff you play?
So I play Super Smash Brothers, which is just a bunch of cartoon characters beating the shit out of each other.
That was N64 originated that game, or no?
Yeah, the Nintendo 64 version was the first game. So I play Super Smash Brothers mostly, but I also play like Street Fighter, like Marvel vs. Capcom. Anything that's just like a kung fu movie, but in real life.
And those are surreal, because like, you know, what you're doing in those games, you don't take it away with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you don't.
There's no emotion that's invoked in playing those games that connects to reality directly.
I have never seen a person lose a fighting game and then punch the other guy in the face. Which you'd think I have, because I've been watching it for like 20 years. I've rarely seen that.
Really? It doesn't translate.
No,
it stays in the game.
I mean, people like definitely get mad. They'll like punch the wall, but they've never hurt another person in my experience. And I've had a lot of experience with this. So.
And I feel like gamers aren't the most violent people.
No, they're not. That's a little bit of a stereotype, I guess.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. I'm very peaceful.
You seem docile. I tried to start a fight with you.
Seem docile.
I tried to start a fight with you earlier. It didn't go over.
Yeah, no, it didn't. Resetting.
I just feel like
already like a gentrifier. I'm not trying to ruin all this amazing culture here.
2 brown hosts don't make wrong. We're right. But we'll get out of this room.
Sure.
What is the See Something, Say Something podcast?
So See Something, Say Something is a podcast I do at BuzzFeed News, where every week we bring in a rotating cast of voices from the American Muslim community to talk about the things that our community is talking about today. So it can be like DJ Khaled memes, could be like, Islamophobia in the Republican Party, might be like jinn stories. It's like the full
Jinn
gamut.
stories?
Yeah.
What do you mean jinn stories?
Well, jinn are like the Arabic term for that. Jinns are basically what Americans think of as genies, and I grew up.
I've never
with,
heard that.
Yeah, I grew up with jinn stories. A lot of the Muslims I grew up with grew up being terrified of them. Part of what I've tried to do with the podcast is to create a space that I didn't see much of in mainstream media, and that means it does sometimes mean like bringing people that have expanded my perspective but have similar belief systems. I think it has definitely. I don't want to say it's reaffirmed my belief systems. But
okay, no, it's
there
okay.
There might be some truth to it. There might be some truth to it.
This is trouble for us. Here's where experience comes into play here, and you and I don't have dominoes in our culture's history.
What even is this place?
Did you guys escape?
Yeah!
High five, dude.
I actually cannot believe we did that.
I can't
Just
believe we
two
did.
people. 2 people.
With her recommendation, I figured I should try Applebee's. That was the worst meal I have ever had. Moral of the story, stick to what you know. Unless all you know is Applebee's, then what the is wrong with you?
Thank you to Athir Yaqub, our resident Halal Cart correspondent. I'm excited to introduce our final performer. She's an NBC stand-up finalist, and you can hear her on SiriusXM's Raw Dog. Please welcome Jess Solomon. Thanks so much.
Hello, I'm Jess. I'm a Canadian, and I moved to this country right before the last election, and I moved here with my Muslim wife because I'm making, all the best choices all of the time. That's my thing. That's what I'm up to. I'm Jewish. My wife is Palestinian. Yeah. Thank you. It was a very tiny wedding, you guys, really small. It was just me, her, and a UN peacekeeper. That was the whole party. I moved into her place. She didn't want me there, but I moved in anyway, how the Jews do. Good. Before moving here, we went to see a lawyer, and the lawyer was like, I just have to ask you guys, is this a marriage of convenience? And I was like, what? You got me busted, lady. My big plan to move to America is to marry a Canadian, Palestinian, Muslim woman. Hop right over that border. Alienate both of our families. This is literally the most convenient thing I have ever done. But we're here now, and we spent a lot of money on our green card, so we're not going back just yet. We've joined the resistance. That's what we're up to. Who knew? Good times in America. I'm just calling up senators, pretending I live in a swing state. I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know if it's working. I'm just like, oh, hi, is this a senator's office from Ohio? Yeah, I'm a white working class coal miner that lost my job. And they're like, you sound a lot like a Canadian woman that moved to Brooklyn and doesn't have the right to vote. Keep it up, sir. Keep it up. I've been hitting up the marches, too. It's my main form of cardio these days. It's been a good time. I've been pretty proud of my signs. I know that's not like the point of the march or anything. I went to a gay march recently with my wife, and my sign said, "Jihad me at hello." That's pretty cute. We had this Japanese news crew came over to interview us, and the reporter was like, I just have to ask you guys, what do you think about Trump? And I just yelled, I love you, Japan. Like I had fans over there, just so swept up in the moment. I'm not coping well. I'm not dealing. You know what I mean? Every day is a nightmare. That's the truth. And it's just like, obviously I'm not coping well. You know, like, look at me. I'm a privileged white lady. Like, the only thing I've ever been denied is Hillary Clinton. So it's been challenging. I do think about Trump getting impeached every day, and then I always arrive at the idea of Mike Pence and how that guy believes in gay conversion therapy, right? Which is trying to make gay people straight. It doesn't work. It's harmful. I'm not on board with it. What I am on board with, though, is making people gay. You know what I mean? I think that's a solid policy. This is true. My wife wasn't even gay before. I did that. Thank you so much. High five. High five, everyone at home. I did that. Yes. I did. I converted her. Yeah, not to Judaism yet. Just to gay. That's all we've got. But I did move her to New York, and she is in therapy. So almost Jewish. You know, we're so close. Thank you, guys. You've been amazing.
Guys, give it one more time for Jess Solomon. How much time do we, guys? Great. Actually, can I have you guys pop back out? Actually, you guys give it one more time for Jess and Iman. Sorry to bring you back out. Is it a spoiler alert that you guys are together?
We're married.
They're married. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Tell me about any of the projects you guys have going on and where everyone here can find you.
On Instagram, we have a cartoon based on our marriage. If you guys want to follow that account at the L Solomons.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to have you guys in here. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So I'm Jess Solomon, she's Iman El-Husseini, so you can follow us at the L Solomons, and they're very cute cartoons about our marriage, about being a Jew and a Palestinian, gay, married, lesbian, the whole thing. That's it. Yeah.
So
yes.
So let me ask you guys one more question. Did you guys meet in comedy, or did you meet like outside of comedy? You can hand it to the mic. I don't know why I'm holding it.
Our parents introduced us. That's not true. That's our parents did not. Our parents haven't met yet. But we no. It was comedy. Comedy was what brought us together.
That's right.
That's amazing, guys. Give it up for them one more time.
Our timing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. Please let BRIC TV know that you'd like to see more of this kind of programming. I'd like to thank Hoodwinked Escape in Harlem. Please check them out. Thanks to Mama Ware, Michelle Ware, and Oreo. Shout out Michael Mora, Hudson Meredith, Chris Raditz, and to our audience in here. Have a good night. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we did it. That's it. It's over. Hey, guys. Thank you for coming. We're not on camera anymore. Everyone be cool. Give it up one more time for Jess and Iman.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune in to the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on BRIC TV.
Thank you for being with us today and choosing to spend your time with American Princess and Gotham Whale. We're going to be pulling out of the dock momentarily. Captain Tom is going to be getting us off the dock.
out the inlet this morning, out of Rockaway Inlet, and out to the Atlantic Ocean in search of the whales and dolphin. And we'll see what we can find.
My father started the business in 1945 when he came back from World War II. He bought a boat, and we've been boating ever since, my whole life, fishing, cruising, and then now whale watching. In the early 60s and 70s and right up to the 90s and 2000, there was very few whales. We would see one whale a year. The last 6 or 7 years, the waters have gotten a lot clearer, and there's been a tremendous increase in menhaden. Now, menhaden or bunker is a fish that the whales feed on.
Today we have a little wind to deal with, and that sometimes is a problem. When we get out the inlet and it's too rough to go in the ocean, we have to look up in the bay, and that limits us. That probably limits us 50%.
I'm going to need all of you today to have your eyes on the water to help me locate the whales. Gotham Whale, we're a nonprofit organization. We do marine education, outreach, and research on humpback whales in the western New York Bight. Paul approached Captain Tom Palladino of the American Princess, told him about what he was hearing. It was corroborating with what Captain Palladino had already heard himself. And so they formed this partnership between the American Princess and Gotham Whale. They are our platform, and we are the research and education arm.
We're the only group that is studying them, specifically reporting what we see, where we see it, when we see it, and we're accumulating that information to give an overall picture of where they are, what they're doing, and where they're likely to be in the future. It's just amazing to think that these animals are right here in Brooklyn. However, there's a wonderful print that was done by a Dutch explorer in 1678 that shows the entrance to the harbor, the Verrazano's Narrows, and he drew a number of whales right in the same area that we're seeing them. So instead of having the Coney Island amusement in the background, they had whales just in the same spot. But of course, they were hunted out almost to extinction during the golden era of whaling.
It's been 40 years since the Clean Air and Clean Water Act came into being, so that legislation from the 70s is still bearing fruit today. We need to have people see how beautiful these creatures are and how important it is for us to protect them and the resource they live in.
side. They're on the left-hand side and the right-hand side.
Early part of June, we were seeing multiple whales each time that we went out. And then for some reason that we have not identified, the whales went away. If the whales stopped coming, that would be a real disappointment. Well, we had one report of a whale in the area yesterday, so we're hoping he'll stay around. But of course, as our boat captain says, they have tails and they move around. The weather is good, the seas shouldn't be too rough. All we can do is keep our fingers crossed, keep a keen eye on the water, and we're going to hope that we can spot them.
Directly in front of us.
Who would ever believe that there would be humpback whales in New York City? There are so many children that live near the water. They can see the water, but they've never been in or on the water in any way. Nature is imbued with the power to heal. Bringing people out here onto the ocean to be able to see the magnificence of the creatures that live underneath the water in their natural environment, get them connected, they will be more apt for the rest of their life to know how important it is to preserve and protect this environment.
Down he goes.
You're thinking about songs while you're running?
What are you thinking about?
Nothing.
That doesn't help. Just blank and you're running.
Just running.
I think of the song, all I do is win, 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 I never work. I think of steps. So like what pace I'm gonna go. Like
Yeah,
one,
that's what I
two,
do too.
one. So I'll go like, all I do is win, 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 I never work. I go on the beat, you get it? Is anyone listening to my technique?
Anyway, before my race, I said what I have to do. And then I say like I have to flick my trail leg over or I have to,
Well, that's because your race is 8 seconds.
Okay, I don't know what happened, but this guy came.
Well, Gene turned us up for some type of magazine.
Our first news reporter, they came to practice. and he videotaped us, and we got on the news, and then other people just came.
Our coaches dropped us off every single day. When I'm a gymnastics coach, I'll be so sad. I would be so sad to drop someone off at a shelter.
Sports Illustrated contacted you girls.
Sports Illustrated Sports Kids of the Year, Ty, Rain, and Brooke Shepard.
Rain competed at the Junior Olympics.
We first met Brooke, Rain, and Ty last March in a Brooklyn homeless shelter, and Tyler Perry offered to pay rent.
I was happy and like annoyed because like, it was like so much attention and it was like so annoying.
Because I want to be famous and stuff, so it's already like a pre-famous, and then they'll see my real talents when I'm an adult.
She likes to sing opera. I don't know if she likes
It's not
to act.
opera.
Yes, it is.
Singing. Just because I'm a soprano doesn't mean I'm an opera singer.
No, you are opera.
Brooke